if we are, because who knows if things ever work correctly. What? What?
Clicking buttons, clicking buttons.
Oh, you hit me. I am hurt. I am very sad. How dare this happen? How dare this disembodied thing happen? How could it happen? Anyway, howdy folks, EJ here. Welcome to another stream. Yay. I got sister here.
What?
She came back from the beach.
What?
Beach.
What? Oh,
We're gonna be very pale now. Wow, I'm so bright and scary. I'm gonna wait for a second before people show up in the chat before we like actually do things.
Chauncey.
Chauncey? Who is... Oh, that's the man who you were occupying, right? They put on a flesh suit.
I don't want my hair to be up, but it's been up, so it's not gonna look good if it's down.
This is advanced stylistic techniques. Hey Seb, how's it going? Poking! Commencing the poke. The poke. You feel poked?
Is my shirt green screening?
Oh, it is. I'll just turn that off because we never use the green screen anymore these days. That was the wrong button for that. Whoopsie doopsie. Haha. Boop. No more green screen. Yay. I'll probably never turn it on.
I look like Betty Cooper with my little ponytail.
Like who?
Betty Cooper.
Who?
Betty Cooper.
Who?
Betty Cooper.
I don't know who that is.
Betty
What
Cooper.
genre of famous are they? I'm guessing.
That's a character.
Oh. I was
Can you
gonna
guess what show?
Dick Van Dyke Show?
No.
The high school
Betty Cooper.
musical, the Bedable, the series. Am I supposed to make a connection here?
No,
I don't recognize
I'm just
them.
showing you her.
Okay, cool.
It's from Riverdale. The worst show ever. I mean...
You still never made that like long explanation
I
PowerPoint
have
to explain to me
one season
how
of
that...
Wait, no I don't. Did I finish the whole season? I have no idea. Maybe I did.
She was going to like make a PowerPoint explaining how crazy things go with like a conspiracy chart connecting red tape and everything, and it was going to confuse the heck out of me because I know nothing about it.
Do you want me to still do that? I can.
I think it would be funny.
It would be funny, because honestly, I looked at my
brain
one
would
for season
explode.
1, and it was still funny, even though that's the most logical season. And season 1's actually good, and all the other ones suck.
Wow. Okay, calling them out on their heckery.
I lost track of season 5, because like there's this website where you can watch the episodes sort of as they come out, and they're up for like a couple weeks or something, but then like I
There are more
forgot
episodes
about them.
coming out?
Mm-hmm. And I forgot about them, so now I can't catch up anymore, but I watched like some of season 5, and that was just so bad. Because for some reason they decided to skip like 6 years, which is just always a really good idea in TV shows, just skip 6 years. And so now everyone's like adults and they all have their lives, but for some reason they all go back to Riverdale and they're like, let's gang together to have more romance and also solve more mysteries, aliens
like
and
It number
Mothman.
Excuse me,
They
what?
literally are doing like alien stuff. I don't know if it's real or if it's like fake aliens.
Didn't this start out with like a high school murder?
Yeah.
And that was the whole plot?
Uh-huh.
Where did the aliens come in? This is like my story.
It
This is
really
like how bad
is.
my
They just
story
don't know
is.
when to stop, man.
Hey Lewis, welcome to the stream. Hope
Hi.
you're having a good one. Seb says, still can't believe they made the most wholesome and boring, uninteresting, not drama-esque comic into a drama crime show or whatever.
I know, it's so crazy.
The only experience I have with that comic series is bubblegum wrappers.
Ethan, can you fix that? I'm hot.
Oh, okay, let me stand on a swivel chair to
But I mean, season 1 was genuinely pretty good. And then season 2 was like kind of weirdly boring. And then season 3 and 4 just got so weird, but also like entertaining because of how weird they were. And season 5 is just off the wall, my dude.
There is no wall.
That's
It
my
is off of it.
analysis of Riverdale.
Cool.
And I'm still gonna watch it. I don't know
Are
why.
you? You're so like keeping up to date with that
I mean,
shit?
I was trying to keep up to date with season 5, but then like the website I was watching it on, it only lets you watch like the last 3 episodes or something, and then the other ones are like locked or whatever. You have to have an account or something.
Mhm.
So I accidentally forgot about it for a while, and then like it backed up too much, and so I can't watch the episodes that like I need to, I think. I don't remember how far I got into the season, but it was so weird. I was just like, what am I watching right now? What's happening? Someone called the trash bag killer, and I'm like, what the heck?
He goes over to your trash can. Stop.
Well, someone
It's gonna leak everywhere now.
putting dead bodies in trash bags, but like lots of people do that. Why is that your brand, Mr. Trash Bag Killer? That's not a very scary name.
In the comic, this really ugly redhead guy has 2 girlfriends, and they're both kind of like chill with it.
Yeah, Betty and Veronica, right? They're just like, hey, we share the ginger, you know?
What the heck?
What? Yeah,
What
I
the
mean,
heck?
in the show, it's honestly, well, it's different because they do care, but it's not different in the sense that everyone dates each other. Not at the same time.
Is that how high school works?
But literally every single like, if I make this PowerPoint, I'm going to make one of those things where like there's a line between every person that's like had a relationship or had like a little fling or something.
Is it just
There's
gonna be a
lines.
net?
Yes, there's everyone has dated everyone or at least kissed everyone or like had feelings at some point, or it's crazy. I'm like, what kind of
Math
person
calculations intensify.
likes this many people and has this many people like them in their entire life, regardless like a
Not
year or
time.
2 of high school? Like, what is happening right now? It's crazy. And then everyone fights because they're like, oh my gosh, I just found out you kissed him 2 months ago. How could you? Oh, we're breaking up now. And,
Literally,
like, all
you've
this
kissed
drama.
everyone else at this point.
Exactly. Like, why do you even care at this point? Just like kiss everyone in the room and be done with it. Honestly,
Can we
they did
not
that
do
one
that, though?
episode. They were
Did
like,
they really?
hey, we're the only 2 people who haven't kissed. Maybe we should just kiss and do it
Why
over.
would
They're
they
like,
do
okay,
that?
and then they freaking
That's
kissed.
a bad reason. In fact, there's probably a good reason that they haven't yet. If they're the
Now they
only ones that...
have.
I hate this. This sounds
It's
like
so
it's gonna
bad.
make me angry without even having
Yeah.
watched the show.
Uh-huh.
The drama!
Drama!
Anyway, we guess we should probably start with what we're actually doing here. So, recap / intro to people who have no idea what's happening so far. When I was 11, I wrote a whole novel, just a big old giant novel that's like, nope, down there. 600 pages long, 300 if you put it on 11.5 by 8.5 by 11
11.5
pieces of
by
paper, and it's like as long as the 6th Harry Potter book or something. I don't know how or why
Weird flex, but okay.
I put the patience into that when I was like a literal child, but I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be a famous, cool writer, and that didn't happen because it's real bad. So we're making fun of my story, and we're like 200 pages in out of 300 at this point, and so far nothing relevant to the plot has actually happened. It's basically all action scenes and filler. Only thing that really happened was we've discovered that EJ is an undiagnosed narcissist in the past, and that he also gravitates towards abusive friendships and relationships or something, and is okay with it, and because at least some attention's better than nothing. I don't know. And last episode we found out that Gwen's a sociopathic, toxic, possessive stalker.
Mm-hmm.
Gooper EJ is dead.
EJ.
Yeah, and also EJ's stupid and accidentally revealed his feelings, but he doesn't realize that he has it. I don't know. Everything's stupid. We're back in time in ancient Egypt dealing with Merlin, who's called Dejeti now, and the plagues of Egypt are happening. Last we left off, there were frogs, just 25 feet
yeah.
high frogs across all of Egypt, and we tried to calculate how many frogs there were, and I think we ended up with a number like something billions, and I was like, that's really low for 25 feet high of frogs across an entire continent. So I decided, you know what, we're gonna try to figure out the logic a little better. Oops, that's entirely unrelated. That's D&D stuff. So I did the same I used the numbers that Sir Crafts-a-Lot, I think it was, gave me last time, but I did my own change. So we googled like the total land area of Egypt, and it was 390 miles squared of each, whatever, and then I converted that to feet, which is this number of square feet, and then you multiply that by 25 feet high of frogs. That gives you a 3-dimensional like square cubage of feet for frog density, and then you multiply by how many frogs are in each cubic foot of space. And I didn't know what a fair estimate for like number of frogs per 1 square foot was. It wasn't very helpful when I googled that, and I didn't want to actually think about it that much. So I was like, okay, if I have this much and I have some frogs, I could probably stack a lot of frogs in like a box this size, so I just went with 36. I don't know if that's a decent estimate or not, but I estimated 36 frogs per square foot, and that's conservative considering there might also be empty space or other buildings and stuff in the way. So just that's an average. And then the calculation turned out to be 3 quintillion 816 quadrillion 200 trillion 500 billion frogs, which sounds a little more reasonable. So there's a lot of frogs around at this point, and I don't even remember what was happening. Basically, there was frogs, and they're being annoying, and they're breaking stuff, and apparently blew up my book, but I'm okay with it because I already read it, because I just reread all the books, and I'm so cool at things. That's that. Chapter 18. Hey Stormfrogo, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yes, the frogs! Stormfrog's army got sent, yes. Egypt is greener than the Emerald Isle. Gooper and Weejay isn't dead. They're both psychopaths. Checkmate! Oh no, they're perfect for each other.
Oh boy.
You are correct. 90% action, 10% mindless. Agreeing. Yes, the hive mind of NPCs that we have far too many of that always just do whatever the main character needs them to. Alright, we're caught up with chat. Would you like to do the honors?
I would love to.
You sound not excited.
I'm still tired from the beach, so sorry about that. Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron that evening, and he had Djedi wear his most ceremonial clothes to the confrontation. His ceremonial clothes looked just about the same as his normal ones, except that his sleeves were slightly shorter, and he wore the golden bands, one of which concealed the yellow ring Merlin had ordered me to put on the inside of one of them. Djedi notified us on the way to the throne room that he was to wear his ceremonial clothes all the time now, just in case Moses and Aaron decided to make an unannounced appearance. When Moses and Aaron arrived,
thank you, plot contrivances. So basically, all that paragraph means is Djedi can't use magic anymore, but he won't know why. Because for some reason, that's why he ordered me to do that. I don't know. And also the Furtyoungies.
Furtyoungie.
I have reconsidered your request, Moses and Aaron, Pharaoh stated. You will pray to the Lord to take the frogs away from me and my people. Are they in 25 feet of frogs right now? Are they floating on islands of frogs? To take these frogs away from me and my people and to return the Nile to water. Oh, that's still happening too? And I will let your people go to offer sacrifices to the Lord. Pharaoh announced. Everyone held their breath, turning their attention to Moses and Aaron. No one is breathing right now.
I leave to you the honor of setting the time for me to pray for you and your officials and your people, that you and your houses may be rid of the frogs, except for those that remain in the Nile, and to change the Nile back into water, Moses told Pharaoh. The people in the hall, still covered in frogs, began to cheer. Yay! Get the frogs away.
The frog people. Tomorrow. Why would you say tomorrow? Say immediately, this moment. Why would you say I'll deal with frogs?
I'm fine with swimming in frogs for no 24
they've kind of grown on me, literally. Yeah, tomorrow, Pharaoh decides, to the dismay of the people who wanted the frogs gone as soon as possible. Why he chose the next day? I didn't know. Maybe he wasn't thinking, or maybe he was planning to send his guards to assassinate Moses and Aaron, and he needed time to plan? Excuse me? You will pray tomorrow, and then your people may go into the desert the day after.
Okay.
Short-circuiting brain cells, but okay. Hey, good luck, you welcome to the stream.
Hi.
It's been a long time. Yes, we are in ancient Egypt. Forget I'm Egyptian because we don't talk about him? Huh?
Who's him?
I don't know. Well, anyway, glad you're here.
I don't know who this him is.
Neither
I'm confused. Anyway. It will be as you say, so that you may know there is no one like the Lord our God. The frogs will leave you and your houses and
saith the Lord.
your officials and your people. They will remain only in the Nile. They are not allowed to hop on the sand. Illegal. Which will go back to water.
They will all drown.
Moses replied. Our group smiled sadly, knowing that Pharaoh's promise was false.
Did
We're
we?
so sad as we smiled.
Hive mind. That night, we decided to sleep in Djedi's less infested room, as our room was totally overrun with frogs, which were really annoying. I slept alone on top of a bookcase
That sounds safe.
to make sure I didn't anger Erica or Gwen. Oh yeah, I forgot Gwen's here now, isn't she?
Oh yeah,
How did that happen?
because she switched with Mom.
Okay.
Mom is with the time machine.
The night passed without incident. Okay, so instead, there's frog. Why am I on a bookcase? If I roll over, I'm gonna. That's fine. I don't understand.
He says the pharaoh, a bad Egyptian representation. Lol.
What, did I misspell it or something?
No, he's just saying we don't talk about the pharaoh because he's bad Egyptian representation.
Oh. In the modern day, you mean?
I don't know. Lukey just said that he's bad Egyptian representation. That's all I have to go off of.
I see what's happening here. So do they actually have a pharaoh in the modern day? And he's bad at... I'm confused. I don't know much about the political, like, landscape of actual Egypt these days. I only hear about it in the context of the old stuff, like the pyramids or whatever.
Old stuff. The next morning we woke to find thousands of dead frogs all over the place. So they just die? They don't even clear off anywhere? They're just living in 25
they're not
feet of
miraculously
dead
gone.
frogs?
There's just infinite. There's 3 quintillion dead frogs in Egypt now.
That does not seem like an improvement.
No,
It just would start stinking.
yeah, they would rot, and everyone would be diseased, and there would be no space for anything, and they would all die. Everyone else would die. I mean.
There were dead frogs in people's houses, in the palaces, courtyards, and fields. The people spent the rest of the day piling the dead frogs into heaps. They're already in heaps. And the land reeked of them. The Nile River had also returned to water, and the animals in it had repopulated the river overnight. Wow, that's a lot of friction. Pharaoh, of course, was delighted. Yay, dead frogs! And he told all his men not to let the Israelites go. He ordered them to find and kill Moses and Aaron. Unfortunately, according to the guards who relayed the story to Pharaoh, Moses and Aaron were not happy about that. You don't say! And Aaron stretched out his staff and struck the ground in response to the overseer's command for the people to get back to work. Nothing really happened, but then a cloud of dust flew from the ground and began blowing around. We thought he had caused a sandstorm at first, the guards relayed in the same paragraph. Then the dust had turned to gnats, and the gnats had multiplied the same way the frogs had, and they covered the entire land of Egypt.
Oh no!
25
Many more!
feet of gnats!
Many more than 3 quintillion.
Oh no.
Many gnats. Okay, wow.
We don't have a pharaoh, we have a president, but I'm saying that we don't like Moses' pharaoh. Yeah.
I mean, not many people do, because he's kind of a heckin' jerk.
Little bit.
Oh, cast of characters. Boring, lizard! Boring, psychopath, boring. Boring, but he has 2 names because EJ's dumb. Oh yeah, you're right. Boring, psychopath, but a girl. Boring, wizard guy. Boring, wholesome character, but she's a simp to the psychopath, and he likes her too, so she's probably not gonna live past.
Wow.
Oh,
That was
no.
a good summary.
It kind of was. Was that the right number of borings, though? Because I feel like there are more borings than that.
I don't know.
Some characters have just been dropped like a hot potato. Like whoever we left back in the present time. I don't even remember their names anymore.
Jaspers.
Yeah, those guys. So, I love how, like, we just get a summary. So the guards reported to Pharaoh, who reported to Jetty, who reported to us about
Dean was told by Pavati that...
how did we find out about this story? And this is just straight up, like, exposition being thrown from no discernible source and not even in the I was doing this kind of language. Whatever. Our group had just been lazily milling about when the cloud of insects descended upon the palace. The air was now so thick with them, we could barely see. There's bugs in my face and my nose and my mouth. Every help. Anyone who opened their mouth or eyes was sure to get a bunch of bugs in them. Most people wrapped clothes around their heads to escape the gnats. The buzzing was incredibly annoying, especially when one flew in your ear, and when you walked around, they were constantly landing on you and tickling you.
Oh, tickling!
I found that swimming in the Nile was the best way to find relief from the bugs, while Jetty was waiting for Pharaoh to order a council so he could exterminate the bugs. That's was just a sentence mouthful and a half. Johann was the only one unaffected by the insects, as he somehow had his 6-foot circle of protection the same way he had with the frogs. Okay, I forgot that he has magical I am a
powers.
Jew protection. Our group tried to stand as close as possible to Johann for the rest of the morning, much to his annoyance.
Opposite of social
Other
distancing.
than bugs.
At about noon, Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron, and our group followed the jetty to the throne room. None of us were happy. This plague was even more annoying than the frogs had been. Moses and Aaron stood before Pharaoh, a 6-foot circle of no gnats around them.
You can see in the bottom left, Noogie, how many pages there are. I suppose you think this is funny, do you? Pharaoh asked them, waving his hand wildly around him to ward off some of the annoying insects flying around his face. Once again, the statement of the century with the number of words per sentence.
Well, you told us that you would let our people go, and then you did not. They both simultaneously replied.
You told us. Jetty, show them who is the master of magic. So, show them that you cannot be beaten, Pharaoh ordered. Jetty stepped forward through the cloud of gnats, raised his hands dramatically, smiled to the crowd, and waved his hands. Nothing happened. Except that he had a few gnats fly into his mouth.
Wow.
Jetty spat and waved his hands again, the golden band around his wrist reflecting the minimal light that was able to pass through the swarm of bugs. Oh, it's that thick, is it? How are we seeing this?
Oh dear.
Nothing happened. The people along the walls began murmuring. I heard one of them whisper that since even Jetty could not stop the gnats, this is truly the finger of God.
Finger of God.
Bonk! Pharaoh's apprentices tried to stop the gnats as well, succeeding only in killing a few that were near them. Dead bugs fall in the rain. Jetty frowned, scared now, and he tried again and again, getting the same anticlimactic result every time. No! Pharaoh ordered. Jetty, stop playing! Do it for real, he ordered. But Jetty could not. Moses and Aaron, I don't know what you did, but I will not let your people go. Now get out of my sight! I don't know why the Pharaoh has just like my average voice, but angry
Same.
now.
Also, it's kind of funny that the only reason that Jetty can't do the same miracles as Moses and Aaron is
It's
because
literally-
of his suffering.
Yeah,
it is
it's
not
because
of God.
It's because I cheated and I'm stupid. I don't know. I'm inserting myself into biblical
So,
history.
you know, God isn't actually more powerful than this
No, he just
this
did
wizard.
miracles by having a random time traveler show up and make it happen.
Yeah.
God didn't actually need to intervene. Well, I guess unless you count having a mysterious time traveler show up. Stop it, you nose.
Who knows? I promise you, swimming in the nice is always a bad idea. It's very unsanitary. Swimming is the nice. Ah, it's funny.
Maybe back in the day it was less unsanitary. I mean, more sanitary.
But what about the
Microbes.
The whatever.
Parasites?
I don't know what word I'm trying to think
Alligators.
of.
Crocodiles.
Not that.
Hippos. What are you trying to say?
Pathogens, but not that.
Pathogens. Those are words. That's a word.
I know, but I
Germs.
don't think that's the word I'm actually trying to say.
Pollution.
I'm gonna stop.
Butt cheese.
Moses and Aaron left without a word, and Jetty fell to his knees, defeated. Pharaoh ran to Jetty, infuriated. Pharaoh began yelling about how Jetty had made him look weak. Why hadn't he got rid of the gnats, etc. Pro writing. Our
Okay.
group waddled over, staying in Johann's ring of protection. We noticed that Jetty was crying. Oh! His tears fell to the stone floor where the gnats swarmed upon them, hungry for the moisture. Ew, I hate that.
No!
That's scary. I don't like that.
They
at
drink
all.
the tears of Jetty.
No. All miracles are from Super EJ.
Oh,
hi, Pengu.
Super EJ
Oh
is
Lord,
God's
what
gift.
did I
What a
come into, I
narcissist.
wonder. You came into the plagues of Egypt, but it's all actually
but done by
Super
Super EJ, yes.
'Cause, you know, who needs God to have power when you have Super EJ who stops magicians from being able to do things?
Because otherwise he totally would have been able to stop the plague of God, probably.
Yeah. Of course. Super EJ versus
That's
God.
stupid wrong, that dumb smoke. Jenny sobbed. Never use magic again. Reputation ruined, he cried. I felt really bad for him, even though I have no idea what he's talking about. I wanted to tell him about the sulfur ring, which I assumed was the thing that was restricting his ability to do magic. I still haven't figured out what's happening yet, but Merlin had told me not to let him know. Poor Jetty. Since nobody wanted to do anything with the gnats everywhere, we tried asking, Mom, please get us out of here, but apparently she wasn't able to hear us or wasn't watching or something because our ride didn't come. That night we all slept in a pile around poor Johan so we could share his protection from the gnats. Bruh. Since the rest of us were guys, what about the ones that aren't? And it was weird for the girls to be with us. They decided to suffer through the gnats, which I was thankful for. Well,
yeah, it's just so weird for girls to sleep within 6 feet of guys. Ew, get off and have to go sleep in the swarm of gnats.
As it's hungry for their voice.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You
Drinks their
you
blood.
wake up and they're just like these shriveled up corpses the next morning. The vampire gnats have stricken.
Oh no, at least they're not mosquitoes. Then they would actually be dead.
It's like they would look like Glimmer after the Tracker Jackers. Glimmer from Hunger Games, not that Glimmer. Remember how she was all like lumpy and.
Nope. Thankfully, I do not. One of Pharaoh's guards reported that the Israelites were not affected by the swarm of bugs. Evidently, Johan's Jewish nationality protected him from the curse of Moses and Aaron. This is no longer an action story. This is just kind of, we're in the background and we're hearing the story be retold from a different perspective. This is kind of boring.
It's like when I tried to do that Maze Runner story. It's just the same thing with a different perspective.
It kind of is.
Yikes!
Well, I can't wait till we get out of Egypt so we can see something else.
Ooh, moldy fart.
Moldy fart! Yeah, so let's actually have the main story happen so we're not confused. Good.
You should be!
Yay!
The next morning, we all went swimming to escape the little bugs, and we noticed...
What gentleman made the girls suffer in the gnats?
Exactly.
Well, we couldn't deal with Johan being the new Archie with like 2 girlfriends or whatever, so...
No.
OMG callback! He's Jewish! Best written story ever!
Wow, that was such a good callback.
Hey, Mean Cat, welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. Hope you're having a good one.
Pectoral pop intensifies.
Shoots away the gnats.
And Luigi says, okay, did you watch High School Musical, the series, season 2? Yes, I am keeping very up to date with that. I never keep up to date with shows. I usually wait until it's all out and then watch it all. But I'm keeping very up to date with this one because I could smell the Gina and EJ ship from like episode 2 of season 2, and I was like, ooh, that's gonna be good. And I was right. It's getting so good. And you like a girl now.
I do. Why am I the last to know?
And I love them. They're so cute. And the episode that came out today. Wow, that was a lot, man. There was a lot that happened to that episode. I am kind of shook. There were some really good things and some really kind of devastating things. Ha 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 ha.
Maybe I spill water on myself sometimes.
Why are you holding it like that?
I don't know.
I don't know. So yeah, consider me the ship sniffer. I can know when a ship is coming. I could sense it, and I knew it was gonna be good, and it is.
I'm sure, like, other people can sense the clues and dramatic tension.
Well, I don't think there were that many clues yet. I think I was just sensing it.
You're psychic.
Yeah, because like he was acting kind of sad, and I was like, "You're single, she's single. Wait," and then I was waiting for it.
Sad plus single plus second single person equals mandatory relationship.
Exactly.
That hurt my ears.
It's good though. No spoilers, didn't see it yet, episode 8 that is. I'm not gonna spoil anything for episode 8, but it was good.
You know what show I'm keeping up with lately?
The one that I misread. The Bad Batch.
Well, yes, but also,
Loki?
yes, that one.
I haven't started that one yet.
But it's good. I'm enjoying it. Even though it is a time travel story, and they're doing it in a non-consistent way where they have timelines that branch off and get, like, rewritten and undone. The way that they're doing this one is really good, and I'm actually like, I'm not cringing about the details or like going, oh, that's not how time travel works and logical inconsistencies or whatever, because they stay consistent with the rules that they establish themselves, and it's really good and interesting, and I'm enjoying it so far.
Well, I like Loki, so I'm gonna enjoy watching that.
Just because it's got Loki.
Well, I don't really know that much.
She's got a low-key crush.
I don't. I'm not. I don't quite understand.
You should be with whoever Gina is, so.
She's a great person. I love Gina.
Well, Loki is also great, and he's Asian.
Neither of those things are true.
You are correct, but shush.
I mean, I do like Loki as a character, but I'm not one of those people that's like obsessed with Loki. I never quite understood that. I think he's cool and interesting and morally gray, but I'm not like simping for Loki, you know?
Just call me the EJ sniffer. I can tell when EJ's near because it smells like an elbow or armpit. Armpit. Gee, thanks, Seb. You haven't smelled me in a while. Been years since we were in the same room.
What was I talking about?
Burps.
Uh-huh.
Care to expound? How was that one?
No.
Would you like a waft?
Can't ever be as good as I Am the King. Forever your best.
I forgot about that. Would you like to tell the stories? Because we've only told it like once before.
I just have a very foggy memory of this occasion. You know, we used to read these books called like the Aragon book series, and I remember nothing from that, but there was like some king that existed that was like evil. And I remember that we would play this like weird roleplay game type thing where Ethan would like be the king and I was, who the heck was I? I don't know.
Actually, I think it was like you were like Murtag or Aragon or someone, maybe even Saphira. Saphira, I don't remember, but you were like on the bed and I would be like the Urgle orc people that were coming up and trying to get you, and you'd bonk me and I'd fall off the bed.
Because why would you be the king climbing up the mountain?
Well, it would be like different waves of people coming up and you'd be like, oh, I rolled down a log and knocked out all the bad guys. And I'm like, oh no, now I need to come up with a more challenging enemy. I am the king, and I just burped each word. I didn't mean to.
I don't know if this memory is accurate, but the very foggy memory that I have in my mind is like we were in the kitchen and we were like.
That's not what I remember, but it might be.
Well, I remember the game we would play, but the weird memory I have of this is like we weren't exactly playing that game. We were like sort of playing it, but we were like at the dinner table, and you were like. You were by the sink and you were like walking over to the table because I remember that you like did this weird walk. You were like this or something, and you were like playing the role of the king, and so you burped and you were like, I am the king. That's the strange memory that I have. I don't know if it's real, but that's what I remember.
I have no memory of the actual incident. I thought it was when we were like you were on the bed and I was like, I am the king.
I don't remember. It might have been.
I think that was the first one. Maybe I did it another time. I don't know. But I've never been able to recreate the beauty of 4 burps in a row with a word enunciated each time. Anyway, we should probably get back to the story or we'll never get it done.
It smells like EJ if I'm in the same country as the good sir.
Wow. That poor country must smell real bad. Can't smell worse than
Would you like to see your
5
EJ
quintillion
counterpart?
dead frogs, though, huh?
Would you like to see your EJ counterpart?
My EJ counterpart.
Your EJ counterpart.
Oh, I see, from the show. At first I thought you said CAPTCHA, not character or counterpart.
Look at this dude.
I kinda don't like him. I don't know why. Maybe it's the outfit that strikes me as a Chad.
Because he was cast as Chad in the High School Musical. That's funny that you say that. Because he is introduced as because you know, Ricky and Nene are broken up.
You're saying too many names and I don't know any of them.
They're broken up.
This means nothing to me.
Listen to me. They're broken up. Ricky and Nene.
Is this relevant?
Yes, Ricky and Nene are broken up at the beginning of the show.
Corporation.
The corporation. So they were together, but now they're broken up.
Okay.
And Nene, she started dating EJ at this theater camp. And they also go to the same school. So now they're a couple. Wait, what was my point? What did you ask?
I don't know.
Oh, and so he's characterized at first as you know, you're supposed to root for Ricky and Nene, and you're like, oh, who's this Chad that she's dating now? Oh, we hate him. You know, he's supposed to be one of those guys, but then also they're no.
Psychopath.
No, because also they're
Well,
like,
no.
no. We
So
can't
we hate
we can't
EJs.
have him be a shallow boy because
Okay.
we hate that. So like he has growth and is like a decent person, which we love.
Oh,
'Cause
see
we
you, Strong
don't-
Frog. Have a good one.
Because we don't want to be like that show that's all like, ooh, flat characters, oh. So, you know, he's actually a good person. Well, I mean, he does some really weird things, but he grows from that. It's all good. And then eventually, you know, spoiler, he and Nini do like sort of break up, and then like stuff happens, and now he's free to date Gina.
Gotta be honest, I zoned out because I was reading Luigi's message about how he and his brother used to act like waterbenders in the pool.
That's a mood.
I think everyone does that. That's pretty fun.
We appreciate EJ and Gina and Courtney. We appreciate everyone in this show.
Who's Courtney? Was that another part of the explanation that I zoned out for?
No, I didn't explain Courtney.
Oh.
She's Nini's friend, and she has poofy hair, and she's all like, no nonsense.
That's so poofy.
That's what she's like.
Poof.
And Ricky, yeah, we love Ricky. He's been through a lot.
Ricky McStinklefart?
Pangu, he went through a little bit more in this episode I just watched. I didn't really like that.
Anyway, thus saith the Lord. Wait, hold on. Are we... Oh yeah,
Sorry, I got really sidetracked.
The next morning, we all went swimming to escape the little bugs, and we noticed Pharaoh as he went out to the little stone place in the river where Moses and Aaron had confronted him when the water was turned to blood. Because we just have access to swim there, and the Pharaoh just doesn't care that the people he tried to murder just kind of casually swim right in his zone. Like before, Moses and Aaron followed him, and the moment we saw them, we clambered out of the water, anticipating another blood transformation. Jetty was not there, as he was still trying to invent a machine that would undo his sulfur cloud of smoke inhalation.
Why do you have to do that with everything?
I don't know. I was a child. I was bad at
This
writing.
is what the Lord says. Let my people go so that they may worship me. If you do not let my people go, I will send swarms of flies on you and your officials, on your people, and into your houses. The houses of the Egyptians will be full of flies. Even the ground will be covered with them. But on that day, I will deal differently with the land of Goshen, where my people live. No swarms of flies will be there, so that you will know that
Why am I not reading the
Lord,
Bible right
am
now?
in this
Why do we need
land.
these random people just added into the bushes?
I don't know.
Why? What is the point? I am
I
just
will-
plagiarizing God's word.
I will make a distinction between my people and your people. This sign will occur tomorrow.
I feel like not a single word of that was altered in any way. It's
Probably
just
not. 'Cause you
I'm
cannot
just robbing the
Add
Bible.
or take away from the Bible, only
Except
build
by
an
adding
entire
magic.
story. Exactly.
Moses and Aaron finished turning to leave. Sorry.
Just friggin' stole my paragraph.
I did!
Pharaoh, having no retort, stood speechless. Now the gnats are going to grow into flies. Oh no! I thought.
Hey, Evan? Albert asked apprehensively. I turned to him! Well, I just want to say, I'm not really having fun here, so Jason and I are gonna skip ahead to whenever all these plagues are over, okay? I just thought I should warn you so you didn't think the bugs ate us. You're welcome to come too!
Oh yeah,
Oh
I
yeah, but
forgot
they have a time machine here? Okay.
I forgot you have a machine hidden somewhere. Yeah, you don't
I
have to
forgot they
stay.
were there.
Go ahead. Me too.
I didn't even remember
Why
that
are they
exist.
here? They have served no purpose.
Well, the hive mind is lessening. We're removing NPCs that are not needed.
Woo, get rid of them.
Yay, go back to your sequel trilogy or whatever.
I'd love to come with you, but if my mom didn't see us leave, she wouldn't know where we went and would probably freak out. Wait,
What?
I guess you could scroll back through the time to see where we went. Oh, I think it would be best if we stay. See you guys later.
What?
Thank you for telling us all that. I called as Jason and Albert began to move away.
Did he just like
I filled in the
exposit
rest-
his eternal monologue for no
Yeah.
reason?
I filled in the rest of our group who hadn't heard the conversation as to what was going on. Also, Pangu says, "Oh no, Ricky, no!"
Huh?
I got sad at the end of this episode.
Can Pharaoh go drown in the Red Sea already?
Honestly.
Yeah. Go to a buffet, you guys.
Can we get that nice Pharaoh back? That was a different Pharaoh, right? The one that was like, "Hey, Joseph."
Yeah, that was before this guy.
Yeah, he
I
was
think he
like-
was like, if not one Pharaoh before, maybe two.
He was all like, "Hey, you're cool. Have lots of power and money and stuff." And he's like, "Okay." And a couple pharaohs
What?
later, slaves.
What? You're making him sound like a stoner Pharaoh. He's just like, yeah, you can. You wanna hit him my joy?
Yes.
Yeah, man, you can stay here. That's like totally chilling.
Can you interpret my weed hallucinations?
I had like this weird trip vision. I wanted to know what you thought of it. There was like these weird shriveled cows that ate off these fattened cows. And I feel like it means something, man.
It means famine!
We need to do another You Dad Bible story sometime.
This basically is a You Dad Bible story.
No, this is not a You Dad Bible story. This is a Bible story with bloated extra stupid stuff in between.
I hate
Getting
it.
random relationship drama thrown in and a lizard.
Go to a buffet, you guys need it. Talking about Albert and Jason because they should not have been alive from not eating for a month. Exactly.
Also fair. They drank their own poop water. They should have got cholera and died. Anyway, oh wait, we've passed that. Okay. Wait, what? You just let them go without us? What are you, nuts? Only one of us had to stay for your mom. The rest of us could have skipped, and this ended the suffering. Johan wouldn't have minded being alone, I'm sure, Nathan yelled. I apologized after informing them that Jason and Albert had already left. My group was not pleased.
I feel like even the writer is getting tired with this. You're just like,
I feel like what happened was I probably copy-pasted the story of Exodus and just like added in my own stuff in between. And I was like, okay, between this plague and this plague, we need to have a scene. Blah, blah, blah. There we go. And I'm moving on to something I actually want to write about.
We slept in a pile around Johan
boy,
again.
I love sleeping in a pile. Did we sacrifice the girls again?
This time, even Erica and Gwen joined us to escape the bugs.
So inappropriate.
What
Such
changed from
cooties.
last night to this night?
Apparently, they got tired of being eaten by gnats. They got sucked dry by the bugs.
So they stayed as far from us as possible while still being in Johan's protective circle. And when we woke the next morning, dense swarms of flies poured into Pharaoh's palace and into the house of his officials throughout Egypt and all over the desert.
There's a lot of bugs.
The Egyptians' crops were ruined by the flies. The flies were as bad as the gnats, but worse. As bad as the gnats, but worse. Why couldn't you just say they were worse than the gnats?
Because that would be interesting. Dad's head left? Bye guys, I'm just getting out of here. What?
Dad's head left Johan's protection for a second, and a fly bit Dad's forehead. They were horse flies. All the people of Egypt were suffering terribly, and when Pharaoh summoned Jetty, Moses and Aaron, but did not let the usual crowd of people in, we passed many hurting people. Pharaoh had Jetty make one more fruitless attempt to exterminate the flies before Pharaoh gave up.
Go sacrifice to your god here in the land. Just get rid of these pesky insects, Pharaoh ordered Moses and Aaron.
That would not be right, Moses replied. The sacrifices we offer the Lord our God would be detestable to the Egyptians, and if we offer sacrifices that are detestable in their eyes, will they not stone us, stoners, for 20 places? I don't know where this voice is coming from. We must take a 3-day journey into the wilderness.
Reginald Moses man.
To offer sacrifices to the Lord our God as he commands us.
You know what else is detestable? Are your face and these bugs on me. Okay. I will let you go to offer sacrifices to the Lord your God in the wilderness, Pharaoh agreed. But you must not go very far. Now pray for me and get rid of these flies.
As soon as I leave you, I will pray to the Lord, and tomorrow the flies will leave you and your officials and your people.
No, please, now!
Only be sure that you do not act deceitfully again by not letting these people go to offer sacrifices to the Lord, Moses answered. Pharaoh agreed, begging that the flies go away. Then Moses left Pharaoh. Almost immediately after, the flies left Pharaoh and his officials and his people. Not a fly
didn't you say that was going to
remained.
happen? And tomorrow the flies will leave you.
That's a really fun non-continuation station.
The lack of continuity.
That's what I was trying to say.
Continuation station.
However, as soon as the flies were gone, Pharaoh ordered his guards, who had been mercilessly bit by the flies, to stop the Israelites from leaving Egypt. This was done, and shortly after...
Why was this done?
Pattern,
if I were a guard that had just been mercilessly bit by magical flies, I would be like, you guys can go, please. Go
Are
away.
you questioning the events of the Bible?
I know, I'm questioning the events that are described by Super EJ.
This was done shortly after. Following the same pattern, Moses and Aaron again came to Pharaoh. Woo, we love repetition.
Woo, we love us not being relevant to the story that we're in at all.
Yeah, why are you still like...
Why are we
in this
here?
room? I don't know.
Why are we here?
There's no reason.
We're just here to be in the background and go, oh wow, look, the same thing's happening again. Are we gonna be here for all 10 plagues and just sit there and do nothing and contribute nothing?
Probably.
This is why are we here?
This is
Literally,
terrible.
we came here because we felt like having an adventure, and so far we're just suffering. We're literally just partaking in the plagues that scourged the Egyptians, and we're like, yeah, this is great fun. Why don't
You know
we leave?
that if you got back in that time machine, you'd be like, that was fun,
Time for
that was
another
horrible, I
adventure."
hated it, time for another one.
I would like a second dose, please. When do we begin?
British Moses, yeah. That's,
Pretty much.
That's him now.
Where are we?
The big paragraph.
This is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews says. Let my people go so that they may worship me. If you refuse to let them go and continue to hold them back, the hand of the Lord will bring a terrible plague on your webcams, on your livestock in the field, on your horses, donkeys, and camels, on your cattle, your sheep, and your
It's not
goats.
on you, it's not on a cow.
But the Lord will make a distinction between the livestock of Israel and that of Egypt, so that no animal belonging to the Israelites will die. Tomorrow the Lord will do this in the land, Moses and Aaron threatened before leaving hotly. Our group was pleased that this plague had no consequences for us, except for the goat that stole our time machine. And we asked Dejeti to show us around some of the sights of Egypt, because who cares? It's fine, there won't be dying animals. Dejeti, however, was still depressed because of his inability to use magic. So we wandered around, looking at the vivid color on the Great Sphinx, exploring some of the tombs, and watching how a mummy was made. Oh, okay.
That
They
sounds
just...
not traumatic at all.
Wait, so they're just doing that right now? Don't they only mummify, like, important people? Who died? I guess it wasn't the pharaoh, but like, why is there a mummy being made
I don't know.
right now?
And why do you enjoy
While there's
watching someone's
flies
brains being
and
pulled out?
frogs and gnats everywhere and bloody river. This just doesn't seem like the proper time to be preserving something. Next day there might be like wombats everywhere gonna eat your mummy. Okay, so watching how mummy was made. I already knew the steps for reading books, so I decided not to watch, as I'm kind of squeamish anyway. Well, I'm not like other guys. I'm stupid.
Oh my god.
While the rest of the group watched the wrapping process, I wandered around the market alone, which sounds like a pretty dangerous thing to do, but really wasn't, as everyone knew that I was a close friend of Jedi and stayed away from me. Luckily, most people didn't believe that the great Jedi had lost his power.
Erica found me amazingly. And we
Amazingly?
strolled through the markets together. There was
Wow.
a little money that kept following us.
Gasp. A spy!
I can't read. That kept following us, which I thought was pretty cute, but made Erica nervous for some reason. Okay. Several times the invisible presence popped
Oh
up.
boy.
Oh boy.
Is it the monkey? Moldy farts the
is
monkey!
possessed. The way it always did. I merely waved my hand around as though shooing away some more nuts. Why this stalker of mine seemed to pop up more noticeably, I neither knew nor cared, but he was a little annoying. I never felt alone anymore. Near the end of the day, we all went back to our room relaxing. I kind of felt bad for the Egyptians, though, as their livestock was about to die.
Their one livestock.
Their singular livestock was about to die. Once everyone else had gone to sleep, I was sitting on the window bench looking out over the sand again. I loved Egypt.
Why?
It was
Why
so
do you
cool.
love Egypt?
I have no idea.
It's terrible.
You have died 7 times. Except for the plagues. No, except for those
Even
plagues.
before the plagues, you got your head stuck in like a foot of mud and almost died because you're stupid.
I couldn't wait until they were over, when we'd be able to take a normal tour.
I also can't wait till they're over so we can get back to a normal story.
I was also curious as to how this Moses versus versus Pharaoh thing would end. You know, you can just read the Bible and find out, but okay.
Yeah.
I looked up,
funny
his dad
enough.
approached me.
Evan, he whispered, sitting beside me. I was amazed he was up this late, and I moved over to give him room on the bench. Hey, Evan, I just wanted to talk to you a little. I've noticed... Oh, no. I don't know what... I'm scared.
Oh, boy.
I've noticed that Erica and Gwen seem to like you. Wow. Perceptive man. Usually guys are oblivious to everything, especially if it doesn't relate to them, right?
Well, I mean, if it's your child, then you can
Maybe.
notice.
Fair enough. Or seem to be acting like... Wait, what? And you seem to be acting like you like them? Plural? Plural. Are you sure about this? Or at least
Yeah,
okay with
it
the liking? What is
Also,
this talk?
why is, like,
Why is this
everything-
cut off?
It used to be so much detail about every single scene, and now I feel like you're just like rushing through everything. Like, what is this conversation gonna be? I want to know.
Honestly, I feel like it was just the story of Exodus was pasted, and I filled in some minimal details to explain where we were until the exciting parts that I actually wanted to get to. So I don't know when those parts are, but in the meantime, it's literally just no scenes with us. We're backseats in our own story.
Yep. The next day
I
we
have
were
joined the
awakened...
hive mind.
Oh no! The next day we were awakened by the scream of a nobleman from across the road. Thank you. Many of whose cattle had already died early in the morning. Many the livestock.
Many the livestock.
Many the livestock of the Egyptians had died, but according to Pharaoh's men's investigation.
Oh yes, the investigation that the Pharaoh's men did, and then somehow we know this information.
Not one animal belonging to the Israelites
Not
died.
one tooth remaining
Not
in
one.
my face hole.
Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron for the 5 billionth time, as was his custom, and told them yet
Why
again.
are we here for this?
I don't
This
know.
is so boring.
That he would not set the Israelites free. Moses and Aaron then walked over to the extinguished braziers that stood on either side of the steps up to the Pharaoh's throne. Moses took a handful of soot from the basket and tossed it in the air. Flew powder power, flew powder power, flew powder power.
Our group clung to Johan. Oh wait, it is flu travel. Our group clung to Johan as the soot became a fine, dusty substance, which then exploded, sending a cloud of fast-spreading dust across the entire land. The dense cloud of dust, however, did not penetrate Johan's circle of protection, which might have had something to do with my birthmark's temperature. What?
Why would you think that?
The dense cloud of dust did not penetrate Johan's circle of protection, which might have had something to do with my birthmark's temperature. Did that happen for the other times, though?
No, I think you're just trying to take credit for his Jewishness.
I could tell, however, that Johan was slightly upset about being surrounded at all times nowadays. Wow, good thing we have this Jewish guy with us. Otherwise, we would have been real sad.
Token Jewish friend.
When the dust settled, Pharaoh was lying on the ground near his throne, moaning. Okay. He shrieked that he would not... Or that he would still not let the Israelites go, and Moses and Aaron left without a word. Man, this guy's stubborn. Johan quickly escorted us back to our room shortly thereafter. We noticed that every person we passed in the hall was lying on the ground, scratching wildly at the festering boils that had popped up over their skin. The disease was pretty bad, and it was rather difficult to explain its effects, so I'm not going to bother. Luckily, we were all safe with Johan. Everyone we passed was in suffering. We looked out the window, noticing that even the nobleman across the street's remaining cattle had the disease. Okay. A servant crawled down the hall, knocked on Jetty's wall, and notified him that Pharaoh had summoned him, but Jetty notified the servant that he felt too bad to come out of his room. Whether Jetty meant this physically or emotionally, we didn't know, but it was clear that he was in agony.
I love that Jenny is just like fallen into a deep depression now.
He's like, oh, woe is me, I am bad at things now. I can't defeat 5 bajillion quintillion flies.
Adventure is suffering, don't you know?
Fair enough.
Let's go on adventure. Next stop is 1300s Europe.
Yay, gotta love the Black Plague.
Woo!
Gotta sample all the pandemics of history.
We're not getting punished, and they are tourism.
Yeah, pretty much.
Super EJ, you idiot. Modern scientists don't know how old Egyptians were mummified. This is valuable info. Yeah, you gotta watch that, squeamish boy.
But clearly I read the like picture book about they used to chop up noses with brains. It's been a while since I studied ancient Egypt, clearly.
so effective.
I don't think that's what I meant, but you know what I was trying to say. When we reached our room, I decided that I was sick and tired, yes please, of shuffling along next to Johan all the time. I needed my personal space. I left Johan's protective ring and found that I didn't instantly get boils on my skin. Yay! Therefore I stayed away till I was sure I wouldn't catch the disease, then went about business as usual. Pharaoh licked his wounds as we explored Egypt some more, marveling at the architecture. It was odd being some of the only people walking around while so many others lay sprawled everywhere in pain. And nobody cares that
Apparently.
nobody's like, help us, fix us with your magic powers. They're just like,
Ouchie.
ow. Oof, Roblox noise. Erica approached me, as I noticed. What was that conversation about with Dad?
I don't know. I just never know.
Erica approached me as I noticed several Israelites sailing down the Nile. I hadn't noticed before, but I now realized that she had telltale red streaks under her eyes, giving away the fact that she'd been crying earlier this morning?
Alright.
You okay, Erica? I asked her. She thought for a moment, then shook her head.
Can we go somewhere private? She asked, her voice
How about
thick
we
with
go
tears.
not to Egypt? Just that would be a great place to go.
I answered in the affirmative.
Affirmative. Explain. Explain.
Concerned about Erica, we took a hike over to an interesting ark, sitting down by its side, alone.
Ark?
Arch? Ark? Well, oh, ark doesn't have an H, right? Wait.
Yes.
Okay. I forgot those were two different words. I'm tired.
Where are we? I lost the place entirely.
What's up?
What's up, I asked.
Well, I just wanted to talk to you.
Why are you crying? About?
Well, I guess it was mostly about your conversation. you
Which
had with
we
your
don't know
father
about
last
yet?
night, which I didn't mean to overhear.
Honestly, I don't want to know anymore. Oh no. What? You heard that? Oh,
Wait, let me just rant a bit. She interrupted.
Exposition time! Thank you,
Let's
writer,
see what happened.
for the signal to the readers. I hate this so much. I'm scared. I haven't proofread this. I haven't seen this in a decade. I don't know what this is gonna be. I am uncomfortable.
I was okay with you telling your dad you would rather not date anyone until you graduated, but when you said that you liked me more than you liked Gwen, but you still liked Gwen a little, I got a little distressed. She told me. Hugging her
They're
knees
both
to her chest.
possessive?
Well, she's just saying she's distressed. She's not saying that I will punch you if you like Gwen. So I mean, that's
Okay,
a
fair
step
enough.
up.
There's no threat of physical violence. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good. That's an improvement.
I turned red, realizing that she had heard the entire conversation. I hadn't really wanted her to know that I liked her. That made it even harder not to date anyone until... Evan, she whispered, shaking
Please
her
stop.
head. She seemed to be fighting tears again. Now what?
Can we give her a plague?
I also heard your conversation with Gwen that night.
What night?
When you had
Oh, that
fallen
night.
asleep on my back and
Oh.
Gwen got mad. She likes you, and if you like her, she trailed off, her voice cracking.
Well,
She took
what
a
about
deep
the whole
breath.
I like this person more than... Does that not give you hope?
I don't know, let her finish her rant.
Okay, continue your rant. Sorry,
Okay.
lady.
Evan, I like you, and I don't want to have to share you or fight over you, she hurriedly finished, quickly leaning against me and hiding her face in my arm. I looked down, unsure as what I should do. Her ears turned pink, and I'd rather...
Hmm? What's to say? What's to say? I can't see anymore because I was pushing on my eyes.
And I'd rather not admit that my heart melted. Oh, I love making girls cry.
Excuse me, what?
I mean, I know it's possible for people to like two people at once, but I just don't understand how, because that's never happened to me. And so I find it hard to believe
I don't think that's happened to me either.
Yeah,
so...
I find it hard to believe that Mr. 13-year-old EJ, who's all like,
He's
oh,
such a
you
Casanova,
girls,
huh?
I hate girls, is all of a sudden like, wait, I like both of them, but I like
I think
this one a
he's
little
just
bit more.
confused.
I think so too.
He's just too much of a blank slate that exists, and then is like, oh wait, now the plot is acting upon me. What do I do?
Sam says, I
Indecision.
crave death! Death! Give it to me! Death!
Same here, Sam. And at least you're not directly involved in this, so you don't have to feel like it's like related to you somehow. I'm trying to divorce myself from this as much as I possibly can.
Ryan says, aren't
boy.
they 11? Why is this a conversation? How is this drama happening?
Look, he says
13,
kiss, kiss,
technically.
kiss, kiss.
They're 13, so it makes a little bit more sense, but
Are
still.
we?
Yikes!
Oh my gosh.
She got distressed because EJ likes Gwen a smidgen teeny tiny bit.
It is not a fool's victory. It's not a clean sweep. Disqualified.
Egyptian likes cats so much, Pharaoh's licking his wounds. Okay.
The next morning, I was satisfactorily rested. Glad
You just
for the...
gave no response to her rant. You're just like, oh, that's so cute that you're crying on me. I won't respond.
Yes, it's leaving it intentionally blank, like that conversation with the dad, which we find out about later. Maybe we'll get an explanation later.
Yeah, Gwen's gonna come up and be like, I heard your conversation with Erica.
Okay.
Let me just rant for a second.
Bruh, I'm so... Why is any of this happening? Can we just, like, chop out this 100 pages or so?
Sam says, I thought it would be cool if I was canon in this universe since all EJ's friends are, but I was wrong. I crave death.
We just see Seb in the background, just, like, covered in boils, going, ah, kill me! Oh, boy.
I love this.
Glad for the 2 nights I had enjoyed of not needing to sleep in a pile, being the closest one to Gwen and Erica. Ugh. I had awakened before any of the others, and wait, was that actually having to be the closest one to the girls? Ugh.
You're so confusing.
That
One
is
second You're like,
confusing.
oh, I'm in love with both of them, and then you're like, ugh, I hate them. Get away from me.
What, didn't he say like, oh, I was the happiest I've ever felt when like falling asleep on Erica, and now he's like,
confused.
ooh, being within 6 feet, gross.
He has issues,
Not
man.
for me, thanks.
He is freaking out.
This is like the meter is going left and right of. I completely lost the thought I was trying to go for. There was a thought, I promise, but it kind of dissolves into nothing, and I don't remember where it is anymore. Anyway, I had awakened before any of the others because I'm such an early riser somehow, and I walked outside before Erica woke up and found me alone, because that's a problem I need to avoid. I needed the fresh air. I still felt like a hot-headed, stupid teenager that acted on instinct. What? It was nearly as bad as yesterday, when my brain had got up and walked away. What? When did my...
I think you're talking about the conversation that we didn't get to see with Erica, maybe.
Replaced by Romeo's shattered wit? My head was still spinning from yesterday. Oh, okay.
Oh, we're about to hear, okay.
Oh, no. I had put my arm around Erica after her rant, telling her that I, in fact, liked her, but we didn't get to see that scene.
Lord.
We're just hearing about it
Here
afterward.
we go.
Oh, no. And then we... What? Oh, no. Why?
Just read it. I'm ready. Bring
And
it
then we had formulated a promise that we would date each other after we graduated in like 5+ years, and I would promise not to let Gwen get to me
Oh boy.
in the hopes that she would just go away on her own when she lost interest. I was pretty sire, my face had blown some blood vessels, and I was definitely sure I had stumbled around and babbled like an idiot for the rest of the day. What is this? What? I was hoping for the rest of our group hadn't noticed. Today, I was making a desperate attempt to wall myself off from all types of romance, and I was determined not to embarrass myself. I was beginning to hate romance. It was more trouble to me than time travel.
Several things. First of all,
What?
you know when you're writing a story and you're building up a ship, and then when the ship actually like gets together, or like mostly gets together, it happens off screen. You know when that is a thing? That's really cool.
And you know also when it
And-
completely goes back on itself and the main character who's involved in it is like, oh no, I shouldn't be doing this. Oh no, I'm gonna die now. Please remove my life from my brain.
Yeah, he's just freaking bipolar all the time. And then
Kinda
also,
is.
I love that like school has like kind of barely been mentioned in this time travel story, and yet that's like graduation is the time where you must date this girl. Is like
Thanks,
it's
Mike Powers.
exactly like it would make more sense if like school was a big thing happening in your life, but you have been time traveling for quite some time.
Oh, if we
I
never
don't
end up
think school
graduating
is
because
your-
the end of Moldy Fart's world happens,
You
does
just
that mean
can't
we
ever
never
date her.
Oh no!
And also-
that was the promise, though. That was the deal.
Didn't both of us actually say something like that to someone at one point in our lives?
Did you?
Yeah.
Then yes.
Wait, no, I actually didn't though. Oh,
Then no.
remember because he wanted to do that, and then I was asking Mom about it. I was like, hey, this is what he said, and she's like, maybe don't do that, because that's kind of a long way off. And I was like, that's smart. And then,
Well, I didn't.
Like-
we didn't make any actual promises then. I mean, I don't think I did either, but that was like the plan.
yeah, I
The
mean, I guess that
thought
kind
process.
of still was the idea, but I never committed to anything, which is
Mhm.
good because we lost interest. Oh, that was so. Wow, I think you were too chicken to actually write the scene of you guys promising that.
Honestly, yes. I'm sure that was probably a part of it, and the other part of it was probably just I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know what that would be like. I cannot put myself into that headspace. Nyeh. Let's just pretend that it happened off screen.
Ryan
screen.
says Erica keeps using Amortentia from Harry Potter, but it keeps wearing.
Amortensia?
That's the love potion, but it keeps wearing off. This is why he keeps
Whoa,
changing
whoa,
his feelings
whoa,
about it
whoa,
constantly.
Plot twist.
Honestly,
Erica secretly knows things as well off screen. We don't get.
I would kind of believe that theory.
That's kind of believable.
Yeah, like when he does like her, he's
It
like,
does-
my heart melted.
Wow.
Oh, but then when he doesn't, he's like, ew.
It's like
get away.
it's like that. What's her face? Who like charmed the Tom
Robin
Riddle guy?
Levine? Oh. The Gaunt girl.
Yes.
What's her name?
Yes.
I forgot her name.
I don't
her name.
remember.
I know her name.
But like the mom of Voldemort.
I know her name.
Sorry, I said his name.
Merope. It's like, it's spelled Merope, I think, but I never knew how to say it.
Sure.
That lady.
Yeah. So it's like that because she like kept giving love potion to this
So-
random Muggle guy to get him to fall in love with her. But then after they had a child, that she like ran out of love potion or something, or like was like, okay, now that we have a child together, now I don't need
Now
to use
he'll
the love
love me.
potion. He'll love me for real. But then when the love potion wore off, he was like, "The frick are you? What's going on? Bye!" And then he just left, and she's like, "Oh no, that did not work."
That reminds me of the book that I read, at the beach, like on the way to the beach and at the beach. It was, it's the backstory of the main villain for the Lunar Chronicles, and her story was messed up, dude. Like, I probably shouldn't get into it now because, like, that would take a while, but, basically she was, like, 15, and she was the Lunar Princess, and she was, like, really good with her lunar gift with, like, you know, her glamour and controlling people and stuff. And she was obsessed with this guard who was like 10 years older than her, and this guard, his name was Everett, and his wife Solstice, she was like real pregnant, and Lavanna, that's the girl, she was all like, oh, I'm really in love with this guy, he has a pregnant wife, that sucks, she's so nice, I don't like that she's so nice, with the frick. And then
Leave them alone. Don't do whatever it is you're thinking about doing.
then-
Take like 10 steps back and then stop.
she like started, she was just like vibing on her own, and she just like decided to make herself look like Solstice, the pregnant wife. And her sister, Shannery, whatever, was like, why are you doing that? You're such a creep. Lol, my little sister's a psycho. And she's like, how dare you tease me? And then Everett saw her, and she was like, I gotta go. And she like ran away. And then Everett's wife went into labor and died. And then Everett's like, she died. And then Lavanna's like 2 seconds after his wife dies, she's like, you love me and I'm in love with you. Yep, I'm 15, you're like 25, marry me right now. And he's like,
No,
no,
what?
you're such
What?
a freak.
No,
And
no,
she basically
no.
like, she literally like uses her mind power to like force him to fall in love with her, and so he makes him like, you know, kiss her and like hug her and be all affectionate and everything. And she also like makes herself look like his dead wife.
That is just mental torture and abuse.
So bad. And when he's like in his like sane moments where he's not being manipulated by her, he's like, "Why are you doing this? This is terrible. You're literally like mentally torturing me." And she's like, "I'm not torturing you. You love me. You know that you love me." And she like genuinely convinced herself that he loves her and that she loves him too, because she has never experienced love in her life because her parents were terrible and her sister was terrible and she was very abused as a child, and like you feel bad for her, but also it's terrible. This man is going to commit
suicide at the first available opportunity.
This is also
he will throw himself from the highest turret.
So sorry, but also not really sorry. And so she like, if she eventually is like, "Okay, I need you to marry me because like, you know, I want to marry
instead
you." And then
poison.
He's like, "I don't freaking want to," and she's like, "Oh, like it's totally your choice, lol." And he knows in his brain, he's like, "No, she's just gonna keep manipulating me." And he like tried to run away to get like out of the palace zone and into like a farther away sector, but the freaking older sister of Levana was like, "Lol, no, I'm having fun watching this drama happen. You gotta stay here, else I'll like kill you." And he's like, "Argh!" And so he literally has to accept her marriage proposal. So he gets married to her like really soon after his wife died, and he has a newborn baby. And Levana's all like, "Yo, I want to get pregnant so that he'll love me," but then that doesn't ever happen. And so she just never actually cares about the actual baby, and she just spends 10 years trying to make this man fall in love with her, and he never does. And she's all
I
like,
wonder why.
And she's like, "Why don't you freaking love me?" And he's like, "'Cause you manipulated me for 10 years. And then
I'm trapped in my own head.
Then once her sister dies, and then she gets to be queen after she like, you know, burns her niece to death, or like almost.
Excuse me, what? That's a very quick thing to gloss over.
Cause her sister Shannery, I don't know how to say it. Shannery? I think it's Shannery. When she
Chandelier.
Shannery is like a really cruel person. That whole family's really cruel. So when Levana was like a child, Shannery was like manipulated her and was like, "Yo, burn yourself in this fire." And so like Levana like got her entire like side of her like completely burned, which is why she puts on such like a glamour all the time, because she doesn't want anyone to see what she really looks like. So after Shannery died of natural causes, she had like a 1-year-old baby, and Levana, that was like the heir to the throne, and Levana became like the queen regent until the girl like Celine became 13, and she was like, "You know, I'd kind of like to be queen. What if like something happened to Celine? Just like And then she, you know, like set a fire in the nursery because she's like, "I'm gonna do what Shannery did to me when I was a kid to her daughter, but I'm nicer because I'm not gonna make the kid live through it and have this trauma for the rest of her life. I'm just gonna kill her." And so that's what happened. But obviously Celine lives, and that's the whole Lunar Chronicles. So then when she becomes the actual queen, and once she finally realizes like there's this big confrontation with Everett and Levana, and he's like, "I'm never actually going to love you. All this entire marriage has been a lie. Everything's terrible. I can't believe that you still think this is gonna happen. I only stayed with you because I had to, and because I was afraid that I would die or something would happen to my daughter if I didn't actually marry you." And then she like finally got through to her that he never loved her and he never will. And so she is the queen now, and she sees on the news that like in Earth, the Eastern Commonwealth, that's like one of the big kingdoms, the queen or the empress just died, and she's like, "Oh, you know, I kind of want to take Earth now because like I want to improve economy for my people here on Luna. This is gonna be great. So, you know, what if I just didn't have a husband and I just married this guy instead? Wouldn't that be cool?" And so she hires a freaking hitman to kill the guy that she manipulated for 10 years to love her. And it happens like in the middle of the night.
Why wouldn't she just convince him to kill himself? He wants to already.
Because she's convinced that like it's better this way, and like nobody will like find out this way or whatever. So she convinces this like old retired thaumaturge guy. He's like, hey, if you kill my husband, then I'll marry you because like, you know, power. And he's not that old.
You realize that I'm like ancient.
Not that old.
I'm old Death's Door.
And so So he like it breaks in the middle of the night and he's all like, oh, shooty, and Evelyn's like, get down, Your Highness, get down, Mr. President, you know. And then he gets like shot 5 million times, and then Levana
5 bajillion times.
exactly. And then Levana grabs a knife and like stabs the thaumaturge because he tricked the thaumaturge too. And she was like, I'm totally gonna marry you, but it's really just so she could kill off her husband and then kill him too, because she doesn't actually want to marry this guy. She just tricked him so that she can make it look like it was like some crazy
This
thaumaturge.
is so
that wanted power.
complicated. There's so much stabbing of backs in this
I
lady.
know, but she's such a
Jesus,
good villain
stop.
because like you can see where her mind is and it's crazy. And so he dies, and his like dying wish is like, oh, take care of my daughter. She genuinely does love him in her very weird way, so she agrees, which is why she takes care of Winter for the next like 10 years until she eventually tries to kill her as well. But that's the book Fairest. It was wild, my dude. It was so disturbing to read, but I loved it.
Holy heck, that was a roller coaster that you just brought us through.
It was. Did you like that, guys?
Super EJ is one of those mean people from school that people avoid. Super EJ is that one kid that everyone is friendly to during the school year, but nobody actually contacts during the summer. That's exactly what actually happened to me, though, every year in real life. Too real, man. McKay, can you believe that in the future, Gen Z music will be old people music?
Whoa.
Wow, thank you, Next, Sour, and Doja Cat.
Wow. That's wild.
Darude Sandstorm.
I blanked out like 10 minutes ago. What the frick is McKay talking about?
She went on like a really long rant about the Lunar Chronicles.
Because it was crazy. Well, that's only the prequel book, Fairest. It's the villain's backstory. The actual books.
Just to let everyone know, the other books are nothing like that.
The other books are not that disturbing, you know.
It's okay, EJ. That used to be me, but that was before Internet. Well, okay, but I have Internet. Anyway, all that to say, yes, your theory is completely canon now. We are now reading this with the mental image in mind that Erica is somehow using magic to make Super EJ. She's influencing Super EJ. She's like, it's like a rope on a horse, just all that muscle being contained by something very fragile, and he's trying to break free, but I don't know what's happening, but something weird's going on. He's having a short circuit in his brain, and he's probably being manipulated by someone somehow. I don't know. I like this theory. Anyway, where did we leave off, honestly?
I don't know. I got really distracted. I think it was.
Oh yeah, we left
pretty
off
sure your
here.
face had blown.
More trouble to me than time travel. I was wandering on my own.
Pretending she's beside me. It's a behavior show.
I was curious to what Moses and Aaron were planning to do next, so I decided to check out the throne room in an attempt to see if Moses and Aaron were going to barge in on Pharaoh again. Oh no. I found that the hall was deserted. Okay. I thought hard. Where could Pharaoh be? I thought... Sorry, I thought. In his room, suffering from the boils? Maybe he's out at the Nile, cleaning his skin, since he goes there every morning.
Helps.
I suddenly heard 2 rapid pairs of huge footsteps behind me. Whoever they were, they seemed to be limping, and they also seemed to be very, very big men. I had just begun to hear the sound and turned to see the source when one of Pharaoh's huge guards, still hurting badly from his skin ailment, bring a huge club down on my head.
Oh.
Did I just get snuck up on and ambushed by 2 gigantic limping Goliaths? How did I not hear or notice
every
until
other time you've been like ninja moves, but this time you're like, oh no.
How did I survive a car-sized rock landing on my head from 50 feet up? But getting bonked by a club is all it took. This man's arms must be gigantic.
Even bigger than Super EJ's.
Wow, that's just unheard of.
Okay, so my new reasoning. Gwen, you love her. I don't like that. Erica, you like her a teensy weensy smidgen. What the frickety frack? Yeah, I mean...
Okay. What if, because I don't think Erica like knows how to do magic or anything yet, unless she's somehow doing this subconsciously. What if Gwen is doing something to Erica to cause this magic thing because No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Just trying to find a source for this explanation.
Oh, is this a Nathan chapter?
Oh boy!
Nathan was worried when he woke up late in the morning to find that Evan was nowhere to be found, and Erica and Gwen, who had awakened before him, had no idea where he was.
Okay, because when the girls don't know where he is, that's when you know it's bad.
They stalk him. He had called Ekapati, who had just returned from Jetty's care the night before, and together they had searched for any clue as to Evan's whereabouts. Finding no sign of him, they had asked Jetty to locate him with a crystal ball or something. Upon entering his room, they found that Jetty was, in fact, already watching something in his crystal ball. One of his apprentices was sitting there with him, holding the crystal ball, while Jetty gazed into it intently. Jetty and his apprentice were both healed from the boils, which was strange. Several of the other apprentices had been in the hall outside the room as well, healed from the boils. Jetty notified Nathan, the girls, and Ekapati that they had healed each other with magic.
Because that wasn't obvious at all. Turning the group's attention back to the crystal ball, Jetty quickly filled them in as to what had happened so far. Pharaoh had Jeremy! Hello, welcome to the stream. How are you? Hope you're having a good one, Shroom. Except says Gwen got kind of mad that EJ chose Erica over her, so she cursed him to never write a decent page of literature for many years.
Oh!
Wow, you're right.
Got him.
Got him.
Got him.
Oh.
Such good.
Very got it. Blah, 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 blah. Where are we? Okay. Pharaoh had gone out to his spot on the Nile to soothe his pains when Moses and Aaron showed up. They went through their usual, "You haven't let us go, now our God is mad," then claimed that if Pharaoh didn't let the Israelites go, the worst hailstorm that has ever... the worst hailstorm that has ever fallen on Egypt from the day it was founded will come upon the land at that time the next day. Ekapati climbed into Djetty's pocket, watching silently, which is important to note for some reason. Djetty motioned for Nathan, Ekapati, and the girls to look into the crystal ball. Upon doing so, they noticed Pharaoh standing there, apparently thinking what to do. Djetty explained that Pharaoh was now slightly worried about what Moses and Aaron would do to them next, and what kind of damage they could do to Egypt.
I will not let your people go! Pharaoh sputtered indecisively. Do what you will, but I will order Jetty and his apprentices to stop the hail.
Oh.
You cannot win, just give up, Pharaoh told them. Moses and Aaron turned and left without another sound. Pharaoh stood there long after Moses and Aaron had left.
Satisfied frog face.
Soon, he ordered a servant to go summon Jetty, his apprentices, or whoever was well enough to meet him. The servant hurried away, and Pharaoh then waddled... Oh, wait. I'm used to you saying waddled. Into the Nile, deep in thought.
After about 5 minutes, clouds began to roll in, darkening the land. Pharaoh looked up apprehensively, as if expecting the hail to begin falling early. Momentarily, the servant returned, followed by several of the apprentices that had been outside Jetty's door a little while ago.
Oh, I'm glad you've arrived, Pharaoh called, emerging from the river. I have a little job for you. You're going to defend Egypt, Pharaoh began.
From the sky? What kind of godly power do you think we have?
A lot. Suddenly, the crystal ball shattered, glass shards flying in every which way. Ekapati shrieked as everyone pulled back quickly.
Wait, doesn't Jetty have those, sulfur bracelets? Why is he able to use a crystal ball?
I don't know. How do those work? Do you have to have magic?
I assume you have to use magic to use a magic crystal ball.
I don't know.
Maybe, because his apprentice is holding it. Maybe that's how it works.
Luckily, no one had been hurt by the glass.
Okay. Who? Gritty jab! How many times have I told you to focus very carefully when using the crystal ball and always release the magic sometimes to make sure the spell doesn't overheat? Jetty yelled at his apprentice. What?
Gritty jab.
Gritty jab. Or gritty jab. Gritty jab. Bruh. Jetty sighed, waving his hand, presumably to repair the crystal ball. When nothing happened, Jetty sighed loudly, motioning for his apprentice to do it. The apprentice rolled his eyes as the shards of glass floated back into place, the spiderweb fractures and cracks healing themselves, eventually reforming the sphere that had originally been the crystal ball. You could just say it got fixed. You don't need to specify that the pieces went back into place and reformed the crystal ball that was originally in the sphere-shacular formation. Now turn it back on, Jetty ordered. At the apprentice's protest, Jetty held up a hand to silence him. I know using it directly after it overheats is not a good idea, but I really want to see this, Jetty argued. Yeah. I love how he just yells at Gurney Jab like, oh, you can't use it too much or it'll overheat. Okay, use it again. But it just overheated. I know! You can survive a glass shard to the eye. I want to see this. Okay.
Poor Gurney Jab.
Poor Gurney Jab. Jetty really wants to like use the remote on this channel. The apprentice sighed as the imagery appeared in the crystal.
Maybe? What do you mean, maybe? Pharaoh was saying. Can you or can you not counteract Moses and Aaron's storm? If you think there's any possibility that you may fail, go tell the people to save everything they have before the hail comes, Pharaoh shouted. In fact, tell them anyway! They can choose whether or not to trust you, Moses and Aaron. Now go! Spread the word, Pharaoh concluded, waving off the apprentice magicians. Once they had left, Pharaoh sighed, putting his hands behind his head and stretching. Suddenly, the two guards approached Pharaoh. Well, what is it? And why do you bring that corpse here?
What?
Dispose of it somewhere
what corpse?
else. Not in my spot on the Nile.
What corpse is this?
Pharaoh shouted, referring to the lifeless form they were dragging behind them.
What?
Nathan gasped. The body was wearing jeans, a t-shirt, and sneakers. What
Excuse me? Oh, that's Super EJ.
Oh, Super EJ's a corpse.
Why am I a corpse? Almost. Also, I love how the Pharaoh is like not questioning that this hailstorm is going to come, and he's just like, all right, tell the people to gather everything to avoid everything dying from the hailstorm. But he's not just like, hey, maybe we should let them go so that we don't have everything crushed by ice balls from the sky. He's not getting the hint here. He's very stubborn.
Yep.
Because you made me look weak in front of the guys, and now I gotta prove myself. I'm tough enough to survive an ice by the face.
Oh, most honorable Pharaoh, began one of the guards. Do you remember how you ordered us to capture any one of those strangely dressed people if we got a chance?
Yes, of course. Is he dead? Answered Pharaoh.
No, he just got knocked out. He might have brain damage, though. The other guard replied, his voice deep.
Nobody knows we got him but us, not even Jetty. Not that he can do much anyway. He's such a powerless lunatic.
Excellent. Kill him right here, right now, and we'll end all that nonsense about Jetty superseding my commands, Pharaoh ordered. One of the guards grinned, lifting the person by both of their arms into a better position to be stabbed in.
This is the proper stabbing position.
While the other drew his sword, the body's head was still limply hanging on his chest. The guards with the sword lifted the person's head by his hair, revealing the person's face, whose features were made invisible because of the blood caked on his face.
Oh.
Wow.
So having a car dropped on his head is not enough to cause blood, but getting bonked by a club, that causes blood.
Yeah.
Apparently. The guard drew the sword back, preparing to stab the unconscious form through the heart. Then the crystal ball shattered again!
No! Gwen, Ethan, and Erica shouted in perfect unison.
No!
Oh dear. ...
By the time the bored and annoyed, he's still bored and annoyed! The apprentice had rebuilt the crystal ball and reinstituted the transmission. Erica was freaking out! Gwen was about to have a heart attack, but not like going outside to fix it. She just wants to watch. She doesn't want to actually save him.
Of course not.
Nathan was about to faint, and Jetty's eyes were huge. As soon as the crystal ball's image was back, all Erica saw was Pharaoh walking back up to the palace. He wasn't even at the same place anymore.
No, no, no! Nathan yelled at the poor apprentice. Make it go back! Find Evan!
This is not a rewindable VHS tape. This is in fact a scrying thing. And how do you expect me to do that? The apprentice snapped back as the crystal exploded yet again, this time a shard cutting the guy's hand. Ah! Don't you know you need to know the name and face of a person? It's the Death Note. Face of a person before you can locate them in a crystal? I've never met your friend, he protested. Erica sighed in frustration. Well, you have seen his face now, and if we tell you his name, bada boom.
His face was obscured by blood.
Oh wow, I don't know what his face looks like when it doesn't have blood on it. The airport floor.
Oops, now it's got blood on it. Gwen, do you have a picture of Evan or something? Erica asked, desperate.
Yes, right beside my heart. Sorry.
Gwen looked at her incredulously. Come on, don't you have like a locket with his picture next to your heart?
Wait, what? How do I keep doing this? I have the same sense of humor as my past self a decade ago, apparently.
Erica yelled. Nathan looked disgusted and horrified until Gwen shook her head. But then Gwen seemed to realize something, and she hurriedly pulled out a folded piece of paper from her pocket. Nathan resumed his fearful expression as Gwen unfolded a photograph. Look at this photograph. Erica snatched it away excitedly, finding that the person on the picture did not resemble Evan in the slightest. Erica laughed. That's not Evan. Ha! You like someone else? Never mind. We gotta go find Evan, Erica shouted. Gwen was about to speak when the apprentice
cut her off. Formatting.
Sorry, can't help you unless you show me what he looks like with magic. What? The apprentice told them, shrugging.
That's the only way.
The crystal's overheated anyway. I love that it overheats like a piece of machinery. It'd probably only give you about a second before it blew again. Look at this graph. Ryan says, Super EJ's invincible. Who does imposter?
Why are they trying to, like, find a picture so that they can reestablish the video feed when he was about to get stabbed? Wouldn't it be better to go out to the river and, like, find his corpse floating down the river and heal him instead of...
Probably.
Oh, whatever. Erica sighed, motioning for Jetty and the others to follow her as she sped out Jetty's wall door. She charged through the throne room, feeling extremely scared, but also slightly happy.
Whose perspective is it from? I thought it was Nathan's. How does he know how she's feeling?
Gonna be honest, I don't know whose perspective it is.
I don't either.
Hold on. I think there was a bleep bleep bleep, so I guess it is maybe Erica's.
Oh, okay, maybe. A bleep bleep bleep.
Gwen liked someone else. What?
How do you know that?
That's a weird connection.
Had a picture of a person.
She just pulled out like a scrap of a newspaper, and it's like an ad for surfboards, and she's like, "Oh, phew, he likes that surfboard man." So she shouldn't be too much of a problem between Evan and Erica now. Wow, Erica reigns. Maybe. Gwen seems to be the kind of person who dated for fun, playing with the emotions of several people at once. Okay, playgirl. Erica was not like that. Evan was the first boy she had ever even...
Are you okay?
No, my brain is like at max capacity. Ever even thought about romantically, and she had only recently been conscious of it. Being in dangerous places strengthened relationships, evidently.
Okay.
So many long, complicated words strung together in sequence. Erica couldn't wait to tell Evan about Gwen's picture.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know. That's really not a big thing to go off of. Unfortunately, it seemed as though Evan had just been... Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. Why are you thinking...
Looks like he got murdered.
I'm slightly happy. Gwen had a picture. It doesn't matter if your boy's been stabbed. Super EJ dead. No, it's fine. His abs are sword resistant. And she feared for his life. As she turned to enter a doorway, she collided with none other than Pharaoh himself, her speed knocking him backwards on his rear. He quickly stood, rubbing his head.
Fell onto rear, rubbed his head.
Did she headbutt him in the face? Is he like a very short man? As Erica scrambled to her legs.
Oh no you don't, Pharaoh called, grabbing the back of her shirt as he took off down the passage.
She took off down the... Oh, she took off down the passage.
The shirt ripped, leaving a strip of material in Pharaoh's hand.
That's not appropriate, sir.
But it also slowed Erica to the point where her feet were ahead of her upper half, and she fell on her back, sliding down the stone passage a few feet.
Okay,
she
momentum.
Dazed from hitting her head so hard.
Oh,
Another concussion for Erica.
Yay. Put it on the counter.
As Pharaoh grabbed her, calling for his guards, his voice seeming to come from a dream. Erica was so dizzy. Then Nathan, Gwen, and Jetty came around the bend, bowling over Pharaoh again. Gwen helped
He deserved it.
Gwen helped Erica to her feet. Once she helped her, she didn't just kick her while she was down.
Ooh.
And together they sped down the passage, reaching the exit and the Nile within seconds.
Super EJ's more important. You gotta work together.
Once they reached the place, they noticed no blood on the ground, so the guards hadn't stabbed him there.
Are you
A
sure?
ray of hope pierced the fog of despair and panic that had settled over Erica.
She smiled at her use of a simile.
Aww. Erica sat down to rest for a moment as Gwen began began scanning the area for clues. Let's split up and look for clues. Jetty and Nathan quickly arrived, saying that upon their rather difficult interrogation of Pharaoh, he had finally, after several threats, been forced to say that he told his guards to throw Evan in a field, one that he wouldn't know which, and tell the apprentices not to protect that field, so he'd be squashed by Moses and Aaron's own curse.
Why?
He thought of it as killing 2 vipers with 1 rock. What? My head hurts.
3 different layers of why. You were about to stab, and then he's like, wait, hold on. It would be so much more poetic and cool to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but use a different phrase if we don't stab him right now. If we instead leave him knocked out and just chuck him in a random field. Don't even tell me which field it is, because I just don't want to know. But also tell the apprentices who are going to protect the sky to not protect that spot, so that he'll get squashed, but everything else won't. And that's my brilliant, good plan to make sure that this guy that I want dead dies, even though I could stab him right now.
Classic.
And then I leave, assuming the killing device has achieved its purpose, as all good villains do. Just to give people the chance to rescue them for some reason. That is the most ridiculous, stupid ex machina whatever the heck in the world. Anyway, Evan had been frozen somewhere to die, and even Pharaoh didn't know where he was. Now what? How could they figure out which guards it had been? Why don't you just use the crystal ball? Like, give it a second or 2 to not overheat. You got until tomorrow. Also, he's just knocked out. Maybe he'll wake up and stand up and walk away before the hail hits him in the face. Okay. They had less than 24 hours to find him and rescue him. He can wake up himself. Rescue. Assuming he didn't die before the hail began to fall. Okay, that's the only valid point you have. He has blood on his head. You in the middle of the darkest night, it is true. I will rescue you. I just got so tired. I don't know what's going on.
Bark.
Sorry.
Whoa.
What? You like surfboard men?
Whoa.
Had Evan ever even evaded evangelism? Meh. Eventually, Evan evaluated every evidence evilly. I don't know what I'm...
I don't either. Oh boy.
Super EJ's invincible. Who is this imposter? Alright. Physical contact with a female. Oh no.
Ah!
Chapter 19.
Wow! It was dark when Evan woke up at first.
He's safe. We
Evan
did it.
assumed it was a nightmare, but then realized that far off on the horizon there was an area where the dense black clouds did not cover the sky,
What?
and a small bit of sunlight was visible.
What?
I tried to focus my eyes on the terrain around me, finding it difficult to keep my eyes from crossing.
Okay.
There was a dull, throbbing pain on my forehead.
Is it as bad as being hit by our truck?
I reached up with sluggish reflexes, feeling the huge bloody lump on my head where the guard had clubbed me.
I'm so upset that does less damage, or that did more damage than a car-sized rock.
At least I hadn't lost my memory like Johan probably would have.
Because I'm just so much better. My brain functions are protected by a layer of tumor.
I tried to sit up, finding that my headache protested severely against this. I collapsed back to the ground, feeling the dried blood on my face crack as I made a pained expression. That's a lot of blood. Lightning cracked, illuminating the area near me, followed by thunder instantly after.
Oh.
Wow.
I was able to discern from my spot on the ground that I was in a field... that I was in a field of some sort of Egyptian crop. I was furthermore able to tell that the entire land of Egypt was covered in dense, dark clouds. The entire land seemed to be stuck in nighttime. I felt a drop of rain hit my blood-caked cheek. Were Moses and Aaron making it rain, or what? It seemed like the Egyptian guards had thrown me unceremoniously to the ground, leaving me to die. Luckily for me, I had not died, though I was dehydrated and very thirsty. That's kind of what dehydrated means. I felt some more raindrops hit me, and I smiled at my use of simile. Hearing more blood on my face crack. Perfect. Water. I opened my mouth, hoping a drop or two would grace my
Then the
tongue.
hail hit you in the face and knocked your teeth. Not one tooth remained.
My face hole. All that happened was a stray bug flew in, which I had to spit out. I heard a hissing sound behind me, and I turned my head slowly to find a king cobra, as menacing as the staff snakes had been. As I lifted my head slowly, the snake's hissing lessened. Okay. As soon as my head was a foot off the ground, the snake resumed its course. What? Why is getting up causing the snake to be like, alright, you're good? But when I was laying down, it was like, oh, danger. I got nervous as the snake got closer and closer to me. Once it reached the spot right underneath my head, I nearly ran? Am I not on my back lifting my head and the snake's like, and I'm like, let me run now. But then I noticed how young it was. Then I noticed the serpent disappeared down the hole that had been right underneath my head.
Wow.
Guess the little guy just wanted to get home.
The thunder and lightning continued.
There's a human's head on my front door. Honey, did you redecorate?
Okay, he's moving. Okay, I'm coming home now. That's mildly entertaining.
The thunder and lightning continued as
Very,
the
very
storm began
frightening.
to pour a little harder than a drizzle, soon escalating into a full-force storm. Torrents of water falling upon me. I still laid there, seeing nothing wrong with getting a little wet while I got to drink, the sky pouring buckets of water down upon the earth relentlessly. I kept my mouth open, getting enough water to quench my thirst surprisingly quickly. That was a lot of rain.
Yeah.
Suddenly, I was hit in the gut by a little pebble. I
Ow.
looked down to examine it, finding another as it hit my chest. Was someone throwing rocks at me? It's Sasquatch!
No, it's the guys who were in our backyard a long time
Sasquatch.
ago.
That's my Bigfoot
Yes.
experience.
That no.
It is.
We saw the people throwing rocks at us.
I'm gonna claim it's a Bigfoot sighting.
It was Bigfoot. We were
It
in
was
our backyard with our neighbors, and then suddenly Bigfoot was throwing rocks at us, and we were like, "Why is it raining rocks? Oh, it's Bigfoot in our backyard."
It's a squatch.
Ah.
And you know, it was just so traumatic that our brain filled in, like our brain erased the squatch, and it put that random guy in the place of him. So we remember it as a person, but it was
Aliens.
it was a Sasquatch.
It was the Sasquatch, yes.
We were talking about Bigfoot a lot on the beach trip, so that's why I'm attributing everything to Sasquatch right now.
Something like here.
I sat up slowly and examined the stones. They were cold. It was ice, but the ice had a bit of yellow in it. Pee!
No.
Why not?
It's just God peeing, and
Yeah.
it's freezing as it falls to
God,
earth.
it pees on the Egyptians. I was hit in the chest by a slightly larger ice lump about the size of a golf ball. I looked up just in time to get hit just under the eye by another hailstone drop
My
from the
lump!
sky. That was going to leave a bruise. Hailing in the desert, I thought. I suppose it was
happens.
possible.
Okay.
I struggled to get to my feet, noticing that I didn't have shoes on, and the mud squeezed between my toes. Ew, feet.
What
Ugh,
happened to your
escapees.
shoes?
Had the guards stolen my shoes?
Probably.
I needed to get inside to escape the ice bombs. I got hit by another hailstone, this time as big as a baseball. I looked
Ow.
up. Were they getting bigger? Yes, because you just said that. I got hit by another. Wait. My answer came as a hailstone the size of a basketball crashed into the
Wow.
ground an inch from my feet.
That would have shattered my neck, but totally not. Getting hit by a giant stone as large as a car.
Nope. My answer came as, accompanied by the freezing cold rain, the hailstones rained down thick and numerous upon the entire land of Egypt. How do you know it's upon the entire land of Egypt? I managed to dodge one by looking up at the sky and avoiding the cinder block.
It's an
ice one.
anvil avoidation game.
Yes.
Wow. So clearly, if the hail has sulfur in it, then it must have been God. No magic associated here.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't do magic with sulfur things.
Yeah.
That's how it works for some reason. Because sulfur just chemical properties, man.
It does something to you.
Yeah, it does. It do that. It do be that. Suddenly, a hailstone lined by fire popped through the clouds.
Why is Papa Monkey out there?
He took a walk, I think.
Oh.
He left a while ago. Suddenly, a hailstone lined by fire popped through the clouds, headed for the ground to my left. It crashed to the ground about 20 feet away, lighting the field of crops on fire. I fought my way to the flaming and smoking crater for some reason that had been caused by the flaming hailstone. I tried not to walk over it too quickly lest my headache split my skull. When I arrived, I found what appeared to be the remains of a meteorite in a small clearing of incinerated crops. Another meteor shower? Another meteor shower. Oh yeah, I guess there was a meteor shower. With bigger rocks, I knelt by the edge of the clearing where the crops still burned. And thinking hard. Wait, what? Where the crops still burned, thinking hard for some reason. I was then hit in the head by an ice block the size of a trash can, which should have literally killed me. Directly on the lump I had already received. Bruh. I had been knocked out by blows to the head too often since I'd gotten the machine. I cursed all large objects that had ever landed on my head as I fell through the infinite blackness that swallowed my mind yet again.
So you should be dead.
I really should. My head is like a watermelon, just...
Oh no! You can do the thing where you put a bunch of rubber bands around your head until it splits open.
No! Oh no!
Jetty was rather
I should
annoying.
be like flattened, just... But what really happened is probably thunk crack. I'm just like...
Curse you! Oh,
curse you, Sky!
Jetty was rather annoyed. Not only had none of the guards known what Jetty was talking about when he mentioned the kid being knocked out earlier that morning and dumped in a field to die, but when they had finally pinned down the two correct guards, they themselves didn't know where they had thrown him. Great!
Hey, we just threw him in the field somewhere. Like we said, I didn't pay attention to which field it was. It was just some guy's field. And I was like, hey, that's a good field. Okay, cool, bye.
They claimed to have just wandered around a little, goofed around, chosen a random field to deposit Evan in, and attempted to find their way back. The guards had absolutely no clue where he was, besides that he was in a field along the Nile, which is where they had told the apprentices not to protect.
Yeah, just let all the fields near the Nile die. That's good
gotta
enough.
be lots of miles.
Jetty had quickly cancelled the guard's command not to protect the field. Okay, so he's saying protect that stuff actually, sorry guys. And he was searching with Erica for Evan in the fields along the Nile. What about everyone else? All the other NPCs?
They just don't care about Evan.
Nobody else cares as much as Erica does. He had left Ekipati in the room to keep him safe. Gwen had taken Nathan back to the room to explain the situation to Evan's dad and Johan, who were the only ones unaware of the situation. Why they needed multiple people to do that, nobody knows. Just to keep them out of the action. Evan's dad, Gwen, Johan, and Nathan would then split into smaller groups to search for Evan in different areas of the Nile's fields. They were probably already searching by now, as Gwen had left with Nathan ages ago. It was now early in the morning, and thick black clouds covered the sky. Erica was getting restless. They still hadn't found Evan, though they may have already passed him, as it was easy to miss something in the shoulder-high fields of plants along the Nile. Jetty had few clues as to Evan's whereabouts, no magic at his disposal, and no power over the Egyptian people, as they had now gave him respect only as the failure magician. The situation was dire.
Far off in the horizon, the sun shone a little, while the rest of the world was drowned out by the oppressive clouds. Jetty thought he heard movement behind him, but when he turned, all he heard was the hissing of a snake. Jetty quickly quickened his pace, trying to cover as much ground as quickly as possible. That was a lot of quickly. A lightning crashed, striking something nearby. The field that had been struck caught fire as Jetty felt her drum.
I was about to say, what are the chances lightning struck EJ and revived his heart and he's
like
back?
Frankenstein. Oh, I hope I've taught them well enough to manage on their own, Jetty thought nervously, referring to his sometimes...
This is from Jetty's perspective?
Apparently.
Huh.
This was their last chance to save Evan. If they didn't find him right then, they would have to turn back empty-handed. As cruel as that would sound, Jetty didn't want to die either, so he would have to insist upon dragging Erica away from the search in time for he and Erica to get back to shelter.
I thought the apprentices were literally like gonna protect the entire sky. Aren't they good? Shouldn't they be fine to walk around and do whatever?
Jetty knew from personal experience that the hailstorms in Egypt could be lethal, and since Moses and Aaron claimed that this one was going to be even worse, Jetty didn't want to be outside when the hailstones began to fall. Another monstrous roll of thunder shook Jetty's heart, and the rain began falling harder. Jetty sighed. This was it then. The hail would begin any second. Jetty and Erica had to turn back. Hopefully one of the others had found Evan. Alive, ...
Or dead. Dead works too.
Erica, I'm afraid we have to turn back.
Jetty called over the raging thunder. The raging thunder. Erica frowned, shaking her head.
Erica, I must insist. If we don't get inside, I promise you, we will probably die. Now come, there's always a chance that one of the others found him.
Jetty began as a pebble-sized hailstone hit Erica in the head, as if reinforcing Jetty's point. Erica hung her head, crestfallen. Jetty noticed a tear, even though it's raining, forming at the corner of her eye as she plodded back towards Jetty sullenly. An egg-sized hailstone struck Jetty's golden bracelet.
Come, we must hurry. We must run if we are to find shelter in time. The hail is growing fast,
Jetty urged, breaking into a jog. Erica sped up to a fast walk, but seemed unwilling to leave without having found Evan. Jetty stopped, waiting for Erica, as a brick-sized hailstone crashed into the ground near Erica's feet.
Come on, Jetty called. What did you expect us to do? Comb the whole Nile River for 1,001 nights and eventually find him? Sometimes things cannot be done. Now run, or I may have to carry you, Jetty called.
That quickened Erica's pace, though it did not improve her mood.
Jetty rolled his eyes as they ran back the way they had come. Jetty hoped they would run across a house or something, as he knew there was no way they'd be able to cover the entire area they had searched all last night. Suddenly, a ball of fire fell through the clouds, crashing near the ground to their right, leaving the Nile on his left. Jetty's curiosity overwhelmed him. Jetty slid in the mud as he halted and changed directions, heading for the strange fireball. Okay.
Jetty? This way? Erica rebuked. Wouldn't it be better to just jump in the water? Because, like, little hailstones this big or whatever, they're just gonna go ploop and then float to the surface. So if you're, like, just underwater a little bit, then...
You hold your breath and die?
Well, you get up and take a breath and then have your teeth knocked out by her. Okay, maybe it's not the best plan, but if you need some kind of shelter and you got nothing else, whatever.
I have to know what that thing was, Jetty replied. If Moses and Aaron have flaming hailstones, I want to know about it.
Why do you want to know about it at the business end of fire raining?
Boy, I don't know.
Fine, Erica sighed, dodging an incredibly huge, larger-than-life-sized statue... Wait, what? Larger-than-life-size statue-sized tent size in modern-day comparison.
What?
Hailstone.
Why? I hate your descriptions.
Hold up. No. Okay. Just delete, replace no. Wow, just because it's told from Jetty's perspective and he only knows ancient Egypt things, so you can't compare it to like a tent size. There's nothing, no other object even remotely close. You can't say like hippo-sized. You can't say like...
Tent is not even a...
Tent is a thing. Tent is a thing that exists.
But also it's not even like a uniform size. There's all kinds of sizes of tents.
Well, okay. Anyway, that happens. But make it quick, she ordered, charging towards where the flaming fireball had landed. It appeared to be too late for shelter. Erica and Jetty were in trouble. Jetty was now more concerned with the sky than his feet, and he tripped over something in his attempts to avoid incoming ice balls. As he stumbled into the clearing, which was lighting all the plants around it on fire because of the flaming crater in the center of the clearing, Jetty's attention was immediately focused on the crater. What? Jetty cautiously approached the crater. Erica was still as the side of the clearing, staring with wide eyes at something on the outer edge of the perimeter. My mental image is shattered. Jetty ripped his gaze from the crater just as Erica let loose a little squeak, running to the thing she saw. Gingers are hydrophobic.
It's not quite.
Jetty looked at the shape, which was on fire, the flames fighting the rain in their attempts to dominate the body's shirt, which is indeed what it was, a body.
Okay.
So I'm pulling an Anakin Skywalker right now.
Hello, Jade Dragon.
Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yes, large stone sized. Yes, that also is a fair description. I closed the curtain. Why are you making noise?
I don't know.
Who gave you permission to make noise?
Oh, not anyone.
No one?
No one.
Well, then what should you do?
Chetty immediately knew by the pants that it was Evan. He's such recognizable pants there.
Man, look at those pants. Those are on fleek. Therefore, it is the man with the perfect style.
No, but you hate being a fashionable teenager who's obsessed with that.
But he's just so cool in every way. It oozes from him. You can tell just because, like, the way he is, that his pants are cool because he is cool. Even if he doesn't focus on making his pants cool. He is Ethan Cool Pants.
Ooh, you got a sandwich? That makes me want to eat something. I don't know what.
Get something to eat. No! I should have done this instead of this. Stop trying to consume me.
I'm so tired and I don't know why. It must just be residual from the beach trip.
Beach does do that.
Yeah, especially because yesterday I also had therapy, which is also kind of tiring. And then today we did stuff we watched the thing and then we came here. So yeah. I haven't actually had a full day to not do anything yet.
Haven't had a decompression?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he seemed to be dead as his shirt was burning.
Where's Mom in all this? Isn't she supposed to be watching us and coming to help when things are going bad?
She got distracted.
This seems like the kind of thing where we would need some help.
Jenny noticed a huge block of ice next to Evan as Erica attempted to extinguish the flames that now tried to consume Evan's shirt. Figuring that Erica could handle the situation, Jenny studied.
It's only fire on a person and he can't stop, drop, and roll.
Jenny studied the rock and stood in the middle of the crater. It had subtle streaks of yellow through it, looking strangely like another substance he knew too well. But why were rocks falling from the sky? Was this extremely dangerous hail or what? Another hailstone crashed to the ground directly in front of the crater. The ice block, about the size of a loaf of bread, also had some parts of the ice that looked suspiciously yellow. It is Pete! Jenny realized that his apprentices wouldn't be able to rescue anything from the falling hail. Even if Jetty had been able to use magic, he would have been helpless to stop the falling objects. Another huge ball of fire fell from the sky, with a sound greater than a swarm of locusts crashing to the ground somewhere in the distance. Jenny dodged an elephant-sized hailstone as yet another gigantic flaming fireball streaked across the cloudy sky, outlined by the lightning. The sky was now pouring with an inescapable shower in the fiery bomb hailstones of all sizes, the large ones being easier to dodge than the common egg-sized ones.
Okay.
The giant flaming hailstones screamed with a sound louder than anything he had ever heard, except maybe the frogs, as they crashed into the ground. Many of them bored huge holes in the ground. Jetty approached Erica, hailstones bouncing off his wet head as they walked. Erica had her ear pressed against Evan's chest. She was in a frenzy trying to discern Evan's situation.
CPR! Jetty! Erica called over the lightning, rain, and crashing objects as she pulled Evan's unconscious form out of the way of a huge ice chunk. I can't tell if he's breathing in this rain. I can't hear if his heart is beating, and the rain is making his skin so cold I can't tell if he's alive! Erica shouted, sounding distraught. Jetty knelt beside her as she gripped Evan's wrist and held her fingers on his neck simultaneously, his head in her lap.
Do you think I'll be able to do anything different than you? Jenny screamed over the howl of the wind and the sound of objects hitting the ground. I'm useless without magic, he yelled. Well, if you're nothing without the suit, then you shouldn't have it.
Ooh!
Erica shook her head, bending over Evan in another attempt to feel his pulse. Her hair whenever you try to say hail, you say hair. When I try to say hair, I say hail. Falling into his face, Erica waited a moment.
I will point out they're like in a Category 5 hurricane, and they're like, let's try to figure out if he's alive, instead of like, let's get out of here, and dragging him along, whether he's alive or dead.
This is true.
I think he's alive! She cried in joy, because of course he is. He's got plot armor. He's the main character. He's gotta survive. Help me get him to A boulder wreathed in flame crashed into the elephant-sized ice block that I totally remembered behind Jetty, and Erica and he were forced to drag Evan out of the way of the fire and shattering ice. They have fast reflexes. The crops in the field were now all flattened, lying flat on the ground, because that's how flattenation works. And the sheer number of hailstones falling upon the land caused a layer of egg-sized ice chunks that made the ground look like an icy tundra. Many icebergs, formed by giant ice pieces that had already landed, dotted the landscape, and the falling objects were constantly hitting them. The Nile was a river of reed pulp or mayonnaise.
What?
Mayonnaise?
I don't see any connection.
Hold up, let's figure out the logic here. Has it pulverized all of the reeds into pulp and make the river look like it's white? No, wait, it's because there's all the hailstones in it and it looks like a slushy because of all the like ice floating on the surface. And why would I call it mayonnaise though?
I have literally no idea. Why?
By the way, a river of reed pulp is also known as mayonnaise.
What?
Did I research how you make mayonnaise and it happens to involve reed pulp?
I don't know, I'm so confused.
What is happening?
What is going on?
Anyway, mayonnaise aside, so much ice floating along the top of the water that the river's movement looked like a solid glacier's slow crawl. Once again, no idea how that relates to mayonnaise. Ice dominated the land, and Jetty shivered violently. Erica cradled Evan's head in her hands. Oh, such affection for some reason, while there's baseball ice is trying to keep him from getting hit by falling objects as they tried to ignore the shabty-sized, or football-sized, hailstones that were relentlessly striking them. The sky was not even visible anymore. All that existed was white ice blocks, occasionally interrupted by falling flame balls.
I hate the little parenthetical interruptions of weirdness.
I hate how it's like, oh, this is told from Jetty's perspective, therefore, yeah, a shabty. That's about the size of a shabty. What's a shabty?
I have absolutely no idea.
But for you modern people, it's like a football sized. Okay.
I hate this.
Okay, Google. What is a shabty? Okay, Google. It doesn't want to. It's angry at me. It does not want to.
Ryan says,
What
so
is
sorry, Evica fans, but good news for Gwen fans. So I have a theory. Gwen had a picture. Erica said it was not Evan. Perhaps the picture was of an older Evan.
Oh.
Gwen had it because she is the one that is with older Evan. Possibly Albert is her son. Just making guesses though. Interesting context clues. I mean, I feel like if it was older Evan, he would still look somewhat like Evan though. Well, I don't know. When you're 13, you can look pretty different. I don't know. I do not see the connection either, but I put mayo on my sandwich.
It could. It could also be a picture of the like pre-reincarnation alien Evan.
Oh, and she was
Something.
like, oh, I totally have a... Oh, wait, I forgot. Oh, silly me, it is not his face anymore. No.
Yes, exactly like that, except stupid. Okay, what is a shabti? Ushabti. The Ushabti was a funerary figurine used in ancient Egyptian funerary practices. The Egyptological term is derived from bird rectangle foot semicircle / man which replaced earlier crown noose foot semicircle / man. Perhaps the Nipsha of Why are there hieroglyphs on my phone? Rectangle with doubleness. Noose with tangly knot. Foot. Spearhead. Schweb. Pereshatrede. Thanks, Wikipedia. That helped a lot. Yeah, this is what I actually wanted. What is a shabti used for? Shabtis are statuettes that were made to be placed within ancient Egyptian burials. That's perfect. That's fine. That's all I needed. I just needed to know it's a statue. Why?
My goodness.
My phone should never try to speak to me in hieroglyphics again. Hey, Stormfroggo, welcome back.
Hi, did you bring a detective too?
Murder at Mason Mansion reference. Anyway, what are we doing?
Reading.
Yes. Jetty noticed that a nearby... sorry, I was trying to make sure we didn't miss anything. Jetty noticed that a nearby giant outcropping of ice was protecting a little area from the falling ice. Jetty didn't even try to speak, knowing he would be drowned out by the enormous roar. He motioned for Erica to follow him to the shelter of the iceberg, knowing that they had to escape from the constant...
Oh boy.
Wenthel-sized, basketball-sized, ice chunks that were now hitting them before the objects grew still larger. Okay, Google. Okay, Google. Okay, what is a Wenthel?
Here's the definition of wonderful. Inspiring delight, pleasure, or admiration. Extremely good, marvelous.
Thank you.
No.
No.
I don't know why I'm yawning all the time.
What is a Wenfowl? Econo Lodge, Petersburg, Fort Lee Hotel. Book now, Choice Hotels.
No.
Prebid-attendance.pdf.
No.
Proven natural testosterone booster. What? Rigatoni?
Rigatoni.
The following of Christ. Excuse me? None of this is even remotely relevant to whatever the heck a Wenthel is. Missing Wenthel. Must include Wenthel. Yes, please. It's just good. It's sending me everything on the internet because it doesn't know what that is either.
How did you find
What is a
something?
Wenthel?
Put like Egypt or something.
The Humphrey Wentel trap. That's not it. Example of tree creation with cart reserved classification mini tab.
What if you literally just made up a word to like be like, oh, this was totally an Egyptian object?
That's probably what I did. It's probably the same as the Deloto skater or Deloto skate. What was it? Deloto skater? I don't know what that is.
Remember.
Did I just try to Google something that didn't exist for like 2 minutes?
Maybe, I don't know.
I think I probably did. It makes no sense because half of them are real things like shabties and half of them are made up things like Furt-Youngies.
Furt-Youngie. I want the Furt-Youngie sized piece of hail.
Oh my gosh. Okay. If the growing lumps of ice got any bigger, they would be breaking bones instead of just leaving serious bruises like they were then, and Jetty and Erica would die, battered and bruised to death, along with Evan. Who cares? Erica struggled to stand, lifting Evan into a standing position. Jetty rushed to her aid, taking Evan from her embrace, and they ran for the glacier's protection. Evan over Jetty's shoulder, though Jetty was very old. Sorry. They made it as another giant fireball, this one about the size of a truck, crashed into the house-sized glacier.
Wait, how does Jetty know what a truck is, though?
Oh! It did not have a parenthetical explanation! Crashed into the house-sized glacier by which Erica and Jetty were sheltered. A part of the glacier broke off, crashing down atop the wet trio of people. Sorry, atop the trio of wet people. Erica and Jetty were now pinned beneath a giant block of ice, hidden in a little cavern which protected them from the outside storm. Erica and Jetty sat, breathing hard, Evan on the ground between them. They could see their own breath. Oh, and it continues. And could actually hear themselves think after the constant noise they had heard a moment before. Jetty's ears rang as the large clay jar-sized why do you need an explanation for what a large clay jar-sized is?
I don't know.
Hailstones piled up on the ice roof above them, encasing them in a protective cocoon of ice. The impact on the ice roof above their heads sounded like pebbles hitting thousands of papyrus sheets. It sounded like a mixture between rocks hitting glass and marbles hitting balloons, which... my brain refuses to accept what I'm reading. The ice didn't break, however hard the roof was struck by... What? The ice didn't break, however hard... The ice didn't break, however hard the roof was struck by the falling objects. They were safe. Or so Jetty thought. The same giant rock that had cracked the roof of the glacier in the first place then melted through the glacier upon which it had landed and fell off. It hit their roof, distorted through the icy window above, and the protective encasing shattered but did not collapse or fall. What is happening? I cannot keep track.
I'm not even trying.
Through the cracked ice, Jetty watched the massive rock melt the ice around it with flames, soon extinguishing its own heat with the water resulting from doing so. Stop your scientific explanations. I'm gonna strangle my 11-year-old self. Jetty was pleased when the rock stopped sinking into their roof. Now they were safe. Jetty and Erica smiled tiredly at each other in their cocoon of ice that they will never escape without death. Evan groaned weakly, moving his head a little.
Evan! Erica cried, her voice
hate you.
loud.
I'm sorry.
From being in the ice chamber, she crawled over to him in the short ice
Let him
room,
die.
sitting cross-legged.
Just let the glacier fall on him. It's already shattered.
Gently hoisting Evan into her lap.
Stop it.
All of him into her lap?
Stop it.
She supported his head with one hand while grabbing Evan's hand and holding it to his chest.
My image is mental is still not there.
His chest with her other hand as she began to assess his injuries.
Probably many.
Jetty was a little envious of her blanket.
Bruh.
Oh, human blanket. He was frozen.
Is he?
Jetty stretched, feeling his old joints pop. Pop rocks.
Oh,
Erica,
crinkly crink.
Erica gingerly scrubbed Evan's wet face in an attempt to wash off some of the blood. Suddenly, Evan's eyelids half opened and he saw Erica. Evan struggled to focus, blinking repeatedly to clear his vision. Then he saw her. Erica and Evan stared into each other's eyes, his blue eyes gazing into her hazel. They locked gazes for a moment. Then they both smiled. And as they smiled, Jetty rolled his eyes and looked away, because everyone hates romance! Ew, girls! He didn't want to see any impulsive, affectionate actions or anything.
Bro, this man is half dead and frozen and probably isn't not aware of what's happening. He needs medical attention.
This turned out to be unnecessary, however, as Evan's eyes closed again after that, and he returned to his originally unconscious state. I love how literally every person in the story, regardless of age,
they all have
of
the
maturity,
same brain.
have the same outlook on any sort of relationships. They're just like, ew, I'm not looking at that. Oh, his feet, these.
His feet, these.
Like, immortal wizard men, hate it. Little lizards, hate it. 13-year-old boys, hate it. Nobody's allowed to have any different outlook on romance.
It's so true. It's so true. There's no diversity of perspective here.
No PDA during the plays.
Good Loogie says, taste of coffee, feeling of home.
I agree. Benjamin was kind of sweet, not gonna lie.
Benjamin?
I feel like he's her best
I can't
option.
look that way. I slipped on my neck funny. I can't, turn that direction anymore. My neck hurts. It's probably because I got hit by a giant ice block.
You've been struck by a smooth criminal.
Okay. Evan woke up slowly, feeling as though he was still in a dream. It's
only just a dream. I've been thinking about you, thinking about me, thinking about us, what we gonna be. Open my eyes, and it was only just a dream. Sorry, I'm so tired.
I feel like that was a Dance Dance Revolution song that I've danced to,
really?
and I've heard this one before.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was like one of the slower beats per minute one. Yeah, you didn't do the notes justice though. You were like singing at the same note the whole time, and I was just like, I think this is familiar. Now I got it. Okay.
I've only heard it a couple times.
Fair enough, fair enough. As I regained awareness of my surroundings, I noticed at first that I was very cold. I opened my eyes, finding myself in our room. Ah, we're alive. I was covered by what seemed to be every sheet in the palace, but was really only about a third of the sheets in our room. I couldn't remember how I had gotten there. The last thing I could amnesia!
No.
The last thing I could remember was being hit in the head by a huge ice cube.
That's one way to put it.
I had also had two strange dreams. All I remembered from the first was Erica's angelic face, outlined by white, her smile shining down upon me, her pretty brown eyes kindly staring into mine, sparkling with what? Playfulness? Affection? Oh, what did it matter? The second was Erica outlined by the dark wall behind her. She's a demon now. She was kneeling / sitting beside me on a bed, and she looked really tired. She was trying to stay awake as she dabbed my forehead.
Just kidding.
With a wet cloth. She then collapsed from exhaustion, falling forward, her cheek on my chest, sound asleep. That sounds uncomfortable. I had tried to look. Sorry, I like my brain is lagging. Look down at my dream, failing to do so. Was it a dream then? Erica's breathing matched mine. Has she not like face not breathe proper? Okay. Then the wet cloth had fallen from her hand, and the sound it made when it hit the ground woke Erica with a start. Then my vision got hazy again, and I remembered no more. What did it mean? Why would you not think this is real? Why would you not make that connection? Nothing. It was just a dream. I was obsessed, was I? I needed mental help. You need a brain cell. I shoved romantic kinds of thoughts from my mind as I slowly tried to sit up, trying not to reinstitute my splitting headache. I found Gwen sitting on my bed, leaning against my legs as she read one of my books.
Books that you wrote because you're such an author.
Wow.
Also, during this scenario, I bet Erica looked at you and was like, "You drool when you sleep." Ah ha ha ha! That's how you know it's gonna be a good ship.
Thanks, Percibeth.
Percibeth.
Hoopla!
Percibeth's such a good ship. Don't you like them?
Sure. I haven't read those books in a long time.
Same. I mean, only a couple years ago for me, not as many as for you. But they were good. I don't like them. You know who I don't like? I had no one in mind when I said that. Now I have to think of someone. You know who I don't like?
Me.
You know who I don't like?
Those people you were mentioning earlier?
Who was I mentioning?
EJ and someone?
No, I love them.
Someone else then.
I don't really like Carlos.
How about
that much.
Lavanna and Everett?
Yeah, I kind of hate that. I mean,
Who wouldn't hate that?
I pity Lavanna, but also
Pitiful.
stop. You know, please stop. Get some therapy.
Stop it. Get some help.
Honestly, like, ooh, that's a yikes.
What happened?
But you can see how she would believe that she's genuinely a lot better than her parents and her sister were. You can see how she thinks she's a good queen, but she's not. And that's how you know it's a good villain, because you can see things from her perspective. Because it's always bad when you write a villain who's just bad for the sake of being bad.
Hey, I have decided I like evil. Twirls mustache.
I've been dying.
What happened? I asked. Gwen put the book down, turning to rest on my stomach.
Stop hitting on him.
What? Forcing me to lie back down in my attempt to escape from her.
Relax, Evan. No end quotation, she told me, propping herself up on her elbows, which dug into my ribs, hurting and tickling slightly.
Excuse!
First of all, Nathan, Erica, and I were wondering where you were 2 mornings ago, so we went to Jetty's room.
2 mornings ago.
He told us that in the crystal ball, he had watched Moses and Aaron claim that there was going to be a big hailstorm.
Oh man.
And we saw 2 guards drag
We already know all
unconscious
this.
you to Pharaoh, who told them to throw you in the middle of a field. Erica and Jenny went to search one way, and your dad and Johan went another way.
We don't need the giant chunk of exposition.
While Nathan and I searched another place for you, I was really worried when we couldn't find you, even after we stayed up all night looking. Gwen
This would
stated off
take
with
a
a smile.
whole page if it was like actual book-size pages.
We noticed the thick clouds and headed back, finding Johan and your dad were already back here. We waited long into the storm, which got really bad, but when Erica, Jenny, and you never came back, I got nervous.
I don't
The apprentices
care.
were completely unable to stop the hail and meteorites from destroying the fields, and there was major damage done to all the buildings as well. But nobody who wasn't outside got hurt.
Thank you for all your explanation.
Everyone inside was perfectly okay.
Okay.
Even when a flaming meteorite. Did I tell you it rained meteorites too? Anyway, a giant meteorite crashed through our room's wall, breaking the side of our room with the window, and it knocked over our fountain, which is kind of messed up now since Jetty can't fix it. And his apprentices are busy with the rest of Egypt.
Thank you, Hive Mind, for updating me about everything. What? I cried trying to get out of bed. Because something in that was probably important to me, maybe. Gwen pinned me to the bed by hugging me around the waist, which embarrassed me.
Calm down. You need to rest. She scolded, resuming her position.
I need to get away is what I need to do.
Anyway,
Be gone, demon!
Anyway, as soon as the meteorite got within 3 feet of Johan, it stopped short, rolled back out of the wall, and fell back to the ground. Then, as the storm was still going, Pharaoh tried to bargain with Moses and Aaron. They stopped the hail.
God missed his aim. He was like, oh, oops, sorry. Hold on, stop that one short. Let's just kind of move that one out of the way. You're good. Still crashing through the wall, but I'll just back that one out.
They stopped the hail in exchange for Pharaoh's promise to let the Israelites go, which Pharaoh broke as soon as the storm miraculously stopped. The clouds vanished and the ice started melting like crazy. Later that day, most of the ice had melted except for a few of the huge chunks, and the ground was a deformed, wet, muddy, cratered wasteland. All the people who believed Moses had brought their stuff inside to save it. All the people who believed Moses had brought their stuff inside to save it, but everyone who didn't care left their stuff outside, and everything died. But in the place where the Israelites lived, there was no damage. No hail fell there. Pharaoh was not happy when he found out. We went
Gwen
out
is the
to
Bible.
We went out to look for Erica, Jenny, and you, finally finding you underneath a half-melted glacier with a meteorite on top. How your huge ice cube didn't get destroyed by a meteor that big is beyond me. Right now, the land is still deformed and dead, but all the ice, somehow the craters and meteorites are gone. Jenny was mad at the apprentices, but he claimed that he knew why they couldn't stop it. He's going to tell us all he knows later today, once he's sure. Oh, and Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron again, and they should arrive this afternoon. Yeah, that's about all you need to know. Oh, and I heard that Pharaoh was hiding under his bed during the storm from a servant. Gwen smiled. I laughed. Oh, that was a lot.
Wow. Also, side note, all of Egypt's probably gonna smell like bad fart or rotten eggs because of all the sulfur and that stuff.
That's true.
And melty water. What an exposition dump. That was useless.
Woo!
So, am I quarantined to this room? I asked. Which room is this anyway?
This was the room that was originally Albert and Jason's, Cusco's room.
Oh yeah, I forgot they're gone.
It was the least smashed by the meteorite. And no, you're allowed to move around if you want to, but I would suggest staying here for a while. You have
Because
a huge
you're
lump
here.
on your
That's
head.
why, I'm sure.
And I don't think any doctor would recommend moving around yet.
How big is it? Is it like 8 miles tall?
Yes, 3 hours later.
We're in the hospital bed.
Is there anything I can get you? I'm the designated servant for you for now.
Oh, okay.
Erica did most of yesterday while you were
Wow, the
trapped
girls
under
are
the
just
ice.
trying to
all through the
outdo
night.
each other. Like, no, you did that. Well, I'll do this.
The ultimate pick-me.
I will be your servant.
As you wish. Making sure you were okay while the rest of us slept. She's been really worried. And before you ask, no, I'm
Why
not
would
trying
you
to...
tell that?
No, I'm not trying to get you to like her or anything.
Yeah, this goes against your goal. You could have just not told that, but okay.
I just know she'll tell you anyway, and I wanted to break the news of her
Oh,
dedication.
everyone overthinks everything so much.
Stop it!
It hurts.
Stop it! Stop it!
So it's like,
Stop.
you can never just say, hey, this is what's happening. You have to say, this is what's happening, and this is what might be happening, but if this happens, then this might happen, but I've already thought about that, so this is what's going to happen, and we're going to do that. Okay, thank you for sharing your work, but please stop. This is not math class.
Gwen finished, looking away embarrassedly. I grinned inwardly.
Embarrassedly?
While outwardly only revealing a little smirk. So, my dreams have been real. Ooh.
What?
What?
Okay then, I began. Can we go for a walk or see what Moses and Aaron are saying? I want to know what's coming from now on.
We'll keep you posted.
The
what's
whole
going
reason
on.
you just got, like, lambasted was because you wandered off and tried to find out what they were doing. Isn't that what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We'll keep you posted on what's going on, but I really think you should stay in bed, at least for a day or two. Gwen
But the main
insisted.
character energy! I must do things! I need to be involved! Oh, come on, I'll get bored. At least let me look out the window. Hole in the wall.
Nope, you're staying right here.
Bruh.
If we moved your bed over there, then everyone could see you, and if you rolled over in your sleep...
I would go out the window of meteorite hole land?
But sleeping on top of a bookcase is fine.
Yeah, that's completely fine. I don't roll in my bed unless I want to. Super EJ's one of my many qualities is I can control when I roll over in my sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently I can't control when I fall over onto someone that I was sitting up next to when I fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Does this bed move easily like a wheelchair?
No.
Why would you ask that? Are there wheels on this bed chair?
Wheel bed chair.
Wheel bed? Darn. Well, what am I supposed to do? I'll miss all the fun. Please let me get up. I got hit in the head by a rock the same size after already having been knocked out that day, and then later being knocked out again, and the next day all I had was a headache and a lump. Because plot armor. I've fallen out of 20-foot trees, landing in the crook of some branches, doing the splits. My cheek hit a branch and I didn't even get a scratch. That
And you
happened in
killed
real
your
life.
guinea pig.
Yes, I did. I'm telling you, I'm invincible! Please!
No, you shouldn't have started moving around again so fast the last time you got knocked out. I'm surprised you don't have permanent brain damage. Just relax.
Here's the thing,
Swimsuit.
I do, though.
Yeah, the brain
Can I
damage.
at least
Tell
get a
us
drink
what's
of water, or is the fountain...
decimated, but I can get you some water. And you had better be here when I get back. If you sneak off, she threatened, walking out the door.
Oh, I will absolutely sneak off, just to get away from you.
Glimmer energy.
Oh.
I sighed, picking up the book Gwen had dropped. It was an adventure story.
Oh boy!
I
Sorry.
began reading from where Gwen had left off.
And now we go into a whole nother subplot where we're just reading the story about something
I
else.
wouldn't doubt it. Remembering exactly what point in the story I was at. Just as I
What?
got... I think it's you flexing about how you remember everything from every story, so you could just pick up a book and be like, oh yes, I remember everything!
Oh yes, page 27. This is the part where this happens.
Exactly.
Unlike what I can do with this story, because there's nothing happening.
Just as I got absorbed in the story, I heard a knock at my door, jolting me back to reality. I looked up to find Erica by the door.
Whoop, there goes gravity.
She looked really tired, bags under her bloodshot eyes. But in my eyes, this didn't subtract from her natural prettiness at all. Oh, simp, 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 simp.
Simp, you say?
I say simp, simp, simp.
Well, they both simp for each other. Hey, it's equal
Mutual
simpage.
simpage.
Well, that's how relationships should be, I guess.
Relation simp.
What?
I don't know.
Okay.
Don't question it.
Because if one person's simping but the other one doesn't care, then it's not good. But if they're both equally level of care, they like both put in the same amount of effort, then that's better. Evan, you're awake. Can I come in? She asked. Ugh. I affirmed her request, and she sat on the bed by my feet. Where's Gwen? I thought it was her turn too.
She's trying to find me some water. She won't let me get up to do it myself. She won't even let me look out the hole in the wall, I replied.
I think there are still windows. There's just also a hole in the wall now.
You look tired. You okay? I asked Erica.
Yeah, she insisted, yawning. I just got out of a tiring lesson with Pharaoh and the plague artists. Pharaoh and the plague artists?
Like a
Why are they like painting new plagues? What's happening here? Are they trying to come up with new ways they can plague themselves? Oh, that's what she means. Moses and Aaron. She's calling Moses and Aaron the plague.
I was aware of that.
I didn't get that until just now. Pharaoh and the plague artists. And I haven't got any sleep for the past 2 nights. Any sleep at all? Wow, okay. You were dedicated. I was up all night with Jetty looking for you. Then I stayed with you the whole day, hoping the ice wouldn't crush us. And the second night, I was trying to take care of you, though I was very tired. I might have dozed off once or twice, but never for longer than a few seconds. During the whole time I watched you, I thought I saw you wake up a few times, but you always fell back into unconsciousness again. I don't know if you remembered or not. I just started laughing because my took dozed off once or twice. I'm extremely hungry.
You might have dozed off once or twice. Is that even in the song?
Yes. You waited all night. You might have dozed off once or twice.
Oh.
And then, I don't remember. I forget that phrase, but it just made me think of the cheeseburger song. Sorry, continue.
Cheeseburgers. Oh wait, Seb says, okay, what's been happening? I died for a bit.
Evoca, yes, and also Super EJ survives yet another incredibly difficult to survive blow to the brain.
Yeah, Hale was like, bonkety bonk bonk! And then
Hail Mary.
they made a little igloo and survived for a while.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't make an igloo. Natural causes made an igloo and then tried to explode it, but they were like, yes, we are safe in our igloo now.
Yeah. Wait, I thought I had dreams. Was one of those times where we were trapped in the ice and you were staring into my eyes, and the other when you passed out, falling asleep on my
Is this even relevant
chest?
to ask? Well, yeah, Erica admitted, blushing.
Oh.
But there were more times you woke up.
Oh, I don't remember those. So are you going to bring me up to speed on Moses and Aaron's last message?
No.
Exposition dump!
No, I'm not. So, glad to see you're okay. Bye. Sure. Moses and Aaron were with Pharaoh, and they said, "This is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says." How does she remember word for word?
I don't know.
Why is this literally copied and pasted from the Bible?
I hate it.
How long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go so that they may worship me. If you refuse to let them go, I will bring locusts into your country tomorrow. They will cover the face of the ground so that it cannot be seen. They will devour what little you have left after the hail, including every tree that is growing in your fields. They will fill your house and those of your officials and all the Egyptians, something neither your or your parents has. As you have ever seen from the day until now, the Moses and Aaron left Erica quoted.
I'm just imagining,
wow, word for word.
Her, eyes turning green and smoke coming out of her mouth. She's the Oracle from Percy Jackson or something.
Yikes. So, we're hearing Evan tell us what Erica was told by a guard who was told that Moses and Aaron said what the Lord said.
Please don't ask me to say it again.
And yet it's still exactly perfect. Every word is... Continue. That was the most graceful fall from this chair I think I've ever done. But most of it was off camera.
Sam says, hold up, Stu's playing Fortnite. I gotta check this out. Alright, have fun. I'm
just gonna sit down here for a little bit.
Okay. But then Pharaoh's officials started yelling at Pharaoh, Erica continued. They were like, how long will this man be a snare to us? Let the people go so that they may worship the Lord their God. She memorized a monologue, my dude.
Yeah, why is it that people talk with modern lingo until they're just, it's convenient, and then they're like, oh yes, thus saith the Lord, etc., 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 they are a snare to us, let us not be attacked by these people no longer. But all the rest of the time, they're just like, yeah, kill these fools. Do not you yet realize that Egypt is ruined
That made Pharaoh mad, but he brought Moses and Aaron back to Pharaoh. Then Pharaoh claimed that he would let them go in the desert to worship their God, but wouldn't let every single Israelite go along with their cattle and stuff like they wanted. Pharaoh was like, have only the men go and worship the Lord, since that's what you have been asking for. Then Pharaoh and Moses and Aaron driven out of his presence and everyone left. I have a feeling we're going to get some grasshoppers around here tomorrow, Erica sighed, yawning again. When her mouth closed, her eyes reopened about halfway. She was exhausted, then she leaned back on my legs, her head on my thighs, eyes closed, facing the ceiling. Anything else you need? She yawned again. Whew.
This is a lot of odd physical affection stuff that I'm not able to visualize properly. How do you do this from what is happening?
She leaned back on my legs, her head on my thighs.
But where is her body?
She just like at the foot
Where
of the bed,
am
just lying on top.
I don't know.
I'm confused.
Is it like Evan's laying like this and his legs are up and then she's sitting on the bed and leaning against it? Or like...
I don't know.
She's T-posing on top? I don't know.
Yes. He's playing it unironically. The heck?
I don't know. Okay, so... Nope. Is that where I am? Nope, thanks. You tired? I replied. Why would I ask that? It's very clear. She's mentioned that she's gone 2 days without sleep. She turned towards me slightly, opening one eye partly.
Of course I'm tired. I stayed up all night for 2 days in a row now.
Super EJ, you should be smart enough to figure this out. Well, big brain is not big. You got hit in the head by many things, though, so that's fair. Oh, sorry. And thanks, I replied as she closed her eye again.
Gwen entered my room with a bowl, a left-handed banana bowl.
Thanks, Gwen, I said as she
froze, noticing Erica dozing on me. A vein twitched.
Ahem, Gwen stated expectantly.
Expectantly? Go away.
Erica turned her head.
It is my time with the mail.
Opening her eyes. I believe it's my turn to take care of him. I
know this is an outdated harem, but still, please.
I hate.
Well, you were gone, Erica replied, standing as Gwen delivered my water. Oi. Erica almost fell back onto the bed from exhaustion, but managed to keep her footing. And weren't you the one who was complaining about having to be the babysitter just a few hours ago? Erica asked. Gwen gave Erica an evil glare as I drank from the bowl that was poisoned with more love potion or something.
What happened with Moses and Aaron? Gwen asked after a tense silence. Erica explained the encounter as I finished the last of the water.
So I have to sit through another exposition dump?
I thanked Gwen again as she began to leave.
Where are you going? I asked. Gwen turned.
Well, apparently I'm not appreciated here, so I'll just go.
I thought Erica was leaving.
What's happening?
Oh, no you don't, Erica threatened, blocking the door. It's your turn. You wanted to take care of Evan? Be my guest, she urged, just walking out of the door. Gwen grabbed her and pulled her back in.
No, you're the dedicated sweetheart.
I'm gonna end up with neither of them here.
They're gonna kill each other.
And I'm just gonna be like, well, I guess I have to protect myself now.
You're the dedicated sweetheart. You stay. I'll go exploring stuff.
No.
Plus, I'm bored of just sitting around watching. First the machine, now this. You stay, Gwen replied. Gwen is such a brat.
Lewis says, drags Erica off the bed. Gwen, don't worry, I'll take care of her. Permanently.
Oh.
I'll make sure her destiny ends right then and there.
Oh.
Oh boy. Do you realize how tired I am? Evan needs someone that's awake to help him, Erica pointed out.
I'm sure Evan doesn't need much.
Yeah,
if
he was
he
just
needs
almost
you,
dead.
he can wake you up. You stay, Gwen retorted. Erica pursed her lips. Erica and Gwen stood by the door, staring each other down.
At this point, Evan should just get up and walk away. Just
Honestly.
leave the girls to catfight and live another day. Hey guys, I interrupted, trying to find a solution, as I was pretty embarrassed about being fought over.
It's so bad since it's a self-insert.
No. I don't need to be watched. I can get up now, I insisted, trying to sit up, only to have both of them pounce on me and tackle me, forcing my head back onto the mound of pillows. Or not, I surrendered dejectedly. I wanted to do something productive with my time. Gwen climbed off me, but Eric had apparently fainted from the effort of jumping on me.
Okay.
Can I just, like, retire, refuse to read anymore, and go bang my head on the wall? Because that's what this story is making me want to do. She lay on me, breathing softly. When Gwen noticed, she rolled her eyes and prepared to shove Erica onto the floor. I stopped her with a gesture and a shake of my head. How would you like to be woken up like that? I mouthed, which she apparently understands perfectly. Gwen stomps out of the room with steam practically shooting out of her ears, which wasn't exactly what I had wanted. I was now stuck with the choice to be embarrassed for a while or to wake up the very tired person who had just watched over me while I slept. I knew that I would, why am I buffering again? I would be unable to stop thinking of how happy vomit made me if I let her stay. But I also felt guilty because I had a debt to repay. What? I'm confused. I sighed, looking down at Erica, who was asleep on me for the third time. Don't know what these were.
I think I understand, because the first time was the bench incident, the second time was his weird not dream. This is the third time.
Who's asleep on me for the third time, her cheek on my chest. If I let her stay this time, I would have no excuse to Gwen's accusation. I would be obsessed for days.
Apparently?
And I would probably start liking Erica even more. Not sure how these conclusions are following.
I don't know either.
Wanting to... I knew I would have to get out of the situation. I'm uncomfortable. And confused.
I'm sure you meant by that, like, holding hands. But it sounds so weird.
It does sound worse than it... For those listening and not looking, I skipped a sentence. That's just too far, too wild.
What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah.
I hope this doesn't get worse. I'm gonna, like, have to censor that.
I'm
Maybe
sure
I should have proofread this after all.
physically couldn't have
I don't
written
think so.
anything like a kiss
I
or
really,
anything.
there's no way, but at the same time,
that just can't be true.
no, there's no way.
It's just,
I would bet money that there is no kiss in this book.
Evan is
You gotta
so-
save that for book 2 when things actually develop more.
After they're like married or something, you know.
Yeah, marriage comes before kissing. That's how the order of like
course.
escalation goes.
Yeah. Evan is so like repressed.
It
because
really does, Lewis. It really does do some weird stuff. Love potion.
Because like 1 second he's just like he feels so repressed because I feel like his like disdain for girls just comes from a place of like, oh, I am too cool and too super EJ to ever like a female. But then once he's like in oh my gosh I like her mode, he's like, I'm obsessed, I am so in love right now. So he just is like, he's so
He's very conflicted.
yeah,
Very
and I don't
bipolar.
understand it at all.
I don't understand it at all.
Okay,
What would it
anyway.
hurt to cut this adventure?
Cut the last 200 pages.
Yeah, honestly, just start the adventure from wherever the actual plot starts.
Honestly. What should I do? Push her off to the side?
Why is
try
this
to
an
wiggle.
issue?
Yeah, we're about to have an entire paragraph about
Please.
heckin' oh my
Just slap her. That would solve all your problems. You wouldn't have to think about romance anymore because there would be none to be had.
Trying to wiggle my way out from under her, slip out of bed, claiming mine had been taken. I chose the latter, though my heart was telling me to stay. I made a mental note to somehow make it up to Erica later. I gently slipped my arms beneath the blanket on me, positioning one over my stomach, under the blanket and Erica's chest. What is happening?
I'm having an aneurysm.
I gently slipped my arms
Oh,
beneath
I can't
the
see
blanket
anymore. I look
on-
directly at the lights.
beneath the blanket on
I
me,
can't read.
positioning one over my stomach.
Just
Under
stop.
the blanket and I give up. And under Erica's head, I lifted Erica off me slightly, marveling at how light she was. I slipped my legs out from under hers, then began sliding the upper half of my body out of bed. Great for my unnatural skinniness.
I am a skeleton.
That's where Albert gets it
Yeah,
from.
pretty much.
I managed to escape without rousing Erica, and I lowered her back down onto the indentation I had made in the bed by my sleeping there. I thought you were unnaturally skinny. I stood, feeling slightly dizzy as Erica rolled over slightly. Erica, apparently feeling that I was no longer there and that my body heat was now not warming the blanket she lay on, even in her dreams, reached slowly for me.
Excuse me?
That's
It's
kind
like
of
a
scary.
zombie movie.
She as still asleep, but she didn't want me to go, so she blindly took my hand,
How?
holding with a weak
How?
I just
How?
couldn't
Why?
win.
What?
The dizziness
No.
increased slightly as I looked
What do you
down
mean you
at
just
Erica.
couldn't win? This person is incapacitated. You have won.
Holding my hand with a gentle grip to give her some, how do you say that word?
Vestige?
Vestige? Okay, of safety. Realizing that Gwen and Erica had probably been right about my staying in bed, I dropped my knees as Ekapati wandered into the room. I quickly stood, dropping Erica's hand. Ekapati hadn't seemed to notice.
The lizard's opinion definitely matters.
What are you knowing at?
I'm just knowing because I thought he was saying, oh no, I was going to fall back onto the bed or something.
There has been a lot of like, whoops, she fell on top of me. What do I do?
Oh no! Wow, people being next to each other.
Oh no, scandal.
You should be resting, he notified me. Why are you out of bed? He asked. I showed him Erica, explained to him how she had tried to keep me in bed, fallen asleep, and how I had escaped.
You're so dramatic.
Why is that important?
How I escaped.
Why don't you just... What? You don't even have to say anything. Just be like... And that explains everything. That's it. Anyway, I didn't tell him at all about my inner conflict or anything, which totally doesn't matter. Ekapati seemed pleased with my decision not to stay in...
Because everyone hates romance.
But he ordered me to get back in bed nonetheless. Wait, what? In that bed or a bed?
I don't know.
After my inquiry as to which bed I was supposed to use, Ekapati answered, "This one! Just wake up Erica and make her go away!" He told me in his high-pitched voice. But she was so tired. Oh, tired for my sake. I was unwilling to rouse her, so I asked if I could just use one of the window benches. Nope, those got destroyed by the meteorite that crashed through the wall. Plus, this bed has all the blankets, he argued.
But
Just
that...
knock over one of the ones that form every single wall. Or
Honestly.
use one of the ones that wasn't used yet. Or better yet, just like... die. Solves all your problems, baby.
But that bed's damp. Whenever you put me in there, I must have still been wet from the rain, and now the bed is wet. Plus, it's nice out
So
here.
let the girl sleep in
It
the
was
wet
slightly
bed.
hot in
I
here.
wet the bed.
Aha!
Super EJ's the floor! You wet the bed.
Plus, it's nice out here. It was slightly hot in there. And also...
Haven't just used the bed before you pass out.
Ekapati urged. There was not that many R's in that. Noticing that I was wobbling back and forth slightly. Most of the other beds are... Oh, wait.
Most of the other beds are broken, smashed, or covered in water or dust or something anyway.
He told me. I gave up, slowly lying down on top of the blankets beside Erica. How is this bed big enough for that? I thought it was a single
This
person
bed
bed.
ain't big enough for the both of us.
She felt my weight. No.
No.
No, she didn't. She's unconscious. And subconsciously scooted a little closer to me. Murder all
I
of
sighed
them.
because I can't be bothered with the females.
I sighed, picking up a book.
Keep me posted, I told Ekapati as he left. I was going to be one bored guy for a while. Erica
I am
placed
so
her hand
bored
on
as
my
I
side
read this book.
as I turned a page.
You do your mind, sir? This is my half of bed. This is your half of bed. You stay there.
Okay, this
Keep
might
your pee
not
bed.
be entirely boring. Maybe just annoying or scary. Erica smiled in her sleep. What was with her? I just
What was
couldn't
with you?
win Whether or not she was awake. You
What's
are
with the lizard?
biggest drama
What's with
queen
everyone in this story?
ever.
Chapter 20.
I thought that said something about a fish, but in fact that says newsflash.
Ish, bish, bish.
Newsflash! Gwen yelled, running in through the door. I woke with a start, unsure as to what the situation was. That's what the news is for. I had apparently fallen asleep as the book that... Oh, I was going to say it was on my face. It was on my chest. And Eric and I were still in almost the exact same positions we had been in before I had fallen asleep, except Erica's foot was now on mine!
Ugh,
my
his
half...
feeties.
His feeties. Which I thought Erica had probably done. What? My head had drooped, resting next to Erica's, which was gravity's.
Fault.
How
Stop.
are you not back? Whatever. I don't even care enough to put the brain cells into figuring out this stupid thing. And blah, 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 blah. I don't care. I was sick of finding my... I don't care. All this romance stuff just needs to stop. True. Right now. Fair enough. Just no more. Yep. That's it. Okay? Just do it. Make your dreams come true. I went from not liking girls at all to liking... What? I do... No! Gwen is evil!
Why?
Why do you have any...
demon quality does she have?
Yeah. There is no chemistry there. She's just practically abusive. Why are you saying you like two girls? Whatever.
When did that happen?
This was ridiculous. I agree. I called upon my self-taught training. What training? To completely shut off my mind to romance? Why did you do that for?
But I feel like you have been trying to do that for like 500 years, but you just keep going back and forth because you're stupid.
I'm like a dying whale in my noises.
Dying whale.
Okay, let's please get to something interesting. Make something action happen. Make an explosion. Anything. Go back to the mindless action scenes. It would be so much better than this interpersonal... That was a substitute for a swear word, I assume.
Oh my gosh, look at that dream I had.
Oh, yeah, with me now.
That's so funny. I can't believe that happened. I woke up and just was like, oh my gosh. That makes me laugh so much. Did I take a screenshot of what I typed for that? I'm sure I did.
That's so funny. Yeah, I know. I agree, Lewis. It's not... It's... Oh, I don't like it. I'm very uncomfy. I just want to get to the funny stuff again. This is not good. Anyway, my dad, Nathan, and Ekipti, who looked very full and happy, because of the grasshoppers, were all lying sideways at the foot of the small bed. Wait, what? With Erica and I. What? I realized afterward that Johan was under the bed, lying on some sheets and pillows someone had placed there for him, because he is useful only as a magical barrier.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I found this screenshot. You can read it if you would like to, but I don't know if anyone cares. But
where did you put it?
It's here. There's two. I haven't read them. I don't know what happens in them anymore.
I mean, it has swear, right?
Well, yeah, but you don't have to say the swear.
Oh, so you want me to read it? I see. Okay.
Yeah, because I feel like that'd be funnier. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't really remember this.
So this is McKay's dream she had or something.
Yeah, this was a while back.
Yeah, so a while ago, yeah, McKay had this dream, and she says, so I was in a store with a random group of people that included Minho, which is a character from The Maze Runner, and some girl accused me of something I absolutely didn't do. So I was telling her off and trying to defend myself. I ranted for a bit, and ended it with, I didn't do any of that. And I stopped because I didn't want to swear, even though I was mad. So Minho, who was a couple feet away, looking slightly amused with his arms crossed, just finished my sentence. I went, bleep.
I can still see it so well.
And I was still so mad, so I went, thank you, Minho! And then I kept marching angrily after this girl and telling her why she was completely wrong. I can't believe he came into my dream just to cuss for me.
I don't remember what that second one is, but you can read it.
Apparently someone told her I was racist, and she just decided that it was the truth with zero evidence whatsoever. So I was trying to shop at... Walmart when an enraged Asian girl started screaming at me for being racist. And I was like, the heck? Then the Minho thing happened, and then the girl was storming off, and I was like, I think you're being a little racist by just assuming I'm racist just because I'm white. The girl continued to storm off, and then another girl with a long blonde ponytail came up to me, looking like she was about to cry, and she said she was the one to tell that girl that I was racist for some reason. Of course, I was instantly like, oh, it's okay, I forgive you. But she kept trying to pay me for stuff. And I was like, bro, this is a Walmart. And also, I was apparently crushed from the Lunar Chronicles because this girl was trying to pay for something that I had bought with Thorn. And I was like, no, it's fine. I'm sure Thorn is going to freak out and, like, not let me pay for it. And Scarlet, who was sitting a few feet away with just vibing with Wolf, I was like, it's alright.
I don't know why that makes me laugh so much.
I don't know, Sam. That was McKay's dream. Arguably, it made more sense than this story so far. We're on chapter 20, and I still have no idea what's happening. I just kind of want to skip ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm so tired, and that really got me. Okay. Fun dreams with McKay.
Bleep.
I can, like, it was so clear.
Except he actually said it.
The image of him and his little, like, amused smirk expression, just kind of like, and then he said, so funny. I can't believe that happened. Anyway. Where were we?
Johan's strange protection, apparently caused by his Jewish nationality, was generating a circle of protection around the bed and everyone on it. Protection from what? The enormous swarm of locusts, as thick as the frogs, gnats, or flies, had been 20 feet tall. That Moses and Aaron had promised, of course. Gwen charged into the circle of protection, the locusts on her hitting an invisible barrier and falling off of her as she entered the circle. Gwen's words were largely drowned out by the enormous buzzing of the grasshopper's wings, which I was amazed had not awakened Erica or I. I was, however, able to make out some of what she yelled.
When young adult literature characters help in your that was so weird because I never dream about like characters or anything, but he just popped up in Walmart. Okay, I'm fine.
He didn't say, so this is a Walmart, by the way. I added that.
Oh, that makes me laugh. Whoa.
What?
I just had a thought. No,
I thought you were looking at a bug or something.
No, it just fell. He just wants to go around. He just wants to go around saying that he's EJ, but he doesn't want to show it. I'm so crazy today.
Freak.
Ooh, I forgot that this was in my hair. Am I okay? I don't know if any of us are okay. I haven't slept for 2 days.
Let's just get through this Egypt adventure today, and then we won't have to worry about any of this again because we'll die.
How much longer is the Egypt adventure?
Will
Do
kill
you have
us.
any idea?
I don't have any idea, but I hope it'll be soon overdone.
What number plague is locusts?
Well, if I am just keeping track of what's already happened, we had the blood, we had the gnats, flies, frogs, now we have locusts, and we also had hail. So we're at least on 6.
Okay.
There's maybe a few more. Damadooch!
Wake up, you two lovebirds! Okay! As she screamed. Erica, head on my ribs, did not wake, though her head twitched slightly. Okay, first of all, the locusts are eating every green plant, every scrap of cloth, and even wicker baskets and stuff. Okay. They keep trying to eat my shirt, but I keep them from doing that, mostly. Anyway, Jenny says he had someone throw a bunch of sulfur power on Moses and Aaron as they came in the door to the throne room. They put like one of those prank cups above the door. At the last meeting. He says that then he had to spy follow them when they left. According to the spy, Moses and Aaron didn't speak to anyone else until they cast a spell to make the locust spear, and that they still had the sulfur powder visibly on their skin when the locust appeared. She reported. We stared at her.
So, Nathan asked. Gwen sighed.
So either it's not them casting these spells, or it's not magic that they're using.
What? How can you tell? That asked.
Sulfur in any form restricts a magician's ability to use magic, when explained. Jenny also told me that the hail and meteorites had sulfur in them. Therefore, it would have been impossible to use magic on them to stop them, send them in the first place, or to make them disappear. Moses and Aaron are trying to prove that they have power over sulfur. You know the Bible's all like, oh, power over death. No, power over sulfur. So unless these guys have found a way to stop the effects of sulfur on their magic, they have a third man behind the scenes actually casting spells, and he's found a way to stop sulfur.
It's known as God. Fun fact.
But we already know that such a thing is possible since Merlin has some green dust that canceled sulfur back in Camelot, she finished. We looked at each other uncertainly. Erica rolled over, draping her arm across my waist.
Why are you nothing but a drapery? I'm sorry.
Why are you nothing but a drapery?
Ow, my neck. Ah, it hurts.
Okay.
You are worth nothing more than a carton.
Oh boy. Draping her arm across my waist, I pretended not to notice, though I blushed.
Just simple solution. There we go. You are 13, 11, whatever the heck you are. Just don't deal with this for now. Okay. How do you know the sulfur powder wasn't just stuck on their arm hair or in their beards or something?
Does that prevent it from... okay.
And maybe I was saying it doesn't touch their skin. I don't know. And how do we know for sure the hailstones were created with sulfur in them? Maybe they created the cloud and then a wind brought some sand with sulfur in it from somewhere and it got mixed into the hailstones. Maybe the meteorites were just natural. It's possible that the meteorites were part of the same meteor shower we saw a while ago that was caused by the breakup of an asteroid.
Oh, shut up, Romeo, Gwen shouted above
This
the
has
bugs.
nothing to do with Romeism.
Yeah, that was a little weird. Everyone's attention was directed to Erica's arm around my waist. I was
Everyone's
mortified.
attention was diverted to that.
Look at that arm.
Wow, what an arm! I've never seen an arm before. Wow, maybe we
Look at
should
that
hang this up as a curtain.
Our god is greater than the god of sulfur.
Okay.
God is bigger than the sulfur man.
He's bigger than Godzilla or the monsters on TV. Oh,
God is bigger than the
Sorry, we're
and
too
I'm
tired to
watching
keep-
out for you and me.
Okay.
Ow.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to point out that she... It doesn't matter. None of this
Nobody
matters.
freaking cares.
This doesn't matter at all.
Oh, shut up, please.
Okay. I just really don't know what I'm supposed to do. Yes, okay. Don't care. Just skipping.
Nobody
don't
cares.
care.
Nobody cares.
Didn't care. This seemed to be a satisfactory response for Ekapti Johan, who was kind of able to tell what was going on above him. What? How? Why? Nobody. Don't care. Dad, Nathan, none of them except Dad knew. I don't care. Skipping. Also about the magic stuff, it is possible. You can't know for sure. I finished.
Evan, you don't need to argue in Jenny's favor, Gwen countered.
What? Johan asked, scaring me, because I hadn't realized he was
We hadn't
there.
realized he was there either, don't worry. Who else could be casting such powerful spells? Who else Who else do we know has magic green dust that counteracts sulfur? Who else do we know hates Pharaoh? Who else would pretend to be unable to use magic when everyone else who breathed in the smoke from the machine is unaffected? Gwen argued. Everyone gasped, hive mind, except me and Erica, of course. Ekapati shouted in protest.
There's no way Jenny did anything wrong! Ekapati yelled.
Okay, guys.
Gwen does have a good point, though.
Yeah, that's a little bit of tea.
Yeah, this is some sus behavior.
Whoa.
Whoa! The clues
Plot
line
twist,
up.
Jenny
What if
is
that
God.
is? Well, heresy escalated to the next level.
That's the first hint of a plot twist that's actually a little bit interesting.
Except that's not the case, but it would be so much cooler if it was.
Okay, guys, you probably think Jenny's guilty right now, but I have something I forgot to tell you, I told them.
Oh no.
When we were back in Camelot, Merlin gave me a little ring of Yellowstone, which he called a sulfur ring. He told me to slip it inside his golden bracelet and not let him know about it. I put it inside his bracelet and it fit perfectly. Now that Pharaoh wants him to wear the ceremony bracelet all the time, the sulfur is always touching him and he can't use magic. He thinks it's the smoke though, and I'm pretty sure Jenny hasn't found the dust yet, or he would be using it to help him use his magic. Moses and Aaron must have the dust. Maybe Jenny gets it from them later. As for Jenny's hate of Pharaoh, that may be true, but he seems to want what's best for Egypt, so why would he be sending these terrible plagues in the land? And also, why would he try to counteract them if he was the one casting them? I finished. Everyone seemed confused. Please don't tell Jenny, at least until Pharaoh gets fed up and lets us save those. Merlin specifically said not to let him know it was there, I pleaded. You know how I was talking about how in roleplay sometimes people like send a really long dialogue message? And I was like, that's bad because people don't talk like that.
Looks at Super EJ. Yeah, this is like just bowling over everyone trying to interrupt, not
Yeah,
letting
he's
them
like,
talk.
no, don't speak.
I
don't
haven't
speak.
finished my monologue yet. Let me finish my evil speech first. But then it's your fault,
So
Nathan
it's your
argued.
fault. It was those beans. It was beans. In the first place, in the second place.
So it's his fault. I asked him what he was talking about. You're the one who's causing these plagues to be unstoppable. You're the ones causing these people pain. Maybe it's you who's casting them, he suggested.
Nathan, no! I'm just doing what
No one saw Merlin tell you to do it, but even if he did say that, you two are still guilty for killing and destroying all this Egyptian stuff. Why would Merlin tell you to do that? What purpose does he have? I'm gonna go tell it to Jetty and...
Wait! I yelled, trying to get up. Everyone began yelling at each other.
Everyone! Hive mind has split against itself! Everyone yells simultaneously at one another. Stop! Dad yelled. We froze. Somehow Erica had still managed to sleep through our fight.
Classic.
Everyone in the hive mind except the drapery. She must have been really tired. I trust Evan. We should trust Jetty. If we start fighting each other, like we just did, who knows what'll happen. I'm sure Merlin had a good reason for what he did, and I'd like to ask him once Pharaoh lets the slaves go. Now, let's all just be calm, collected, and amicable. People don't talk like that. Dad ordered. Everyone reluctantly agreed, like the hive mind. Erica, still asleep, moved her head to my... Wasn't it already there?
It was on your ribs.
Whatever. So it just lengthened. Elastigirl neck.
Oh, fine.
I sighed, exasperated. What should I do about Erica? How about
Can you
social
stop?
distance?
Can you stop just questioning, overthinking everything? Sorry. Just getting a little annoyed at the juvenileness of your 13-year-old
The
self.
juvenileness of a juvenile?
Yeah.
Sorry. In the future, I will be older. Sorry for that.
Thank you. I would love that.
In the future, I will be older.
Wow.
Unless there was more time travel shenanigans, in which case I may be younger.
Whoa. Okay, Pharaoh quickly summoned Moses and Aaron, and our group shuffled along in Johann's circle of protection. I didn't want to leave Erica in the swarm of locusts, so I woke her. She was extremely tired, but she was able to walk with us. Ekabati had taken up...
In my arms!
Oh!
I carry a drapery.
Ekabati had taken up the habit of traveling in my pocket almost at all times, sometimes watching, usually just listening.
Super disappointed that Ekapati hasn't got a bigger role to play. He's just kind
Yeah.
of another NPC background character, but he could have been so much more. He's so cute.
He could have had, like, a reason to exist, but...
Yeah, he really hasn't had a reason to exist. He's just
Yeah.
kind of there.
Yep.
Well, that's kind of something that could be said about literally everyone else, too.
Yeah.
So.
The other people that, like, it would change things if they weren't in the story were Super EJ, Erica and Gwen, because love triangle, Merlin
I mean,
guy.
if they were removed, it wouldn't really change anything. It would just make EJ monologue to himself less.
It's true.
But it wouldn't impact the story at all, because the story doesn't exist.
It's true.
Nothing is impacting anything yet. There's no
I can't
overall
believe
plot
we're
structure.
200 pages in and nothing has
Yeah,
happened.
2/3 of the book has gone by and nothing has happened yet.
This is...
I thought it was just going to be those first 11 pages talking about how great I was, but no. 2/3 of the book so far still haven't really had our inciting incident.
Oh no, that's so bad.
It's so bad!
How did you expect to hold people's attention?
By putting disclaimers about how you just have to hold on because we'll get there eventually.
Oh boy,
Confused? Good. You'll get there eventually.
I am so invested.
I cannot wait until
I
we
have
actually
to
get.
find out
It's
the
gonna be like the
answers.
last page. It'll be like, oh, the thing happens. Now wait for book 2 where we'll actually have the plot happen. Ooh.
Oh boy.
And you want to figure out how the drapery situation goes,
Ooh,
right?
yeah, EJX drapery.
Ex Gwen. I mean, serial killer. Seb says, I think it's hilarious. There's a character named Jetty, which is just Jedi, but with a letter added. But it's one of the only letters you could add that doesn't really even change the pronunciation. I am a Jedi.
Oh, that's funny. Once we had arrived, several others tried to get into Johann's circle as well, and we all sat cross-legged on the ground, packed in around Johann like sardines. More people would have been able to fit in the circle if we were standing, but I was just physically incapable of standing. Erica wanted to sleep, and the rest of the group followed our example. High five! Once we were settled, Moses and Aaron arrived, the great doors opening and sending some locusts flying. Moses and Aaron arrived at the stairs before Pharaoh, standing expectantly, arms crossed.
Another plot hole. Isn't Pharaoh like super angry at Jetty for like lambasting him? And also he's mad at us for existing. So he wants all of us dead, and now Jetty has like no power because he has no power. So why doesn't the Pharaoh just like take a machete to all of us? Why are we still allowed to just kind of waltz into his chambers and like exist there whenever we feel like it and do nothing? We just sit there in the background, and Pharaoh's just like, I don't like you people, but you can stay there for all I care. He's just distracted by Moses and Aaron, I guess.
Yeah, he's like, there's someone he hates more, so he'll deal with you later.
Yes, we get the fire after he finishes like flame throwing.
Yeah.
Anyway, where did we leave off with the page?
Page 179.
Okay. I have sinned against the Lord your God and against you, Pharaoh admitted. Now forgive my sin once more, and pray to the Lord your God to take this deadly plague away from me. Aaron rolled his eyes, looking at Moses. They then left Pharaoh without a word. Everyone was awestruck. They had just left the plague to stay there? Suddenly, the wind escalated into a very strong gale, blowing through the windows on one side of the hall and leaving through the other side's windows. The wind got harder and harder. The people in the room began having wardrobe malfunctions as part of their clothes, half eaten by locusts, blew away.
But they were already wearing this legally possible.
So now they have nothing!
Naked people!
Oh no. Luckily, I am sure the writer didn't think about that, so... Wait, what? We're having to blow it away. The wind got harder and harder, nearly blowing the people now. The locusts were trying to fly against the incredible force, but were blown backward despite their efforts. The ground outside, which had been so filled with the bugs that the ground looked black, was now clear, and the sand was blowing through the land at high speed. We covered our eyes as the sand blasted throughout the room, scraping our skin and getting in our ears, and also sandblasting our corneas so that we could never see again. Erica hid her face in... Why? Throwing her arms around me, while I just covered my face with my hands, leaving a small crack too small for sand to enter, so I could see.
Is crack too small for sand to enter? Do you know how small sand is?
This is still big enough for sand to enter, and I actually can't see through this? I don't think that's how physics works.
I don't think so either.
Luckily, Erica's weight was on the opposite pocket than the one Ecopati was hiding out in. The last of the locusts blew out of the hall, and the dense cloud of bugs was blown high into the sky and out of sight. Moses and Aaron immediately re-entered the hall, waiting for Pharaoh's reply. First, all Pharaoh could do was attempt to dig himself out of the sand that now lay all over the hall, getting a few grains out of his eye.
Oh dear.
I put my arm around Erica, unnoticed by the rest of our group because I sat in the back. I put my arm around Erica to make sure she was okay. She was asleep. Again? How?
She has narcolepsy at this point.
How? How? Sandblasting locusts?
Same.
I had been curious as to why she hadn't taken her face from me yet.
Taken her
You
face.
can have this face back real quick. Strange how she was able to fall asleep in the middle of such strange events, even if she had just stayed up for about 60 hours.
Wait, I was gonna say something, I forgot what it was.
I have many things to say.
What the heck was I gonna say?
I don't know, but while you think about it, I'm gonna get some more water.
How dare you?
Oh, I am dared.
What? I don't think that's true. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. I remember. I go back to December all the time. This is me swallowing my pride. I'm sorry for the night. I go back to December all the time. It turns out something ain't nothing but missing you. I don't know the words. I go back to December all the time. Wee. I remember when
Ow, my knee is in pain now, in case you didn't know. Ouch, 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 ouch.
Door frames are hard. Okay, what?
I was gonna say, I was imagining you just wearing like a random t-shirt, but now apparently you have like a pocket just on either side of your chest. So
I
you
do?
just like, well, because it
I
said
have two
opposite
pockets?
pocket.
Wow.
From the one Ekapati was in.
What kind
So you
of
just-
shirts do I wear?
Yeah, you just have a
Freaking
weird shirt with like double pocket. What
I
a
have, like-
nerd.
Like one of those farmer shirts, the overalls. That's funny.
Guess
Continue. I was gonna say, speaking of shirts, there's gonna be like a permanent face print of Erica on my shirt, because apparently the only thing that I knew about romance was, oh wow, people apparently bury their faces in other people's chests at some point. So
I mean,
that's
that
like
is
a
cute,
phrase that keeps
but
getting. I mean,
not in
yes,
this context.
but it's been overused so much at this point, and also I panic every time that happens. And
Yeah,
it's
you
it's
need
just
to
so
chill
bad.
out, my dude.
I must have like only ever read one romance book, or like book that had romance tangentially in it, and I was like, what do people do? Why was I like going through puberty at the time and being like, I'm lonely, I would desire a significant other, let me live out my sad fantasies
my Leo Valdez
in
fanfic.
fiction. Yeah, pretty much. So
That I only wrote a couple pages of, thank the Lord, but also I would have loved to read that.
it's just so bad, and it's mentioned so often. I wonder how long it took me to write this part.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because it feels like this is happening every like couple paragraphs. Oh, more
freak out.
inserted
Oh, what do I do about Erica? Oh, I hate her, but I
it
love her.
probably happened like over like maybe one of those scenes was written each day for a period of weeks or something. So when I was writing it, it was like, oh, it's been long enough to write another one of these, but like they're right next to each other, bro.
Yeah.
It's far too much. You did not really think this through.
No.
I don't know. Once again, writing therapy and passing it off as a story. Not a good idea. Continue. What were you saying?
Guess what?
What?
Sneered Moses and Aaron.
Oh, you're reading the next part. I see.
Yeah, he's guessing what. Once he had removed the sand from his eye.
He has some sand in his eye.
He feels the emotion of ripped cornea.
Guess what?
Candlestick maker.
You still will not let our people go? Moses asked, sounding more than a little annoyed. Pharaoh nodded, grinning. This is a good idea. I'm so
Okay,
glad that I
you're
bamboozled them again. They got rid of the plague. Now I'm good to go. I'm so cool. I'm the best Pharaoh.
Okay, that's fine.
So the next plague is gonna come, and you're not gonna like it. So Moses stretched out his hand towards the sky, and thunder rumbled across the plains dramatically.
Another storm? Pharaoh asked nervously as Moses and Aaron turned to leave. Please, not another storm. I'll let you go. Really, I will. At about this point, I began wondering why sometimes people back in time spoke
Why?
in long, wordy, ornate sentences, and other times speaking in prose, slang, or just ugly sounding ways.
Yes!
I figured it had something to do with the vocabulary and tone the people used in their respective ancient languages when the machine translated it for us.
Wow.
Or was the machine translating for us? Maybe our magic power things, which several of us seem to have gotten since the machine came along, let us understand the
Oh, yeah, we
languages.
haven't mentioned that Johann apparently did magic since
Oh
then.
yeah.
Like-
Weird.
Okay. He just did that once and never mentioned it again.
Let us understand languages the way I somehow could now read Squiggle language, which hasn't come up in like 100 pages.
Yes.
Oh, whatever. It worked and that was what mattered.
Okay. Nope. Aaron answered without turning. It is not a storm. You will not see what it is, even when it comes upon you, he stated ominously as the thunder continued to rumble throughout the sky. Out the window, which many people were looking out, the sky had turned gray, but there were no clouds. All the leaves are brown, and the sky is gray.
All the leaves are brown.
Are they?
All the leaves are brown.
Okay. The sky had turned gray, but there were no clouds. Then pitch black nothingness began to creep in from the sky. It looked like an anti-cloud. It wasn't a fluffy cloud. It was a cirrus cloud. Only it was pure darkness. Looking into it was like staring into an portal to the infinite beyond, and it was growing. The fog of total darkness began to stretch across the sky, becoming a blanket of nothingness in the sky. The day became night, and a few torches were hastily lit. The people watched in horror as the foggy darkness descended slowly to the ground. Tendrils of the darkness began creeping in through the tops of the windows, pooling at the ceiling to form a dark portal. Everyone was scared, screaming, running, or something. The most important
chicken dance or something.
Our group made sure to stay within the few feet of Johan as the fog got lower and lower and lower. People were jumping out of the windows to the desert floor below in an attempt to escape the fog. Erica was still asleep, so I guess I was just kind of scared myself when I squeezed Erica around the waist just a little harder, putting my other arm across her back. I guess that qualifies as hugging. Grumble, grumble, hate myself.
I love that that's in there. I love that you would put that in like a published book. Grumble, grumble, hate myself.
I think I should die.
It's not
That's
like
my new catchphrase, guys. Grumble, grumble, hate myself.
Honestly, same. So was this the plague? Darkness? Or when it reached us, would we die?
Darkness, my old
Would
friend.
Johan save us? Poor Erica. When she woke up, she was going to be unable to see anything. Wouldn't know what happened. Would be scared. No. I would stay with her. I'd keep her safe. The darkness was closing in like a dense fog.
I
and
wasn't
now
paying
only
attention to
inches
what was happening,
of
but
our
I don't
heads.
care.
Someone dropped a torch near me and ran, screaming! Our group merely sat, waiting, hoping. I waved my hand around at the fog, causing no disturbance at all in the cloud. It wasn't a disturbance, it was a void of light. The fog covered us. Jumpsuit, and we were swallowed by the darkness. The darkness was like jumping into a lake in Alaska.
Have I done that?
Apparently.
I feel like not.
It was freezing and there was nothing to see. I put my hand in front of my face, finding that I could not see it. I shivered violently as the breeze chilled me still further.
I felt Erica's back muscles contract beneath my arms as she was plunged into the cold blackness. I pursed my lips, still upset about romance. Why?
Shut
Why?
up.
Why? Can we please just read only about what's actually happening? I looked down at where the torch was, finding no light. I reached for the torch, feeling the heat from the flames. I'm sorry, I'm just skipping it, but it's like so overdone.
It is
There's
kinda
nothing
repetitive.
nothing new
It's
being
literally the
added.
same
It's
thing.
just the same thing. It's not even relevant. It's not even worth reading. I lifted blah 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 blah. Feeling no light. I reached for the torch, feeling the heat from the flames. I lifted it and brought the flame to within an inch of my nose, nearly catching my hair on fire, but I still saw no light whatsoever. Interesting. We're all blank now. Objects that usually give off light do not do so in the fog. All instances of perceivable light had been sucked from the world. I threw the useless torch away as Erica was plunged into the cold blackness.
How'd you know you didn't throw it onto someone?
Useless torch away as we already were in the blackness.
I'm confused.
Beginning to shiver more strongly, humming me in and tighter, then waking with a gasp.
Evan! She asked quietly. What's going on?
Don't worry, your eyes are stuck closed. It's Moses' and Aaron's latest curse. We're all okay, I whispered to her. Nathan then stated the obvious observation. I can't see a thing, making me laugh. Ha ha ha.
You guys can't. Oh wait. Oh no! What a nightmare.
Oh no, what a nightmare.
You guys can't see? Johan asked.
Nope. Ekapati yelled from my pocket.
Wow, that must be a terrible experience, Johan replied. I guess I can't give you any protection from this one, guys. I can see, but there aren't any colors. It's like watching a really dark old movie. The brightest color I can see is dark gray, but at least I can see where I'm going. Okay.
He's got dark vision. Lucky you. Okay, guys, don't move, Gwen's voice called to the darkness. We should stay together so we don't lose each other. Now, identify yourself when I call your name. Roll call. Evan, she began. I indicated I was there with a here, and Gwen went down the roll, eventually reaching Erica.
She's here, I announced, momentarily relinquishing my grip on her. She inhaled sharply, beginning to shiver more. She fell asleep, I finished. Johan burst out laughing. What? I asked.
You could have just let me tell you that we were all here, Johan replied. Suddenly he stopped chuckling. Evan, why is...
Oh, she fell asleep on me, then started squeezing me when she got cold from the fog. I answered as
I want to rip the top half of my head off and tip it and then put it back on.
Stop over-explaining every...
Can I flip it around and put it on backwards?
It's going in my eyes and everything.
You know how authors will put a few words on a page before the first chapter? Each eyes are just grumble, grumble, I hate myself. Turn the page. Chapter 1. I am a perfect child in every way.
That's so true. Oh my gosh.
I knew when we got into this that it was going to be bad. I just didn't realize quite how bad. I hope that once we get towards where things actually happen, it'll get more fun again. Because this is just not really fun.
I think it's fun.
Well, I'm glad you're having fun. I am hating my life. The grumble, I hate myself still applies 10 years later.
If I wrote it, I'm sure I would be cringing a lot more as well. But I think it's just kind of funny because I'm an outsider.
Alright. Okay, so, oh, wait. What? Gwen stated, obviously not asking a question. I heard sound moving closer to me. Then I perceived a hand feeling Erica's legs, moving up to Erica's back and finding her arms around me. Gwen's voice whispered dangerously in my ear, so quietly that no one else could have heard it. Evan, get rid of her, she ordered. I then felt another pair of arms like around my chest, squeezing me almost too hard. She brushed mine, then Gwen crept back into the shadows. Not that I saw her in the first place. I had the sinking feeling that Johan had watched every second of this and had looked this his way, giving a horrified and confused expression while I shrugged. Johan, letting me know he had gotten my message.
I am terrified.
Whoa, that sent chills up my spine! She's a villain! She's gonna kill us! I'm so scared.
Erica is 100% gonna end up dead one of these days.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
if we don't know what happens to her, if she just like turns into a background NPC or vanishes again, we know what happened. Gwen like wiped her mind or something. Or just like ripped her arms off and stranded her in
I am so
Nepal.
frightened.
What the heck? Oh my gosh, I'm very frightened. This is like at least 3 levels above what normal mean girls are like, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is like actual psychopath levels. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure it's not me. Lewis says, I was joking. I am very uncomfortable now. I can't breathe.
Same, dude. Oh no.
Oh man.
Ooh. Okay.
This is not okay. This is not good behavior. And EJ has the audacity to say, oh, I might like this person.
Just because she is a female does not mean you should like her.
Nope. There is a big distinction between what girls should be acceptable options.
Okay, can we go back to the room now? Nathan asked.
Yep. Let's do that. Yep.
Yeah, and can you direct me to Giseli, Johan?
Ekapati asks to bring up to Johan.
I haven't seen him in a while.
But tish.
Ah! Sure, follow the sound of my voice, everyone, Johan yelled.
It's Wonder Song.
We all stood.
I want
I had an extreme difficulty as I had a head injury and had to lift Erica, who was still hugging me and shivering, into my arms as well. As I carried Erica and followed the sound of Johan's constant jabber, Erica woke up. She realized she was hugging someone that was holding her, luckily remembering that it was me before I would have gotten smacked. Then she realized the darkness and cold. She realized she was hugging someone first and then she hugged me still
I would have
harder
realized
for
that I
warmth.
couldn't see you first, personally.
Embarrassing me yet again and making my face very warm.
My eyes. They have sand. Fictional sand, but sand nonetheless. Who? What? Evan, what's going on?
Yeah. Don't worry.
Hold up, this happened already. Don't worry, it's Moses and Aaron's latest curse. We're all okay. Didn't that happen?
Wait, I'm getting deja vu.
Yeah, I am too. Hold up. Don't worry, it's Moses and Aaron's latest curse. We're all okay.
What is happening? Why is Matrix glitch?
Yeah, this is also to the same person.
What is happening? What is happening?
What?
What is happening? What is happening?
What is happening?
What is happening?
Did I just forget that, like, she woke up and...
I guess, because you didn't really say if she responded after that.
Alright, well, I don't understand it, but okay. So I say the same thing in an exact same way again, sounding like my mom when she's trying to reassure my sister about something, minus the hush now.
Because that is motherly thing to say.
Yes.
Hush now.
Child, everything is acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I then tripped over something in the darkness and was forced to turn, so I fell backwards instead of forwards so that I wouldn't squash Erica with my massive ab wall. Of course, then I was squashed by the massive weight of this small child. I mean, young lady, whatever. But if I had to make a choice to hurt her or to hurt myself, I would choose to hurt myself.
Oh, what a hero.
What a dramatic...
So selfless.
Oh, yes, chivalry is not dead, boys. I have fallen on my back. Eric, oh, I don't care. I just don't care. I 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 don't care. Johan doesn't care. She says thanks. I still don't care. Catching up with the others. Okay, fine. For once I did, I don't care. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care.
What was happening to me?
I don't care.
I was almost beginning to like it when Erica used
I just don't
when
care.
Erica used to beat me up more than... What? I was almost beginning to like it when Erica used to beat me up more than the... What is that trying to say?
I was almost beginning to like it when Erica used to beat me up more than the way she treated me now. The phrasing, his words,
Before
his
I got
wording.
bruises, now I was being emotionally messed with. I didn't want to like anyone. I didn't like anyone before the trip, and now I did, and my
I'm
life was
so
infinitely
sad.
more complicated. How did I get myself into this? Was it my fault? No, yes, here I was. My brain was insisting that I stop liking her, but my heart told me to continue. My heart will go on. Why did my body have to be against my mind? It made things much more difficult. What do I do about romance? Someone obviously had to be done. It was time for action. I promised myself that I would not let her.
Are you okay? I don't know what's happening anymore.
From now on until I graduated,
Hyperspeed
please.
activated.
And I intended to make sure I didn't break that promise. No exceptions, no matter how
Oh
scared
my.
or sad, or maybe not if Erica or Gwen was hurt and I had to help them. A girl I knew
What the heck is
was
happening?
very most I would allow her to be talking nicely to me.
I don't
and that would
understand.
be
I'm not
that.
absorbing any of this information.
I was trying to go fast because I know you didn't like it, but I also didn't want you to completely skip it. But
fair
also,
enough.
why do you have this crisis every 30 seconds? Calm down there, Super EJ.
Okay, I've got the solution.
What?
We travel back to the Arizona Media Creator.
Mm-hmm.
We see myself going to find the time machine for the first time. And we take a sniper bullet and put it in his head. Solves the problems. Everything's fixed.
Let Ashley take the machine instead.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. The TVA can help sort out the time inconsistencies or something. Okay.
I'm tired.
3.5 days, Gwen complained, from the spot she usually sat in nowadays, since nobody could see or do anything and exploring was a bad idea.
How are you alive?
Nathan had tried it, but had almost been bitten by a snake he couldn't even see.
How do you know he was almost bitten if he couldn't see
When
anything?
is Pharaoh going to summon those two clowns? How is he going to summon them? If nobody can see anything, how are they going to find Moses and Aaron?
I don't know. Maybe he already did.
3.5 days of darkness? Why has the time machine not come to help us with
Mom
any
just
of this?
does not care.
Mom has just let us get attacked by... When did she leave? Was it with the blood or...
I don't know.
So Mom has let us just get attacked by gnats, by flies, by hailstorms, even after her son, like, got hit in the head by another giant ice block and could have died and got kidnapped by guards and was almost stabbed, and now darkness, and Mom does not care about me. Oh.
Maybe he already did, but the servant he sent to find them got lost. I suggested for my recovery bed, which I had now adopted as my hanging out spot. Erica, I was pleased, had adopted a new spot near Gwen. Why would you want to be near Gwen?
She's going to kill you.
Honestly.
She's going to kill you.
She could just choke her in the darkness, and then if anyone asked,
No
she'd be like,
one
I
will-
think she fell asleep somewhere.
No. She could just be like, and then like throw her out a window. I don't know where Erica is. Does anyone know where Erica is? I can't find her in the darkness. Erica! Oh, she's not responding. I guess she's not here.
Oh, wow.
We'll find her eventually. Meanwhile, she's just rotting in the distance.
Nathan usually sat near the fountain while my dad wandered around and hadn't decided on a spot for himself yet after 3.5 days. Ekmati was with Jetty. We were all hungry and thirsty, as Johan could only find and bring back limited amounts of what he found. I wanted to go help him so I wouldn't feel like an Egyptian slave master sending an Israelite to find me food, but
What?
Johan still wanted all us
Bruh.
blind people to stay put for our own recovery, for our own safety. Oh! Johan had been curious while the rest of us were bored, inventing word games to entertain ourselves, sleeping when we could and such. Johan had ventured out one day. We didn't know what was day or night, and we couldn't tell the passage of time because my watch's light up button gave up no light either. I had given my
Johan
watch to
can read?
Johan, as he was the only one that could read it. Finding the Israelites' land. I forgot what the first half of the sentence was because that was such a long parentheses.
I am very confused.
He found that the homes of the Israelites had light in their homes, which made us jealous.
Wow.
Currently,
Look at
Currently, Johan had gone to ask Pharaoh why he hadn't summoned Moses and Aaron, and if he had, why they hadn't come. Maybe they were letting the land suffer for their lie of, we will let you go, not! Johan suddenly burst through the door, shouting that he had news. My head injury was okay. Why is okay always capitalized
Okay.
and spelled just okay? I don't understand.
Probably because I'm dumb and or autocorrect. I don't know.
Probably because I'm dumb. And I was able to stand without dizziness. I felt my way to Johan, who was waiting for us all.
Okay. I found Pharaoh crying on his throne. Crying on his throne. Come let us talk to him. He says he already spoke with Moses and Aaron just a little while ago. He says he offered to let them go without their cattle, but they refused, and he got mad and ordered them never to come into his presence again. Wow. Moses and Aaron agreed to never come before him again and left without getting rid of the darkness. Johan finished. We would have stared at him if we could see him. While I was there, an Egyptian servant rushed in, saying that he had heard Moses' secret plan for the next plague. He said that Moses said that the Lord said... Hold on. So Evan says that Johan says that the servant says that Moses says that the Lord says... About midnight, every firstborn son in Egypt will die, from the firstborn son of Pharaoh to the firstborn daughter of the lowest slave, and all the firstborn of the cattle as well. But among the Israelites nothing will be hurt. Then you will know that the Lord makes a distinction between Egypt and Israel. Or, he said something like that. Then Moses himself came in, and said basically the same thing, only he was much angrier than when the servant had been scared when he said it. Okay, once again, why are we here for any of this?
I don't
We're not
know.
doing anything relevant to any of this story in the slightest. We're just kind of here for no reason. We could have just arrived after all this, and it would have had the exact same impact.
Me?
What?
An imagination station from Adventures in Odyssey.
Imagination
Because
station.
it was like this thing in Wits End where you could, like, it was like some weird virtual reality thing where you could like use different programs and it would like put you back in time to like witness the Bible stories happening, but you didn't really like affect anything that much because, you know, the Bible story is going to play out the way it plays out, but you could like watch it and you could talk to some of the people and be like, yo, hey Jesus, and you like talk to them
that's
and
kind of
learn
what
things.
this is supposed to be, I think.
So that's
Except I've never watched that show.
Well, you don't really watch it. I mean, maybe there are some visual ones, but it's mainly audio.
Oh.
Wait, what was that? You said something about Eugene when you remembered seeing something about him and it made me laugh. Adventures in Odyssey. I don't remember. I'm reading off track.
That he doesn't have eyes.
You said something really funny though. I don't remember what it was. You were like, all I remember is... I don't remember what it was. Anyway.
I remember that he got old one time and was like angry about time travel or something.
I don't remember that.
That was the only like visual thing I've ever seen about Adventures in Odyssey.
Huh.
I don't know.
But anyway, that just gives me Imagination Station vibes, like really, really drawn out Imagination Station vibes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because nothing important is happening, but the characters aren't even learning a valuable lesson like the kids do.
Nope, and we're kind of refusing to like make any connections about the whole like God exists either.
Yeah.
They're
Like,
intentionally
you gotta
remaining
commit
blind to that.
Either go with your original idea of getting them saved, or just forget about all the weird biblical stuff. Like,
Yeah, both of those would have been valid directions. This is just kind of a weird middle ground where we're like, yes, everything is properly explained through magic. I don't know what this whole God stuff is.
yeah, this
This is just
seems
odd.
weird.
Yes, I don't know. So anyway, then Moses left Pharaoh in a bad mood. Johann finished. We continued to be awestruck. Good
Erica,
stuff.
who had apparently snuck around
Oh,
behind
clearly
me,
near me again!
Oh.
Wow! There's no other place she can be besides by my side now.
protectively slipped her hands
Bruh.
around my chest from behind.
Stop! Hands off! No,
Erica and I were both the firstborn children of our families. Well,
Are
she's not
we?
a boy, so she's fine.
Well, no, but it said the daughter of the slave person.
Oh,
as
did
well.
it?
Yeah.
Whoops.
So, we both die.
Yeah.
Dead time.
Let's just end it with death.
Yeah, that would be great.
That would be a great time.
The
for my
other
mom to pick us
100
up.
pages are all credits. And they're all EJ.
I believe it, honestly. That would be a great time for my mom to pick us up before we died. Johann saw Erica hug me,
And why does he care?
judging by his sudden surprised intake of breath.
I've never seen such a thing before.
Erica whispered that he already knew she liked me, so it didn't matter. Okay.
Okay. That's when? I asked almost silently.
Since I admitted to him only that I liked you, not that you liked me because he asked, she replied. I still wasn't very happy. Erica hadn't tried to do anything romantic. Erica hadn't tried to do anything romantic since I had tripped a few days ago, which I was grateful for. She seemed to be satisfied with the little romance here and there. I had a suspicion that she was slightly embarrassed about it too. Anyway, I had promised myself no exceptions, and Erica was hugging me. Ugh! Now for the hard part. I gently pushed her arms off of me, and she got the message, removing herself from me. I smiled. She understood me.
We're connected.
Oh, she understands that I don't date until graduate.
I wanted my mom to get us out of this darkness before we died. I had no reason to doubt Moses and Aaron's claims. Slowly, a faint voice began to fade in from somewhere. Johann walked to the window.
Oh, it's the servant who heard Moses' plan. It looks like he's trying to find his way into the palace. I think he's shouting Pharaoh, Johann observed.
Okay.
I'm going to go help him find out what he knows, Johann announced, heading for the door.
Wait! I yelled. Let's just call Mom so she can bring back the machine and we can get out of here, or at least skip this plague, I shouted as Johann's footsteps departed.
Just a minute, Johann replied, dashing out of the door. The door slammed, reporting his departure. His
Okay.
receding footsteps faded away as I spoke.
I hope we don't have to go to the Red Sea as well. How long is this gonna go?
Oh,
Exodus
boy.
lasts a long time.
Uh-huh.
Well, that was rude, I stated as I heard Mom's voice yell from somewhere. I heard the telltale sign of the hatch opening, and I whirled to find blackness. I still couldn't see.
Woo, this darkness is... Oh. Woo, this darkness is as thick as pea soup, my mom commented.
Is it now?
What? Is that an expression? I've never heard that. It started pouring into the
Thick as
hatch.
pea soup? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's an expression.
I don't think I've heard that.
What about the Scooby-Doo episode where Shaggy was like, man, this fog is all I use is fog is as thick as pea. Or no, wait, Fred says it, and then Scooby like takes a knife and cuts a hole in the fog and.
I do
into a
remember the
donut and
knife
it's
in
that.
the fog, I think.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know. if
definitely a phrase, and it was used there, and that's where I remember it from initially.
Uh.
Like the first place I heard it.
I don't know if I remember that or not, but cool.
But yeah, pea soup is a weird thing to think about. I've never really thought about how gross that would be, but it doesn't sound appetizing.
I mean, I like peas, so I feel like it might be
don't.
good.
I don't know.
Well,
I disagree. You don't like peas.
No, you do not.
You better
like
fix that problem,
Get
that
rid of her.
situation. Get rid of her.
I'm scared. Quick, convert to Judaism or hide next to Johann.
Yeah, pretty much. It'll get him first.
It started pouring into the hatch through the seams between it and the wall as soon as I came here. What is it? Anyway,
Why is this relevant information to share with everyone?
I used the machine to search for instances of people saying "mom" in this time period.
Okay.
Not a good idea.
There's so many.
Every Egyptian who was saying "mom" in his
Okay.
language was found by the machine. So I searched for people saying "machine" and found only a few besides this one. So I assumed you guys are in trouble right now. Everyone, okay? Mom asked.
Yep, unless Johann got himself into trouble just now, I replied, still unable to see Mom. So as soon as Johann gets back, will you take us to right after the darkness plague and the evil creeping through the streets in the night death to firstborn plague? That was the most inspecific and stupid way to phrase whatever the heck that was, but okay.
What are you talking about? Mom replied.
Oh, you haven't been watching us. You just searched for someone saying machine and came right here. Okay. Well, never mind. We'll just set it for a moment before the darkness ends. Wait, doesn't that put us in the firing zone of the next plague after?
I would
Okay.
think so.
Whatever. I felt for and entered the machine blindly. On second thought, we may need to just pull a lever, go somewhere not dark, and then figure it out. Let's just wait for Johann. Ah yes, pulling the lever and hoping for the best. That has never gone wrong
yes.
in the history of ever previously. Definitely not while you're blind and like hitting the controls randomly
Oh,
as
boy.
well, probably.
That's the one time you could use the whoops, I hit the
Oopsie
controls.
doopsie! That's the problem that always happens. Watch us not go somewhere crazy for once. Watch it actually go well for once.
Oh boy.
Anyway, we waited for about 10 minutes, getting rather bored.
Wow,
As you
10 whole minutes.
10 whole minutes of sitting in darkness. Wow. We brought Mom up to speed on the events that had occurred since Gwen and Mom switched spots while the Nile was still blood. Johann came back panting, and he let out a yelp of surprise when he saw the machine in our room. We asked what was new.
The servant says Moses gave a bunch of rules to the Israelites about the Passover, or what they had to do to
I
make
don't
the
care.
spirit of their
we know
God pass
it
over them
doesn't-
without killing their
okay.
firstborn. Johann began. He says that Moses ordered all the slaves to kill a lamb and put the blood in the door, and only certain people could eat it, and blah blah blah. Anyway, if they didn't do all that stuff, then their firstborn would die too. It was a pretty long list of rules. I don't think I want to try and remember them all, so let's just skip ahead in time a bit, shall we? Johann asked. We agreed,
Please.
piling into the machine.
This was
Extremely
so
careful not to
necessary.
touch the control panel. I decided to leave my backpack in the room for a moment, then come back for it later. Why? Okay.
What?
We closed the hatch and pulled the lever, experiencing the normal sensation of spinning. Well, at least you didn't say washing machine in a black hole through a roller coaster upside down.
When we landed, the fog of darkness began to dissipate, leaking out the hatch. I opened the hatch, and the inky blackness dissolved into nothingness. I blinked in the blinding sunshine of our backyard. My eyes were nearly blinded as I hadn't seen any form of light for almost 4 days. It had been rather depressing, really. I took a deep breath of the warm, clear, non-dark infected air, and then I was back at the control panel, scrolling through time, then backing up when I passed the point I wanted, fast-forwarding to about 10 minutes... What? And before the darkness plague ended. We all took a breather and got some snacks. Said hi to older and younger Ashley, who apparently exist and I forgot about. Then got ready to go again. The Ashleys waved as Mom closed the hatch. I pulled the lever and we landed, finding the inky darkness leaking into the hatch again through the crack between the hatch and the machine wall. I sighed, depression beginning to grip me again, even though I knew the darkness would only last another few minutes or so. Why are we at the end of the darkness? Okay.
I don't know.
I opened the hatch and we oh, sorry. I took your paragraph. And we stepped out, hearing that despite the early hour in the morning, not a single person was asleep in the whole land!
Wow, not
In
even the babies.
darkness, we heard the mournful cry of thousands of Egyptians who had not followed Moses' meticulous rules, whose firstborn children were now dead. We said bye to Mom as we left, as she left, and we followed the sound of Pharaoh and all his officials and the Egyptians who were creating a loud wailing in Egypt because there was not a house among the Egyptians who had not even tried to appease the spirit of Israel's God. What the heck? By following Moses' rules without someone dead. What the heck? That was the phrasing. It was still dark because of the plague, and it was so early in the morning that most people thought it was nighttime. This is like being drunk and trying to read the Bible. I feel like I'm high right now. I don't know what this is like all backwards and upside down and the inside out. I don't know. I need to use the time machine to read this. During the morning of the many people we could not see, we caught wind that Pharaoh had summoned Moses and Aaron. We quickly rushed to the throne room, guided by Johan's vision. Why did we do this to ourselves?
I have no idea.
My son... Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
My son is dead, Pharaoh stated, his voice catching, his head hanging, according to Johan, who later described the action. You two have been a thorn in my side for long enough. Guards! Pharaoh shouted, raising his head. The guards sprang forward, ready to try and capture the people they couldn't see, but Moses and Aaron each raised their staff and tapped it on the ground before him, turning to face the guards back to back. I love that
They go
Johan,
to fight.
well, I love that you're describing this with like
with
Johan
Johan's
would have had to
view.
give you a very specific play-by-play of
Yep.
everything that happened.
Yep, pretty much. So we're just sitting there in darkness, hearing clink, 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 footsteps.
Moses and Aaron each raised their staff and tapped on the ground before him, turning to face the guards back to back. The guards stepped back apprehensively at the sound of the wood hitting the stone, and Pharaoh seemed to lose his nerve. Oh no, not the stick!
Oh no, they did a tunk.
Oh,
What does that
no.
mean? Where did he be?
Up! Leave my people, you and the Israelites! Pharaoh yelled at Moses and Aaron, whom he could not see in the darkness.
That was a very quick give up.
Yeah.
And it's like, guards,
stick.
kill them! Oh, they made a noise. Okay, go. That's fine.
Go worship the Lord as you have requested. Take your flocks and herds as you have said, and go, Pharaoh mournfully cried. As he said that, the first vestige of light the Egyptians had seen in a week shone through the fog and darkness. A ray of sunlight pierced the dense clouds, hitting the ground and blinding many. A cry of happiness came from the people, and everyone began to cheer as the black void of mist began dissolving, being chased away by the warm sunrise. The clouds or darkness receded, spreading away, vanishing as they got thinner. As the darkness dispersed, a bright sunny day was revealed, and the sunlight taking away the foreboding cold that had accompanied the darkness. I smiled as the sunlight shone through a window, warming me. Erica took my hand surreptitiously, and I didn't look away. This was a moment worth sharing. Oh, I'm so sorry, Pharaoh continued. Go and also bless me. Moses, pray for me and my people, he requested, bowing his head in pain. Moses stepped forward, mounting the stairs and putting a hand on Pharaoh's shoulder.
Lol, nope. Bye. That I will do, Moses replied softly. Then Moses and Aaron left, telling the Israelites that they were finally truly free. The Egyptians, who were not pleased about everything the Israelites had caused, urged the Israelites to hurry up and leave the country, for otherwise, they cried, we will all die! Some of the Israelites were asking the Egyptians for money or jewelry to help them in the days ahead, and whether because the Egyptians were afraid of another plague visiting the land should they refuse, or because they were just nicer... What? Because they were just nicer people then... they didn't care anymore, or because they just plain wanted to make the Israelites leave as fast as possible, many of the Egyptians willingly gave over a bunch of wealth to the Israelites. Our group watched as the huge number of people began to get organized to leave Egypt. By midday, they were moving slowly away, leaving only silence in their wake. Many of the animals and people had either died or left within the past month. All the Egyptians were sad, as they had nearly all lost a loved one. The Israelites left Egypt behind them, utterly and completely ruined.
Hey, Evan, a voice called. I looked at the sand below the window to find Albert and Jason.
Oh no. Hi,
Oh boy.
you two.
We hid the machine again. Are the plagues done? Albert asked.
Yes, they are. Yep, we can explore. Do whatever now, I replied. Bruh, I've already seen just about everything, besides Khufu's pyramid, the rest of the embalming process, which I don't really want to see anyway, and the Great Sphinx. Maybe we could learn some hieroglyphs. What do you guys want to do? I thought we already saw the Great Sphinx. It was definitely mentioned previously.
I love that you said you've seen everything in Egypt except for
We have
specific
seen
things.
everything that Egypt has to offer. Why are we here? There's no other reason than just exploration for funsies.
Yep.
And we just suffered through a bunch of nonsense for no reason. And didn't think to fast forward time until now. And now that we have, now we still don't know what to do. Why are we here?
This is so pointless.
I hate it so much.
I don't know. Maybe the Great Sphinx and Khufu's pyramid? Jason replied.
Didn't I already say that? Okay.
No.
Sure, we'll meet you over by Jetty, I called. We quickly gathered our entire group, including Albert and Jason, by Jetty, who was sadly playing with some sand as he sat by a statue carved in stone. Pharaoh's likeness staring down upon everyone. Jetty sighed, looking up at our arrival. We were on a high stone monument and were able to watch the Israelites' departure. Ekapati crawled out of Jetty's pocket, then noticed us. He greeted us, then scampered into my pocket.
Egypt is ruined, Jetty mourned, and I can do nothing to repair the damage. I have lost my only life, a life of magic. Now I am just a mere peasant, worthless to my country. My life is ruined by a frog. I have almost lost the will to live, Jetty cried,
poor guy.
looking over the crowd of well over 1 million Israelites who were slowly leading all their animals, carts, possessions, and children out of Egypt. The closest ones in the group were about a mile away now, and the long line of people stretched far across the desert.
It's not your fault, Jetty, Erica soothed.
I could have saved us all had I not been experimenting with my machines, Jetty moaned. Anyway, what do you want?
We wanted you to give us a tour of the Great Sphinx, Johan told him. But if it's too much trouble for...
No, I'm just... follow me.
Okay. I'll do that. Okay, well, I think we're finally diverging from the story of Exodus.
Oh, boy.
Thank goodness we can get back to our own actual story and be the main characters for once.
That took way too long.
I know, okay. Hopefully this will be the last Egypt chapter. We'll see. We now stood at the top of the Pyramid of Khufu. Jetty had not wanted to disrespect the resting place of the pharaoh, but he also wanted a quiet place to sit, far from everyone. It had been rather difficult to climb up the smooth sides of the pyramid, but the view was worth it. We were still able to see the Israelites' caravan far in the distance. We had promised to leave Jetty alone after we were done looking. Jetty was sullenly staring at the procession far away. He was still depressed about everything. Oh, Jetty.
Well, look on the bright side, Jetty, Dad suggested. At least now you don't have to worry about Moses and Aaron's plagues anymore. You don't even need to worry about them barging in, so you don't have to wear your ceremonial stuff, he finished.
Uh-oh. Oh, there is no bright side, Jetty cried dejectedly, taking off his golden bracelets and other ceremonial extras. He tossed them off the side of the monument where they clattered down the side, falling into the sand far below. As of just then, Jedi was no longer wearing the golden band with the sulfur ring in it. He could use magic. Life is not worth living,
He just
Jedi
jumps off the
continued.
pyramid.
I am powerless.
Jenny, Gwen interrupted. He turned to her. If I were you, I would try using magic again.
Bruh. No, bad idea. Okay. But why? Jedi moaned. I have been trying every day since the Plague of Frogs to do magic, and every time I try, I fail. I stopped trying yesterday.
Well, maybe something has changed since then, Nathan stated.
Why are you saying such knowing and weird things? This makes me very suspicious. I am able to fireball your face. Okay. Like what? Jedi asked sadly, turning to him. He whined.
The wind.
The wind ominously picked up, drowning out Nathan's next words. Nathan chuckled nervously. What? Jedi asked suspiciously. I couldn't stand tricking Jedi any longer.
Jenny, I'm sorry, I burst out. He turned to me in confusion. You, in the future, you told me to put a little sulfur ring that you gave me inside your ceremonial bracelet, and you specifically said not to let you know about it. I felt sorry for you. I wanted to tell you what the real reason you couldn't use magic was, but I knew you probably had a good reason for it, so I didn't tell you. Look in your ceremonial bracelet that you just yeeted off the pyramid. The sulfur ring is still there. It's not touching you now. You can use magic.
You can use the Batman.
And repair Egypt. I'm so sorry, I apologized. He stared at me, a look of realization crossing his face. A small cloud temporarily blocked out the sun, and the wind blew Jedi's beard to the side ominously. He looked scary. Jedi? I asked tentatively. Eka Petit crawled out of my pocket, standing on my shoulder.
You, Jedi threatened.
Oh boy.
It was you stopping me from saving the people from the plagues. It was you casting the plagues. It was you helping Moses and Aaron. It was you! Jedi yelled, his voice getting louder. He began advancing upon me as he spoke, ignoring my feeble denials and cries for mercy. Eka Petit ran up onto Jedi's shoulder, pleading my case. Silence, lizard! Jedi shouted, throwing Eka Petit at me. Whoa! You traitorous reptile! Anyway, it was all you, Evan. I trusted you. I could have let you die, rather than saving you from the Hall, and this is how you repaid me? I gave you a room. I gave you tours. I even walked 5 days for you, and brought you to the Valley of the Pharaohs. The Jedi continued, coming closer and closer to me. I began backing away down the pyramid, trying not to fall. Eka Petit crawled into my pocket in fear. The rest of my group stood frozen with fear also, watching the drama as the wind got louder, or still louder. Jedi's cries increasing in volume as well. And you are a traitor all along! You wanted to destroy Egypt! You're a spy from another country! You, he yelled.
I told you this would happen, Evan. Nathan warmed his voice. Well, I can't talk anymore. I'm dying.
You wormed.
Nathan warned, his voice barely audible above the wind. Jedi whirled upon him.
So you were on So you were in on it too, eh? Jedi shouted. Nathan found himself denying evil intentions as well. Eka Petit poked his head out of my pocket, trembling. While Jedi's back was turned, he rushed to him and hid himself in Jedi's robe. You all are evil. I ought to destroy you, starting with the one who started it all, Jedi yelled, turning back to me. Jedi raised his hand, magical energy amassing in his fingertips. I tripped over my own feet, falling backwards and beginning to roll down the pyramid.
Oh my gosh.
A tendril of lethal green energy shot from Jedi's hand, missing me by a millimeter as the lightning whizzed past, relighting my already burnt shirt with more flames. I continued to roll down the pyramid, my shirt completely in flames despite my movement, which is supposed to put out fire. The bolt of energy that had missed me struck part of the pyramid, melting all the bricks near it, the emerald lightning continuing on its way. It hit the sand at the bottom of the pyramid, creating a bowl of glass out of the crater in the melted sand. Apparently, it had also melted Jetty's ceremonial stuff, as there was some gold mixed into the glass. It looked like Merlin was going to have to make a new sulfur ring to give to me instead of using the old one. Well, that makes sense, but also... okay. Doesn't... hold on. So it hit the... but the sulfur was there. How did it get melted by the magic? Maybe it heated things around it? I don't know, whatever. Who cares?
Another magical attack streaked by, this one a magenta sphere, hitting part of the pyramid and detonating, sending exploding pieces of bricks into the air behind me as I continued to get dizzier and dizzier. My brain was getting scrambled as the flames licking my shirt refused to die. I was in big trouble. I had hoped this adventure would have gone better.
Well, I'm glad we actually get to do stuff now.
Yeah.
Can we just cut out all the plagues and just have this? Anyway. Nathan was not pleased, as Jetty had not taken the news well. Why do we keep getting Nathan chapters? Who cares about Nathan?
I don't know nothing about this guy.
As Jetty had not taken the news well. What? That it was the future people that had caused his ability to use magic. Oh, that was the news that he did not take well. Albert was charging... oh yeah, he's here again. Was charging down the side of the pyramid in the opposite direction, and Nathan was unable to tell whether he was getting down the pyramid without getting into Jetty's line of fire so he could help Evan, or whether he was just running away. Whatever he was doing, it appeared to have been a good idea, as Jetty fired only 2 spells at Evan, then turned to the rest of the group. Nathan tried to run, but Jetty waved his hand, and Nathan felt himself become trapped in the invisible grip of Jetty's spell. Nathan was magically lifted into the air along with the rest of the group, and Jetty grimly sneered as he gathered all of them to the apex of the pyramid.
Jetty, let us go, Erica ordered, struggling against the invisible force that now held the entire group minus Evan and Albert in midair 2 feet above the pinnacle of the pyramid. Jetty didn't answer Erica, merely waving his hand. A shimmering green, transparent sphere crackling with electricity materialized around the group.
Oh, that's fun.
The force that held them in the air relinquished its grip, and the 6 people trapped within the magical energy sphere fell, landing on the surface of the green energy ball 6 feet in diameter.
What?
Nathan struggled to keep his footing on the uneven surface of the sphere's interior.
Wait, so they're in a hamster ball now?
Yeah.
But it's balanced on the pointy part of the pyramid?
Yeah.
Physics. I'll deal with you guys later, Jetty yelled, dashing down the pyramid with superhuman speed towards Evan, who was now shakily trying to stand at the bottom of the pyramid. Evan saw Jetty's approach, hurriedly standing, falling, and standing up again. His shirt was still on fire, and as he began to run in a curvy, crazy line... I was just imagining like a cockroach trying to scutter, whatever. The flames reached his hair. Evidently, Evan was still really dizzy, but it appeared to be working for him, as his unpredictable course made it difficult for Jetty to blast him with magic. Jetty and Evan chased each other behind another pyramid, out of Nathan's range of vision, and he turned his attention to ways of escaping this magical containment unit.
Stand back, guys, Gwen shouted, giving the side of the sphere of energy a perfectly executed karate kick. The shield didn't shatter, and Gwen's foot made no difference at all. The force field didn't even move or bend. Ow, Gwen
Aren't you
muttered,
supposed to know magic?
rubbing her foot.
Don't you know how, things work?
Nope. Also, Silver got here. Hello.
Hey, welcome to the stream. How are you?
What is this? Silver making it to a live stream? Don't know how long I'll be here, but I like hanging out.
Yeah, glad you're here. Glad you could hang out for once. For once, sorry, I didn't mean to throw shade. Oh dear, I'm ready for big hug.
Also, Ryan says, I know your life is ruined and all, but can you be our tour guide?
Yeah, this poor guy. Oh man. Currently in Egypt, Merlin is trying to kill Evan. Yep, that basically sums it up. The Fert Youngie was not enough.
Fert Youngie.
The Fert Youngie. Oh boy. So, Albert! Jason yelled, his voice made uncomfortably loud by the force field, which echoed his voice back simultaneously with the original sound. Nathan turned his attention to Albert, who was now climbing back up the pyramid as fast as he could, though he seemed to be tired. He trudged up to the top in about 2 minutes, breathing hard once he reached the group. I made it up here, guys! He stood, touching the magic shield with both hands. Instantly, where his hands touched the greenish bubble, 2 holes opened up in the energy field. It was as if Albert was a reversely pulled magnet repelling the magic. Gwen
Wow, that was
gasped
subtle.
as Albert stood at the very top of the pyramid, putting his hands in a large circle and putting them... Wait, what? He put his arms in a large circle and put them along the magic shield. The magic seemed unable to touch Albert, and his location ripped a hole in the magic shield, creating a means of escape for the captives. Jason hopped out through the hole, followed by everybody else. Then Albert withdrew from the magic bubble, and the magical energy reformed, reinstantiating itself in the position it had dissipated from.
Thanks, Albert. Okay, guys, let's go help Evan, Jason shouted, running down the pyramid.
With what ability to fight? Like, half of you don't know any magic and barely know how to, like, wield a sword or really anything.
Thank back, hello. I
And this
returned to the
man-
chaos.
It's crazy powerful.
Plagues
Alright.
are over, but now Merlin or Jetty is trying to kill Evan. Yeah, the plagues, you basically missed nothing, Pengu. There was just
You
a whole bunch
really
of
missed
plagues.
nothing. Absolutely
And
nothing was missed.
Evan being super conflicted about his feelings towards Erica, and he just goes through the same crisis every 2 seconds.
It's
and it's
so
honestly
repetitive.
the worst. And now things are finally happening, and
Thank
Merlin is like,
hecking
"Oh my
goodness.
gosh, Evan, it was you that put sulfur on me and stopped me from using magic. You're gonna freaking die!" And so now he's like wizard battling. So
Wizard
going
battle, zoom, huge shiny P, then other letters come out.
anyway, the group followed as colored beams of light and magic began flying in all directions from the other side of the other pyramid,
Zappity zap.
accompanied by loud
Zappity zap.
crashes of what sounded like thunder. The group stopped at the bottom of the pyramid and looked at each other apprehensively as Evan tore around the side of the pyramid.
Freaking Evan, SMH.
Mm.
Oh, sorry. Run! Evan yelled. Jetty just sent for backup! He cried as a
boy.
magic beam of energy blasted around the corner, barely missing him. Evan was dripping wet and his hair was noticeably shorter. His shirt was completely black and charred now, and even as Nathan watched, Evan's running caused part of it to disintegrate and it fell off, exposing his bare chest
And Erica
with his
fainted.
with his massive number of abs and his immense muscles. Luckily, none of Evan's other clothes were singed. Somehow. Jetty rushed around the corner, followed by a crocodile, several birds, and a skeleton, which was basically just an entire skeleton, all 206 bones, that was holding together and running at the group. Wow, thank you for explaining what a skeleton is.
No way.
Jetty fired another spell, and Evan, who evidently was no longer dizzy, managed to jump out of the way and roll, the spell striking the ground and incinerating some sand. Luckily, the only things that could really be damaged around here were big monuments, not people's houses. A bird dive-bombed Nathan, pecking furiously, and Nathan ran, his arm bleeding from its sharp beak.
That's a chapter
Ooh,
break.
Okay, sure, why not?
Okay.
Did we skip chapter 21?
Hold on.
Oh, okay. Wow, that was a really short chapter. What the heck?
It was. And that's a weird place
I was about to
end
say,
it as well.
I felt like we had chapter 20 just a little while ago, and I completely missed that we just did chapter 21 too.
Oh yeah, Ryan says Gwen threatened Evan to get rid of Erica.
Oh, yeah.
It was hecking scary.
Oh yeah, very scary.
It was terrifying. She literally came up to him in the dark and said, "Get rid of her." It was so scary.
And it was after like feeling to figure out exactly what was happening, like because they couldn't see. So Gwen was just like, I feel like something suspicious is occurring. Let me just feel across your bodies. Ah yes, you are hugging, I see.
Get rid of her.
I was like, okay, you have overstepped your bounds in like 12 ways.
Okay, how long
I just read, and I'm sorry, exactly 206 bones? Yep, no, not a single bone of this random skeleton was lost.
Whew, this next chapter is kind of long.
Yeah, my elbow is bleedy, and I'm messing with it, sorry. Evan had been dizzy, had run and nearly fallen, had found the same canal that he jumped in the first time he had been on fire in Egypt, and had dived in to extinguish his hair and shirt. Jetty, acting the all-powerful magician that he was, waved his hand as soon as I surfaced, and the water quickly began rising up around me, forming a prison of glass? You mean water? I swam out of it as it collapsed in upon itself, and the water continued to swirl, bubbling and sculpting itself into an evil-looking monster made entirely out of water. Oh, thank you, Poseidon. It charged me, and I felt my birthmark grow hot as I impulsively threw my hand in front of me. A ray of flame shot from my hand, vaporizing the water that made up the monster. As steam clouded my vision, the muddy ground beneath me began to churn, becoming quicksand and trying to pull me down. I was reminded of when I first found the machine as the swirling sand began crawling up my legs, swirling, pulling me farther under the water. As the soil and sand consciously tried to suck me down further, the water began to rise as well, covering my head. Again, my birthmark grew hot, and I found myself under the surface of the muddy canal bottom, enveloped by an air bubble. Whoa, okay. I walked forward a few steps, the air bubble following me. I walked a few more, finding that the ground around me wasn't so wet there. I then had willed my bubble to rise, and it did. Conscious magic use. Gasp. Can't deny it anymore. Raising me out of the sand on the bank of the canal. Jetty had
then been surprised, and he had waved his hand, creating an extremely hot circle of flame around me, nearly baking me. I had instinctively thrust my hand forward again while my birthmark burned, and the water from the canal leapt out, extinguishing the flames around me. Jetty, rather impressed, waved his hand, and the air around me seemed to condense, gripping me with an invisible force. I was lifted high into the air, and I felt the air leave my lungs as the invisible force tried to strangle me.
He's trying to airbend.
I had then felt my birthmark cause the sand beneath me to flow up to me, rising and surrounding me, releasing me from the air's grip. I then landed on my feet on my own 20-foot tall hill, which looked like something from a cartoon, and it was only 10 feet in diameter. Then my hill had quickly sunk back into the ground with a sound like thunder, and I had landed on one knee, a hand supporting myself on the ground. You really thought you were cool.
I really did, though.
I had kind of been enjoying myself. Apparently, by instinct, I was able to hold my own with one of the most known wizards in history.
Oh, wow! He really is just Super EJ, pulling out all the stops again.
Jetty had then snorted, seeming slightly annoyed, and he waved his hand at the canal.
Why am I getting Avatar vibes from this? I hadn't seen Avatar at this point.
I don't know.
There's like earth bending, water bending, fire bending, air bending, all of that, and nothing else.
Maybe
I'm
Percy
the Avatar.
Jackson inspiration?
Say what?
Maybe Percy Jackson inspiration? I don't know if you'd read that at that point.
I think I had. I think I'd read Percy Jackson, but I hadn't read or seen Avatar at this point.
Yeah.
Then several animals from the canal, or the Nile, or somewhere, had climbed out of the Nile, or out of the canal, followed by a few herons and other birds. Then the earth had opened up, and some bones, probably from a servant who had died and been forgotten long ago, flew out of the hole. Sorry. They had reassembled themselves, and a skeleton had menacingly begun to approach me. I had faced the army of creatures, and instinct had taken control again. As animal after animal pounced, dove, and attacked, or in some other way tried to kill me, I managed to dodge, counterattack, and destroy each of them. Destroy each of them?
Dang.
Care to be specific on how you destroyed a hippo or whatever is attacking you? Like a crocodile? Whatever. I had then waved my hand, and several of the animals seemed to revert to my side, turning on their compatriots.
Compatriots.
Why is that so funny to you?
It's just, who uses that word?
Apparently me, many times. While my back was turned, Jetty had tried to blast me with a magical energy ray, but I had managed to turn and conjure a shield, much like the one I had somehow created in Camelot when the plane had almost crashed on me in time. Okay. Jetty's spell had been deflected every which way, tendrils of magic of every color shooting off in all directions with a sound like thunder. Jetty stopped the attack, seeming to be in awe of my amazing ability to stop him from killing me.
Why?
I don't know. This is really Mary Sui. This is just terrible. I have had no training, no success in doing anything magic related, like occasionally, I stopped myself from dying from a really high fall. Okay, that's maybe something you could do. Magically mind controlling animals to turn on the people, and then like conjuring a shield to block a powerful magic attack while also like water bending air around you and stuff. That's a little too much. Like you'd need some serious training to do that kind of thing. Plus, like you said, this is like the most powerful wizard man ever or something, so like you shouldn't win this fight no matter what happens.
Silver says, is that how many human bones are in us meat sacks?
Yes.
Banker says, the insanity. I can't keep up. Yeah, whenever there's a fight scene, I can't even try to have a mental image anymore because there's just so much happening that I'm just like, ah!
Honestly, I have a better mental image of this one than most of the other ones so far.
I'm just tired, so I just have not tried.
Fair enough.
He literally has nothing to learn, so I believe without a doubt that Super EJ can save the world.
Well, he has to learn how to stop beating himself up about romance.
Oh my gosh, he needs to get over his freaking self-imposed trauma about that.
Yeah.
He has all the powers. Yeah, of course.
Alrighty. I love how even the enemy is just like, wow, I'm amazed that you're so cool and able to fight me this well. I should really just give up and let you win.
Jetty stood there for a second, then waved his hand, and a bird began flying off in the direction of the Pharaoh's palace.
Uh-oh.
Something told me that it was going to ask for Jetty's apprentice magicians. Jetty was calling in reinforcements, and that's when I ran back to Khufu's pyramid, finding that my group had
It's such a funny word.
Khufu. Finding that my group had somehow already freed themselves.
He is not
Khufu.
one of us.
Anyway, I was now very tired from somehow figuring out how to use magic, which taxed my energy every time I used it. I shouted that Jetty had sent for backup, as another spell from Jetty nearly hit me. As I ran, my charred remains of a shirt ripped and fell off, making me feel exposed and embarrassed.
Wow!
Oh, my 78 abs.
Oh no, they're all blowing in the breeze.
I jumped and rolled to dodge another as my group scattered, running every which way.
Another shirt?
Johan was being chased by a crocodile, because of course he was.
Of course, yeah.
Everyone else had at least one bird chasing them, and
That's
the
a lot of
skeleton
birds.
had gone after me as we ran in all directions. Johan stopped running, turning to wait for the slow crocodile tauntingly.
That's a bad idea.
Yeah.
That's
I
a really
smiled.
bad idea.
I knew he would have an easy time subduing the beast.
Would
as
he?
go through so many random facts, such as how to easily wrangle a crocodile, etc.
Excuse me, okay, being a nerd and knowing random facts is one thing. Having a plan of, yes, how to easily wrangle an alligator for dummies. Even if you know the information, that still takes practice, and
Yeah.
you do not want to be trying that for the first time with a magical enchanted crocodile.
Super EJ really thought that he was so smart.
Well, I put a lot of faith in Johan here. This chubby boy is gonna, like, get his face ripped off by an alligator. Crocodile, sorry. Oh, man. I noticed Erica and Nathan running back up Khufu's pyramid in an attempt to escape the birds that were after them. I don't know how getting more height makes you less gettable by flying creatures, but okay, well, you do you. Jetty had stopped and seemed unable to decide what he should do. I decided to go make it clear that he should get me first, but then I was reminded of the skeleton by the clanking of his bones as he pursued me.
Oh boy.
Clankety clankety clank. I like a mommy. Rah! I whirled,
boy.
swinging my foot around at head height in a perfect black belt roundhouse kick. The skeleton's skull, which seemed to be really old and fragile considering the way it shattered upon impact with my sneaker, broke it. Didn't I have my shoes gone? During the ice thing, like the hailstorm, it was specifically mentioned that my shoes were gone. But now I have sneakers back. Did I get another one when we went back to the house? And it didn't even impact anything. Why did they take my shoes and then give them back to me?
I don't know.
Okay, somehow I have my shoes again. Flew everywhere and I kicked it. Its body didn't seem to want to admit defeat, however, and it drew 2 of its own ribs as swords. That's actually kind of cool. I need to use that in D&D. I jumped over the headless skeleton with the perfect flip and landed on the other side of it. and rolling, stopping on my feet and kicking the skeleton's back, fracturing its spinal cord and pelvis. Excuse me, that is so many things currently happening, and I don't know how the order of those go. Its legs fell apart from one another as its upper body crashed to the ground. I swiped 2 more of its ribs while it was down, should it come back ready for a sword fight. The skeleton's upper body flipped itself upright, throwing its rib-throwing knives at me. I dodged them easily, and they stuck into the ground near Jetty. Jetty tried to zap me, but I dived out of the way, and he ended up hitting the upper body of his skeleton. It was incinerated just as the shattered skull began to reform. I had been expecting the skeleton to be a little more annoying. What could 2 separated legs and a bodiless skull do? Roll and try to bite me and crawl and try to kick me? I turned my attention to Jetty. I then noticed Albert calmly sitting down by Khufu's pyramid, the bird that had been attacking him sleepily sitting on its head.
On its
What?
head?
The bird is just like upside down.
Apparently.
Okay. I was confused. Had Jetty's spell worn off on that particular bird? The rest of the animals were still attacking. I got run over by Jason, who was in a race car. Who was still trying to escape the birds that were after him. Gwen ran by, blocking her bird's attacks with a rock. Can she use magic? Again? Part 2? The bird's beak was beginning to get cracked and broken. That sounds like the bird should rethink its strategy. Jetty noticed her and tried to zap her. She jumped behind the other pyramid, avoiding the spell. Are these pyramids like 10 feet tall? Because that's what it sounds like here, based on how fast we're like maneuvering around them. She jumped behind the other pyramid, avoiding the spell, which then incinerated the bird that had been after Gwen. Jetty growled in frustration, pursuing Gwen. I ran after Jetty, motioning for Albert to help me if I needed it, as the legs of the skeleton crashed into each other and fell over. What? Okay, sure. Albert and I followed as Jetty and Gwen ran towards the pyramid. There's so many characters that we had first landed on when we arrived. I totally don't remember that. The entrance was still open and Gwen rushed inside it, probably hoping to lose Jetty in the maze of passages. Jetty laughed, waving his hand, and the entrance suddenly blocked itself off with a huge stone. But 3 days later she'll rise again. Albert and I hid behind an overturned table until Jetty had walked past us. Then we charged to the big rock, attempting to move it. It was impossible. I tried throwing my hand out, but my birthmark wasn't warm and nothing happened. Why couldn't I intentionally do something cool?
Didn't you just do 5 million intentionally cool things?
Don't know. Suddenly, a pair of feet landed behind us. Oh no, disembodied feet, my worst enemy!
Oh no.
Obviously having jumped from somewhere above. Albert and I turned slowly to find none other than the mummy our group had been watching get embalmed and wrapped and everything. What? The job was only partially done, and the mummy had many loose ends to his wrappings, hanging off of him in different amounts and places. Its flesh smelled pretty bad, but it was mostly preserved, and the only part not covered by the wrappings was its eyes, which were open, revealing the blood-red pupilless eyes. Ew. Also, wouldn't this be someone Jetty knew? That's kind of insensitive to be like, oh yeah, that advisor that died just the other day and who's like getting buried honorably. Yeah, let's just use him as a meat puppet for this battle. That's fine. Don't worry about that, Steve.
He's angry. He doesn't have sense.
Okay, he's just like using his dead friend as a tool. That's not disrespectful to the corpse or anything, and the beliefs of the Egyptians definitely don't get bothered by the fact that you're like ruining his preserved body that he needs to use when he is like in the afterlife or something. Whatever. Anyway, it's knives as ribs, sir? There are literally so many people running around. How has Merlin not been able to kill or even seriously injured a single person? I think that's why he hasn't been able to hit any of them, because like he's distracted by like having so many targets. It's just like, that one. Oh, okay. That one. No. It's like whack-a-mole. They're running all over the place. Too much crazy. I don't know. Easily wrangle a crocodile. Yep. Plot armor is better than magic wizard.
There's so many more pages before a chapter break.
Oh no. Well, is the chapter break, Oh no, that's not too many more pages.
But it takes 800 years.
No. Well, do you want to end at this next chapter break?
I assumed that was the plan.
Okay. My hair seemed to stand on end, and goosebumps popped up all over me. I had never seen a scary mummy movie, but I felt like this was one of the scenes in it. The sun had still not come out from behind the cloud. The mummy moaned, hobbling toward us, and Albert and I screamed simultaneously. Running to the side. Suddenly, one of the bricks of the pyramid ahead of us was forced out almost all the way. We froze as the block popped out of the pyramid, revealing another mummy! Only this one was older, and it had begun to rot. It climbed out of the hole in the pyramid, moaning. Then Albert and I turned, finding one of Jetty's apprentices. He must be the one bringing these things to life with magic, I thought. He waved his hand, and an emaciated, bony, rotting, partially wrapped hand shot out of the sand in front of us. It clawed for something to help it get out of the ground, unburying itself pretty quickly. Another mummy with the same red eyes as the first emerged from the earth, apparently from a chamber buried below the pyramid. Albert and I were soon surrounded by the horrible creatures. The apprentice laughed as another apprentice jumped from somewhere, landing next to his compatriot. Jetty's backup had arrived. "Hey!" I yelled at the apprentices. "Don't you believe that if you mess with the tombs and the bodies of the past pharaohs, you'll be cursed or something? Isn't it really bad to disrespect the tomb and destroy parts of their tombs as you get them out?" I asked. "Yep," one of them called. As soon as they destroy you, we're putting everything back. But we gotta destroy the ones who destroyed Egypt somehow, and this is kind of the stuff we do best," he finished. Charming. Would you like to do a part?
No.
Okay. "Evan, these guys are using magic on dead bodies, right?" Albert whispered to me urgently. He was obviously scared out of his wit, but trying to stay collected. The mummies had formed a circle around us, and it was now closing in. "I assume so, unless you think these mummies are raising themselves from the dead," I replied. Albert nodded. I prepared to use a physical hand-to-hand combat to get rid of the mummies. "Okay, follow me," Albert commanded, plucking up his courage. I followed him without question, but I was confused. Albert walked right up to the wall of mummies. I followed, dumbfounded, as Albert merely touched the outstretched arms of two mummies. They instantly collapsed to the ground, lifeless, as they should have been. Albert stepped on the mummy's legs, motioning for me to go through the newly created hole in the wall of undead. I quickly hopped through the hole, followed by Albert. The apprentices stood there, awestruck. "How did you do that, Albert?" I asked him. He just smiled as he broke into a run, the apprentices and their army of mummies overcoming their stupor. "I'll explain some other time," he responded as we encountered a wall of flames, three apprentices standing with their arms crossed on the other side, barely visible through the flames. The mummies were approaching. Suddenly, out of nowhere, my dad came by, surfing on a table in a giant wave of water. How? I don't know. Several more apprentices were following Dad's wave on their own smaller waves. Okay, I don't think Dad can use magic, so I don't know where this wave came from, but sure, why not? I was assuming the apprentices had been trying to drown Dad with the canal water and not realized he knew how to surf. Does he though? Dad's wave washed away the mummies. The apprentices... the mummies, the apprentices that had made the fire, and mummies, and us. What? Along with the flames, which were extinguished. I tumbled around in the wave until the water crashed into a pyramid and sent me flying into the air. I landed on Nathan, who was still trying to fight his bird. Then the water came and we ran. I pulled Nathan between two pyramids out of the way of the wave, unfortunately crashing into Erica. How are we keep running into people? Who was running from 5 other apprentices. How many apprentices are there? That were waving their hands and zapping spells at her. Not only were they zapping lightning bolts and energy at Erica, they were also flying. Literally flying through the air. The 3 of us ran under them, only to be cut off by another wall of fire. Oh dear, oh dear. Would you like to read a part? Are you okay?
No. "Cowabunga," Johann yelled. I turned to see Johann riding on a sand dune. Literally, the sand was moving like a wave, and Johann stood upon the crest, dodging the stalagmites several other apprentices were throwing at him. The flying apprentices above us were about to zap us when Johann's earth wave crashed into Dad's water wave, and the apprentices riding on and controlling both waves crashed into each other. An enormous wall of wet sand and mud crashed into Nathan, Erica, and I, along with the people flying above us. We tumbled around for a while, finally stopping with no idea which way was up. I had not been able to stay with Erica or Nathan, so when I managed to dig myself out of the new layer of sand, I was alone. I shook most of the wet sand off of myself, but there was still a bunch stuck to my bare back, chest, and stomach.
I was about 50 yards from the Great Sphinx, upon which I saw Jetty battling Jason. Somehow it seemed that Jason knew exactly what Jetty was about to do and was able to either dodge or Jason was using magic? I noticed him wave his hand, and a small tornado tried to lift Jetty into the air. Suddenly, my birthmark grew warm, and I found myself automatically turning and raising my hand. What? An apprentice had created a sphere of glowing power between his fists, and as a beam of energy leapt from my palm, he released his enormous store of electricity. Our blasts of magic crashed into each other, and... wait, what? Each other head-on and stuck there, exploding in the center, but unable to defeat each other. Prior Ancient Atom. The standoff was sapping my energy considerably, so I gave one final push to try to force him back. The apprentice stumbled and fell backwards, his magic breaking off. Then he was hit in the chest by my spell. A spell? That was a spell, not just like... Okay. And he was thrown backward 10 feet, landing unconscious on the sand. Oops, hadn't meant to hurt anyone.
Of course.
This fight needed to stop, and fast. A sudden thought entered my head. Jetty, I called. I have proof that you told me to do it! I shouted at him.
Furt Youngie?
Furt Youngie!
Nothing you can say or do can prove to me your truthfulness, he yelled, firing another sphere of solid blue magic at me.
Oh.
I dodged, running back to where Gwen had been trapped in a pyramid. Hands of mummies began to resurface as they dug their way out of the wet sand. I dodged them as I ran to the entrance of the tomb Gwen was in. The tomb was no longer blocked by a rock. Curious, I peered inside. The dripping wet inside of the tomb was enough to tell me that the wave of water had splashed into the pyramid.
Oh boy.
I ventured further into the tomb, since we had first arrived a while ago. The Egyptians had made a lot of progress on completing the confusing tomb. I feel like we said the word tomb 500 times.
Yes.
Several of the booby traps appeared to be complete now, and I was having trouble remembering which way we had gone when we first arrived. Aha! Jetty's voice said. I whirled, finding Jetty standing a few feet behind me. I had already ventured pretty deeply into the tomb, so I assumed Jetty had a good reason for not just blocking off the exit. I thought I had seen you in here, but now that I know for sure, I'll just leave you to rot in here, won't I? Jetty asked cunningly, throwing sulfur powder on me, or at least I couldn't imagine what other kind of powder he would throw on me. I couldn't actually see the color because it was dark in the tomb and I didn't have a light. Wait, Jetty! I yelled at him as he turned to go. You told me to say something once you got mad at me. It was...
I do realize that there exists normal, like, sulfur molecules in the human body, right? Because, like... Okay, sure, why not? Yep, sulfur, elemental sulfur thrown on you, that's all it takes to make you stop being able to do magic. I'm not listening, Jetty called in a sing-song tone, putting his hands over his ears and humming. Suddenly the ground under his feet moved imperceptibly. Imperceptibly? I don't know if that's a word. Imperceptibly. And only I noticed it because of my amazing eyesight! I mean, because of the noise it made. What? Okay, so he can't feel the fact that the entire stone beneath him shook and rumbled. It's only audio. Okay, whatever. Jetty had triggered a trap, and he didn't even realize, even though he was trying to kill me, it was because he had a good reason, so he was still my friend. Plus, even if I didn't save him, I knew he would somehow survive until Camelot as well. I dashed forward, grabbed Jetty's arm, and yanked him back as fast as I could as I heard the giant stone mechanisms preparing to activate. We fell backwards down the tunnel as a huge stone rock, as opposed to a non-stone rock, fell from where Jetty would have been standing had I not yanked him back. As soon as he landed, he fired a spell at me, but since I had been wet and the sulfur powder had stuck to me so thickly the spell dissipated as soon as it touched me. Well, that's convenient. Why don't people just go into battle wearing sulfur? Haha, you can't get me. I sighed in relief just as the great stone boulder began rolling down the passage toward us. We looked at each other, getting up and running down the passage away from the huge rock. Indiana Jones. Jetty tried to cast a spell, but when he had gotten up, he had put his hand on my chest. Wow, a lot of chest touching on my massive abs. So he now had sulfur on him. He screamed in frustration as we turned a corner, running at full speed down the pitch black passage with no light, likely to trigger another trap at any second.
Where are the fake passages? Jetty cried as we charged out the passage. Those stupid workers! I'm going to have to talk to them, he yelled, slipping on the extremely wet, slanted stone floor.
Banana peels.
He was actually going faster than I was now, sliding along on his back. I followed suit and we slid on the floor on a boulder. Unfortunately, sliding on my back along the stone floor scraped up my bare back a lot, and it was extremely painful. Suddenly, the passage took a 90-degree turn and we crashed into the wall, losing all our speed.
Thunk.
We quickly stood and turned the corner, which was quickly followed by another. We heard a huge crash. I slowed down, assuming the wall had stopped the boulder. Jetty continued running. I wondered why, as I found out. The boulder crashed back through the thin stone wall, resuming its position behind me as I continued sliding down the passage, continuing to rub my back raw. I had several theories as to how they could have made that happened, but none of them really mattered if I didn't get away from the huge rock.
Such huge big brain, I figured out how they made their booby trap. You Egyptians make your booby traps too well, I yelled to Jetty as I caught up with him. Suddenly, once again I love that word, we passed 3 extra paths, quickly followed by 3 more. Okay. Jetty tried to grab one of them to pull himself into it, but failed. He failed his dex save. I remembered that there was a booby trap right there that we had just slid over. The boulder crashed through the floor over there, falling deep into a pit. I sighed in relief, stopping myself. Jetty continued sliding, and I realized that I should probably do the same if he knew the tomb better than I did. Okay, copy him. Good idea. I continued sliding, just as another boulder crashed out of the ceiling. As I caught up with Jetty again, I yelled at him, "Why are you so intent on killing grave robbers? It's not like the dead people are using the treasure anyway," I yelled as we continued sliding, my back now feeling like it was on fire. There seemed to be barely any more skin left on it.
We went deeper and deeper, making several more
Worst kind of
turns,
red burn.
and my back was scraped and bleeding to the point where I could barely stand it. Suddenly, we slid off the edge of a cliff. There was just no longer any ground.
Oh, that's
I looked
helpful.
beneath me as I fell. Jetty at my side, seeing a light, the first we had seen since our first 90-degree turn. I was blinded by it, and I closed my eyes as I fell, opening them when we crashed into the surface of the water. Yes, water.
Okay.
If I remembered correctly, this had been a spike pit when we had first arrived, but it was now a swimming pool, as the wave my dad had surfed had filled up the pit when the water flowed into the entrance and down the passages.
Yeah.
The water stung my back, which was bleeding like crazy. I broke the surface of the water in time to see the huge boulder that had been following us crash into the water as well, resting on the old stone platform we had collapsed, which in turn was supported by the surface of the spikes. The boulder came to a halt, creating an island in the water.
Okay. Jetty sputtered and climbed up onto the rock as I searched for the source of the light. It was below me. I looked down as a hand grabbed my leg. Ah! I screamed as Gwen pulled herself above the water surface. Her hand was the source of the light. She coughed and sputtered and gasped her air, grasping me for support, even though I am the one who just fell into the water, and she just kind of was there already. But okay.
Evan, she coughed, wheezing pitifully. Help! She pleaded as
Are you
something
okay?
jerked her beneath the surface of the water.
Oh, okay.
I grabbed her
That's
hand
fair
and
enough.
yanked her back up. She coughed and tried to remove the air from her lungs again. Something, she managed to gasp. Water! I felt a hand clasped around my ankle, trying to yank me down. It's in fear
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing!
under the water to the spikes I knew rested below. I kicked the whatever it was off of me, swimming with Gwen to the island where Jetty was now washing his hand. I realized that the water had cleaned the sulfur off of me as well, and I was there for a target.
Oh, that's
I felt my
that.
birthmark grow hot as the thing grabbed me again.
Capitalized.
I felt a magic tendril of electricity shoot from my hand and destroy the whatever it was.
Okay, so glad that it destroyed it. Also, electricity and water,
Oh boy.
that seems like not smart.
Then Gwen was yanked down again by something as Jetty fired a beam of energy at me. I dodged and it hit the wall, frying it.
How do you fry a wall that's covered in water?
Gwen broke the surface again to my right, and Jetty aimed a spell at her.
No! I yelled, throwing myself between Jetty and her, but Jetty hadn't cast the spell yet. Gwen put her arms around my neck in an attempt to save herself from the thing resting on my raw back and making it sting like crazy. She continued to cough and choke, supporting herself on me as Jetty studied us. Another magic tendril shot from my hand and involuntarily strode the other ... capital thing as Jetty spoke.
You are willing to die to save each other, and yet you don't care about thousands of Egyptian lives? Jetty asked. You confuse me.
You confuse me, he says.
You confuse me.
You confuse me. You told me to put the ring there, I insisted, treading water with Gwen on my scraped out back.
No, never! Jetty cried, quickly regaining control of his anger. Well, bye.
What? Well, bye.
He finished casting a spell to make himself fly in the air and go out of the tunnel, heading for the surface. As he left, he
Why
blasted
is he not killing us?
As you always got to leave them to die, because that's so much more fun. Ha 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 ha.
Well, bye.
No, never! Well, bye. See you later. Oh my gosh. As he left, he blasted the ceiling, which collapsed, effectively sealing us in the tomb.
What? We're not even sulfury. We can get out of here.
Mm-hmm. Gwen continued
Why
to
is she
struggle for
leaving
breath,
us?
retching as I swam to the island. I pushed the floating remnants of a burned stick away from the water in front of me as I noticed that the remains of the rope bridge that had once connected the stone platform where he had first landed on our first arrival now floated in the water near me. I wished it was still connected to where it was supposed to be. It would have acted as a ladder from the stone island to the blocked passage. Gwen's grip was weakening, but I held her hands around my neck with my chin as I brought her to the island. I pulled myself onto the island formed by the boulder that now rested on the stone platform, which in turn rested on the spikes. I slid up to the surface of the island, keeping my hand around Gwen's arms to support her. I pulled her onto the island, laying her on her back on the rock. She was having trouble breathing, and her chest only rose a fraction of an inch when she tried to wheeze. Abruptly, Gwen's hand light went out.
Oh, that's
Let her die.
Yeah, honestly, that would save you some effort. No, Gwen! I cried, my birthmark warming, my hand lighting on fire.
Leo.
Gwen had stopped breathing. What was I supposed to do? CPR? Do I know that or do I not? Am I super perfect or am I not?
I don't know.
Quickly deciding against that because who needs to save lives? I began pushing on Gwen's chest. That is CPR. What do you mean? Oh wait, oh no, I thought it was the mouth to mouth. Oh, that's child me, doesn't understand how to update CPR methods or whatever. Anyway, I started pushing on Gwen's chest, trying to get the water out of her lungs. Water leaked from her mouth, but she didn't wake. I redoubled my efforts, crushing her ribs in the process with my immense strength. Sorry, trying to think of a backup plan in case this didn't help. I realized the need for haste, as Gwen's brain would shut off quickly if it didn't get enough oxygen. If this didn't work, I could, try to use magic? I had no idea how. Voluntarily using magic would not work for me, I was pretty sure. Why did Gwen have to almost get drowned in the first place? I continued trying to make Gwen's lungs empty themselves of the water they had taken in. It didn't seem to be resuscitating her. Great, now what? I could resort to CPR, which I also didn't want to do, but she would die if I didn't help her. Wonderful, just great. Now it was a battle between whether or not I would be willing to save her by doing something that would make me uncomfortable.
And then Erica sees and she goes,
Oh no!
Oh, I'm so hurt
Wow.
that you would dare to
no.
save her life like that.
Oh no.
Suddenly, Gwen sat up, coughing as
Oh yeah,
up as but the
I'm
much water was
saved.
popped up after the flood incident. I supported her head as she coughed some more, but I was relieved. Gwen grasped me around the neck, eyes still closed, as she tried to remove the water in her lungs. I tried to help her in every way I could as she finally became able to breathe.
You know, it's really convenient that What's-His-Face decided to not kill us because we were very vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. She gasped and wheezed, collapsing on me. As I lay on my back with her on me, the only thing I could think of was the searing pain coming from my raw back. I held Gwen on top of me so she wouldn't fall off the rock as she took a few raspy breaths.
Thanks. She managed to sputter. I grinned, relieved. Then grimaced in pain at my back's protests.
You're okay then? I asked. I mean, you're okay then? I asked.
Okay.
She smiled, hugging me. I'll take that as a yes, I smiled, wincing as her arm touched my bleeding back. What happened anyway?
I, hack, cough, was inside the pyramid, cough, cough, when Jetty closed it off with a rock, cough, retch. And then a mummy crashed through the the door, pushing the rock out of the way of the entrance, cough. The mummy threw the rock away, then started coming for me, and I backed a little further into the passage, cough. Then several more came. Oh my gosh, how long does this go? Do we really need a description for every? And okay. Suddenly, I heard a bunch of water, and the next thing I knew, a huge wave crashed into the passage, and the mummies and I were swept all the way down here with a ton of water. The water had mostly gotten ahead of the mummies, and had already filled up this pit, so we didn't get spiked when we arrived. The mummies had been able to swim rather well, so they tried to pull me under. I had no trouble blasting a few with magic. Then one of the mummies touched that wall over there. She continued gesturing to the far wall. Touched that wall. Turns out the wall was made of sulfur. Gwen continued, her cough mostly under control now. The apprentice's spell on the mummy was instantly messed up, and the lifeless body sank down into the spikes. Then the mummies, smart despite their deadness, grabbed me and forced me against the wall before I could do anything. Then they dragged me underwater, and I was powerless. I managed to pull away and blast a few more of them, but they kept me under for so long. I narrowed it down to 2 and managed to swim to the surface, my lungs bursting, head cloudy. Just as I tried to take a breath, though, they yanked me back under, and I breathed in water. I tried to stay awake as I found myself against the wall again. I found myself getting weaker, being less and less able to resist. At this point, I still had been in darkness the whole time. Then I managed to get free and make the hand light with magic, getting to the surface, getting yanked down again, and, well, you know the rest. I went unconscious, blah, blah, blah. Ugh. It was weird, dying. She finished. I love how everybody's vocal style is the exact same as the writing style, and like nobody has any variation in the way that they do these ridiculous long
rants. And they all
rants
feel the
for no
need to
reason.
just talk for 1,000 years.
Yeah, like we're still technically in a fight, in combat, so this is not really the time to be whatever, sure, why not?
Also, Ryan's being funny. He says,
"Oh, what's he say?
Luke, I am your father. Well, bye." And then,
That's such a great quote.
Shall not pass. Well, bye.
Oh my gosh, that's so great. You're gonna make edits of like intense dramatic clips and then well, bye. It ruins every moment, but it's hilarious.
Zuko confronting his father or something, he says something dramatic and then, well, bye. I can't think of any line he said.
Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Excuse? If water came out of her mouth, she's breathing. Water doesn't just come half out, does it? What? I'm not sure if that... Huh? Try to move the air from our lungs. Oh boy. Why does Evan literally somehow have a trap card / counter for every attack? Because plot armor, literally. There's no other reason for it. He doesn't even get hit by most of these things, when he really should. Like, if he got injured, then sure, but he's not even getting injured. Besides the scraping of the back or whatever. Okay.
Well, I'm glad to see you're alright, I told her.
Because of you, she said, squeezing me a little harder and touching my forehead with hers. Oh, wow, you're abusive and scary.
Yeah.
I didn't really know what to think. I was embarrassed. You should be frightened. But suddenly, my back screamed in protest and I cringed, turning red as I pulled away. What? She asked. I passed my hand light over... Wait, I have a hand light now? Okay. And Gwen inhaled sharply, seeing my wound. Hold still, she ordered, placing her hand on my back. I stiffened my back as I felt my flesh grow back and flow back together, covering my exposed blood vessels, vertebrae, except... Ooh, that's deep. Ouchies. Once she had finished, she rubbed my back in satisfaction. Does this hurt? She asked.
I wanted it to, so. Nope, thanks, I told her, turning around and shedding light on the rest of myself. She gasped!
So many abs! Nani?
I gave her a confused expression, which encouraged her to snicker and smile at me. She suppressed the laughter as I looked down at myself, noticing nothing out of the ordinary. Gwen grinned at me. And
Are you just laughing because I don't have a shirt? Because if
Maybe?
so, why?
Gwen grinned at me, and I began walking the length of the island, knowing her flirty look. Why me? Why did both Gwen and Erica start liking me now? And why did they suddenly like me if I hadn't changed?
Can we execute
it was just my
Gwen?
normal
Vote to execute Gwen.
Any ideas how to get out of here? I asked. Suddenly,
Yes,
my
we'll leave
birthmark
one
began
behind.
to get warm.
Oh, come on.
Uh-oh, Gwen. Hold on to me, I told her as I began to float.
What's it called? Fizzy lifting drink.
Huh?
Willy Wonka.
Oh.
Fizzy lifting drink.
Oh, maybe I remember that.
Alright. Well, that's the end of that chapter.
That was a lot.
Well, at least we got some exciting action at the end of that. And, I think, fingers crossed, that should be the last boring part, maybe, and then we'll actually get to plot and things progressing, and, well,
I'll
the end of the
believe it
book
when I
after
see
that.
it.
We'll see what happens. I don't even remember at this point, honestly, but I don't think there's anything else after this, because, of course, the moldy fart was like, oh, you're gonna die after Egypt, so... Maybe after Egypt, which seems like it's about to end soon after this fight, maybe, then maybe we'll die.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks for watching yet another stream of the adventures, the chronicles of Super EJ, aka The Trouble with Time Travel, novel 1 of a trilogy that never happened. Only one I finished. Yeah, it was really fun.
I am tired.
Me too. I am ready for sleep times.
I need a snack first, so that's what I'm gonna do.
I do not need a snack first. I will
Good
just
for you.
sleep times. Anyway,
Good
love y'all.
night.
Thanks for coming by. God bless. And see you guys all next week. Another Friday stream.
Bye.
Or for D&D if you enjoy watching D&D. In which case, check me out on YouTube. I stream D&D sometimes and stuff. Bye.